gamers and Valorant enthusiasts everywhere, the day has finally arrived. Here we are at the NEC Valorant Quarterfinals, NECC Valorant Quarterfinals, and we've got ourselves 4 matches today, Kramer, to start off our highly competitive brackets.
Harry, you're really good at these intros. I've missed them. I've missed them.
Only messed up the one major word I needed to know.
That's okay. But nonetheless, that's a 90% success rate. Yeah, we're almost there. We've got the Briar Bulldogs versus Mount Union at Varsity. This, of course, is going to be, I believe, the second quarterfinal of the day versus that lower bracket there. See, Briar, who finished second in this Challengers Yellow. Mount Union, a little bit of a shaky performance, finishing second to last in terms of playoffs rankings, but they did still qualify for playoffs, so I suspect there may be a little bit of upset potential here. Right, they finished the regular season going 7-1, however, Mount Union going 3-5. Now, that 3-5 was out at the hands, actually, of the Briar Bulldogs. They played earlier, they lost 0-2 to Briar Bulldogs. I think we actually cast that game, so
yeah, we did.
We know these teams really well. I think the veto is going to be very important. I would be surprised if we see repeat of maps. I believe last time it was Haven and Ascent. If we do see them again, then it's bloody brave to reface the Bulldogs on it. But hey, you never know. They could take it like lucky dip. Hope that maybe they've been able to improve.
Off the back of that series, Kremer, we actually recommended a player of the week, and our recommendation was Shed, who played an interesting hero, Paul Azaris. I remember they played the Cypher, I think, on Ascent, and then played Raze on Haven, and on both they were quite clutch. And so Shed is going to definitely be my player to watch as we head into our first maps here, because if Umu Mount Union Varsity or Umu going to be interchangeable. If Mount Union Varsity want to beat the Briar Bulldogs and they want to turn around the previous scoreline, they are really going to have to try and shut down Shed.
I am very surprised with this veto. I am very surprised indeed that we are seeing both Haven and Ascent, because last time we saw them, Briar, they made it pretty one-sided, Harry. Opening with Haven, I believe, I'm quite looking forward to. I think that is going to be a nice way to stress test both teams. Haven, of course, a map that retests your attack, and on your defense, it's just a matter of buying time. So it means that your info gathers are going to be so important. Your ciphers are going to, your sobers as well, are going to be pivotal to your success. As you said, we saw Shed. He was one of the ciphers to watch out for. To see what he can do when we move over to Haven. With that, I believe we're able to go live into this first match.
It's going to be an absolute banger, Kramer. And as always, we're going to start off in Agent Select. Before we have a look at what our teams are picking, thank you very much to Caroline and Michael, who we've got joining us today. Caroline's doing all the observing, and Michael is behind the scenes making sure that you get our lovely faces off the camera as soon as possible and get gameplay on your screens.
Public service, a better thing, isn't it?
Charity work, Kramer. Charity work.
Straight in game, doing good by the community. And Shed, he had the Cypher, he had the Raze. I think now he's looking at the Killjoy. This is a versatile player. I love it. It's like you get to kind of roll the dice. Who's Shed playing today? In this case, we got to shake it. It's gonna be a kill. I really like the setup from. I like the idea of the setup from Haven. Haven, I apologize, from the Bulldogs. But my worry is they don't have info cover. They have the Killjoy, whose info is more off reactionary, like the turret. But at that point, you could have just done it with shoulder peak. I would want to see a Stover like we do see over on Blackbird. I would want to see a Cypher potentially, just to help with flanks as well. The fact that the Bulldogs have gone for Shed on that Killjoy makes me think that we need to see some very aggressive plays from Heath, accompanied by flashes from Penumbras, just so they can get that pressure point and get that pressure onto Umu before they're able to get that whoever they're.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be about those tandem entries here, Kramer, but also you're going to have to be very careful about both friendly and enemy flashes, because it's fair to say there is a lot of site-taking utility on the field here. On the side of Briar Bulldogs, they're going to have the Breach and the Sky as well. So huge amounts of flashes. But actually, Kramer, you and I have actually recently spent a lot of time commenting Southeast Asian Valorant, and they have a sustained love affair with Breach. So we've seen some excellent Breach play these last few days, and I wonder if we're going to see any early aggression off the back of things like fault lines or flashpoints through walls.
Yeah, I've learned to love the Haven Breach, actually. It's been a very effective agent to work with. For ETH, though, the main thing to work with now is this duel with Blackbird.
A frenzy right here. That's easy for one. Can we make it into two? No, not quite so. Penumbris lays them in the ground, but he's brought down to only 21 HP. And remember, Skye can't heal herself. So that damage, Kremer, that's permanent.
Well, that's a clean opening, and that kill onto Watson actually just caught Watson off guard, rotating a little bit too early, instantly punished by Bryant now. Rotation in Garage.
Ray sees one here. Looking for the grenade. The boom bot instead. Plenty of utility here for the Raze, but that's since Semi moving in a different direction. The fault line going to catch a reinforcing Breach right here. And that's going to be a battle for Garage. Varv has already picked up one. Can Semi finish this off? They can't, even with the adept help of the gravity well. They can't connect the bullets that they need to, Kremer. And now Susibaka sends out the aftershock. Unfortunately, unable to destroy the turret just here. Chief OW. That's an interesting name for a Valorant player. Picks up one. And now they will remain in a 1 versus 2. Remember, Penumbris is pretty lit up right now. A single bullet should do it. Tap on the spike, turns Penumbris around, but now they have to find themselves Shed. But Shed finds you first. That's a dangerous piece of garden architecture.
I know for a fact, Harry, you're going to have a lot of fun with Susibaka.
I am going to have a fair amount of fun with old Susibaka.
There is enjoyment to be had here. A really strong round from the Bulldogs there. The fact that we see Varv able to just punish Watson for a rotation that, let's be honest, that was about a second they were away from the sites. But that second, it was too long. Really clean punishment. And for the Bulldogs, nice bit of utility over in Garage to just continue to delay the attack. And so you can just whittle down the assaulting members that way. With a full eco coming out from Umu, they're just going to hope to catch out another player. This is a very short weapon, again, a very close angle.
Real Blackbird looking to try and get themselves a cheeky frag and then pick up a looted weapon. ETH was already backed off here. Raze, they've claimed a huge amount of space here in mid. Remember, with a classic in hand, the element of surprise is going to be absolutely crucial, Kremer. They're going to hear some movement around here. I believe they've heard ETH coming to join Penumbris. And with that turret being desummoned by Shed once again, CSAT is going to be given away. But given the composition that Mount Union Varsity have, I don't mind them playing for retakes instead of actually holding down sites.
Yeah, I like the idea as well. I mean, being able to kill the odd SMG, being able to save it would be a perfect chance. And at point blank, well, there it is, with Susibaka and Watson getting kills. That's going to put a bit of pressure onto Brighton now, so much so, going for the retake may be an option here.
Semi sends out a fault line. That's going to stun up Blackbird, who has been handed off a classic, so they no longer have to stick with the shorter he previously had down in sewers. In a 4 versus 3 here, Real Blackbird moving aggressively already. Semi's down. This is a great performance so far from Susibaka, who is going to be left with the help of a Chief. Shed once again in a 1 versus 2. The alarm bot's been triggered. That means they know exactly where Chief is. Out comes the Nano Swarm as well. And Shed gets themselves a third. This is why I recommended them for Player of the Week so long ago, Kremer. They are so clutch.
It's pretty good, isn't he? And I mean, those 2 kills, sure, it helps. But while that was a win on paper, that was not a win for Bryant in actual performance. The fact that they lose 4 of their 5 SMGs. In fact, no, they lose all 5 because Shed dies to the spike. Yeah, they lose everything to the full eco of Mount Union there. That is worrisome. And they now have to move against the full investment of rifles with a scatterment of pistols. I mean, this is a tough position to be in. Don't get me wrong, winning this would be cataclysmic for Mount Union. However, actually winning it is really where the problem is.
Mount Union should be able to get this one cleanly, and Frey started off well. Once again, it's an all-out rush to C. The spike has been dropped but picked up steadily by Varv. Watson unable to move on to a third here, but already 2 headshots is good. Shed with the Sheriff once again going big. 2 kills. And that's 2 Sheriffs on the floor. Means that ETH can pick one up. The aftershock here going to be avoided by Shed, but ETH has been pinged. That's going to make easily penetrable Radianite boxes. No good cover for themselves. Real Blackbird manages to pick up Shed, and with 3 rifles surviving, Mount Union Varsity, they're on the board, Kremer.
Yeah, and honestly, considering how close these last couple of rounds have been, this may very well be a close series, Harry. I don't remember what the scoreline was last time these two teams played. However, I have an inkling it was relatively close, and the 2-0 doesn't reflect how close it was.
Indeed so, Kramer. But now, the armaments, the gap there, that's going to be closing as well. The script is being followed as far as the Valorant economy is prescribed. And now this could be a breakpoint for either of our teams. There's a little bit of cushioning on Mount Union Varsity's 3 players who managed to survive with rifles in the previous round. But this round is going to determine the tempo of the entirety of this half.
Bruce gonna chase Fraze away for a moment, and as he just backs off, he's gonna hear that there's a lot of aggression kind of tailored to Garage, but as mentioned before, there's no info gather on Mount Union Varsity's side. So they know people are engaged, they just don't know how many, they don't know if it's just the default, they don't know if there are players over to A who are looking to lurk, and that's the problem with this.
A lockdown laid out in Garage. Not one of the most usual places, but out we go. There's the flash. Shed actually leading the way here. The entry Killjoy gets one before being traded on out. Penumbras, do they know that Watson's in the back? Watson's got one, Watson's got 2 before taken out by their counterpart. Valve puts them in the ground. And now Mount Union Varsity, they have themselves a numbers advantage once again. 3 versus 2, and the Cosmic Divide needs to be given over to try and give themselves a little bit of cover from this Rolling Thunder. Fraze, though, unperturbed, moves on forward, sees the rifle through the Cloudburst, but Valve found themselves a good angle before the Chief took them on down. I talked to the Chief about this retake, and the Chief said yes.
Chief allowed it for his tribe, and in this case, his tribe sit, equalizing it 2-2. With Riot now having to consider what to change. I mean, that was these last couple of rounds, their ult usage has been caught out very quickly. I love how fast we saw the commitment of the Rolling Thunder by Sussy Baka the second he saw Valve throw down that Cosmic Divide. And that reactionary measure meant that for, at least for the Raze, for Fraze even, he could just dive through it, take the 1v1 with the duelists, knowing full well they've been hit by that Thunder, and then just overwhelm the remaining member. Really nice spontaneous usage of that ult. And for the Sheriffs of Riot, they're going to try and turn their attention back to the old reliable over on A.
ETH has been confirmed in terms of presence. That's 2 spotted down there in the sewers. And Real Blackbird's going to be calling in some reinforcements. It's Fraze who answers the calls. And 3 stars have been laid down here by Valve. That confirms his presence. Fraze, what can we do on the entry already? 2 of the attacks have fallen. Admittedly, it was always going to be a massacre with the 5 sheriffs up against the rifles, but 3 still survive. So even now, Mount Union Varsity can continue to bolster their economy a little bit. Look at the Chief. 5.7k in the bank.
2 kills is alright for a Sheriff buy, but the reality is you shouldn't be on that Sheriff buy. You know, you're still reeling from these losses in buy rounds, which you shouldn't have been sustaining. But now we go into this 6th round with a massive ult advantage over on Mount Union. There's going to be a bit of a power spike from ETH, and the Rolling Thunder will come out, but there's so much counter utility available for Mount Union that this really is going to be worrisome for the Briar Bulldogs.
Real Blackbird, once again, in a little bit of trouble. ETH is staring them down. I believe they are going to get tagged by that drone, so they might have actually been able to avoid it. They're moving on in here behind this spike, hoping to try and squeeze out Blackbird. Here comes the swing. Can they get the first? They can. The second, no. Penumbras on the refrag is good. They're low in the magazine, and so too have all of their teammates scurried off elsewhere, so it's time to join them.
With an equal standing from both these sides, Fraze is going to back off, join his teammate in C, and I quite like how we see Mount Union just stacking together and working in almost like a buddy system. The only player who's alone right now is the Sage over in B, but there's a Breach rotating to go help. Unfortunately, he has to rotate, which means that A is, at the moment, unadulterated by defenders. The Seekers are going to reveal this, and with what will now be a 4-on-4 retake, we may see the commitment of that divide, of that showstopper, just to try and tailor a man advantage. Nonetheless, though, right, Bulldogs, they've definitely got a side to hold.
Rays up top. They also have a showstopper if they want to bring it on out here to try and break open this area and at least display some crosshairs. Here we go. A pair of ultimates. The Cosmic Divide and the showstopper both. Fraze instantly puts this one down, but Semi puts them in the ground. That's going to be 2 now for Semi. Vav around the back. Penumbra finds the 4th. And that was an absolutely brutal response to the attempt at a retake from Mount Union Varsity.
That's about as clean as it gets, isn't it, Harry? All 4 players staying alive. You drain 2 of the ults of Mount Union there, who go for, dare I say, a bit of an overcommitment to throw the ults in before you even know where your opponents are. But that's the bonus that Riot get to have when their opening kill was on Blackbird. It means that you don't have that. You just don't have info. And the lack of info gather for both these teams is going to be prevalent in their defensive side.
And on that last round there, Kremer, we saw a really cool fault line coming out from Semi, who managed to just drag more people over towards Garage. Aether's bought themselves out here, the Blade Storm. They might be spotted out by the drone. Real Blackbird? Oh, I think they may have seen 2. Was it 1 or 2 that was on their camera? They've at least found out that multiple people are going to be approaching here. Shed going to be harangued by that Hunter's Fury. Semi's already made their way here onto the point, but huge amounts of utility damage taken. Down to 9 HP. Fraze is going to look to finish that one off, but Semi just ducks into cover, and for now will remain alive until they can return to their sky.
As the Riot Bulldogs just back off, they turn their attention back to C. Vav, once again, this lurking Astra has been so effective for them. Mount Union, they stack up, they prepare their defensive C. Rotating through B, Fraze hit by that aftershock, and that's such a well-placed aftershock from the breach. You completely stagnate any rotation, and by the time the players are in position to go for the retake, you've already got yourselves set up on the site, dug in and entrenched with your defenses.
Shed going to have a fresh turret in only a couple of seconds here, and also getting very close to this lockdown off the back of that spike plant. Real Blackbird might be the one to try and lead them forward, but already out of utility is Vasova. So a lot more is going to be on the back of Sussy Backer.
Blackbird just going to eat that Hawk, and it's all down to Fraze in mids to really draw the attention away. It seems undoable for now.
Penumbra, they put themselves into a 2 versus 2 now. They've got themselves a long area to try and work with while Vav wants to work it from Garage. They're quite noisy as they approach, but noise doesn't matter because there's only one noise that counts on the battlefield, Kremer, and that's the ring-a-ding-ding of those bullets.
That it is, and I really like how that round was played out by Riot. The idea being that once you get to a site, you start dumping your utility, particularly that of the Sky, just to buy some time. You double flash your opponents. You then end up just sending out Bruce. I realize that people don't realize who Bruce is. Bruce is the dog of Sky.
Indeed, we haven't introduced our NECC audience to Bruce yet.
We have.
Bruce the Trailblazer.
Yeah, named beautifully after the shark in Finding Nemo. But I feel like they would have the same voice. Like...
Agents are friends, not food.
It's actually able to dodge it because of the divide. Unfortunately, that means sacrificing the site. And just like that, we've got ourselves another really, really tough position to be in from Mount Union. Bear in mind, they didn't invest too heavily into this round, so a loss won't feel as much of a sting as, say, the round before this, but it's still a tough position.
For now, holding down these different angles. Remember, moving through those smokes is even more dangerous. However, this does give a good opportunity for a pop flash. Shed actually eats that pop flash easily. What a beautiful play from Sussy Backer. They managed to pick up a rifle, but unfortunately, they're simply overwhelmed by the multitude of both numbers and angles, Kremer.
They're just trying to keep the economy under wraps at this point. And we'll see if they can do just that. For the time being, it's going to be a tough position for Mountain Union as they go into another investment. The idea being that if they can keep Riot away from kind of 6-7 rounds on their attacking side, you've pretty much done your job. For me, the kind of minimum number of rounds you need on the defensive haven is about 4. So for Riot, being able to hit that is definitely attainable.
All right, let's bring up our cameras in just a second, Kremer. People can have a look at our face. We do have a quick tank pause.
Yeah,
then they don't have to see Semi sharing out some strats, you know? And I want to talk a little bit about these compositions. We've got Astra versus Astra right here. And one of the things I really want to see from Mount Union Varsity is maybe using a couple more of these gravity wells to try and find some unfair duels on the retake.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the Astra from Riot is being played a bit more like a duelist, really. It's the role of Astra, but being played like it's a Reyna by lurking over to C, playing as that kind of annoying character that's always attacking your behind. And in this case, they've done it twice now. They've moved to C, they've got the opening, they've secured the site, and it's just meant the entirety of Riot go for a big exodus back around their spawn over to C, where they then dig in and prepare for a retake, all off the back of that Astra. There hasn't been much use of grav wells or smokes, as you've heard. For the most part, it's been just a duelist central. The obscuration of vision has actually come from the Cosmic Divides, which we've seen quite a bit this game.
Admittedly, we do have the full camera, so we know more than these players. But one of the things I really would like to see, Crema, would be we see Eve dashing down with a bird almost every single round into sewers. I would love to see a through-the-wall setup of a fault line from the breach that could be followed up by one of the duelists just to instantly remove Eve from the fray.
A quick impulse. They didn't have to see us anyway. You see that was pure unadulterated mercy from our producer there. So Michael is
merciful.
Hero. He is. He is a kind god. As the unpause comes in, the Bulldogs, they move to this kind of battle of full buys here, and let's see if we can get this opening over on A. But look at that spike once again. Over on Varv, initially lurking on C. Looks like he will be joined by some teammates though as they go into a bit of a fake with this Killjoy here. And look at the rotation it's pulled. Once again, Mount Union keep falling for it.
However, I would like to have seen Varv, if they were going to lurk this deep, maybe leave the spike behind. Because they are going to be met by a pair here. Something tells Mount Union Varsity that shenanigans are afoot right here, and Varv might not be expecting this much presence. You can see, at the moment, Phrase already potentially going to be taking some contact with Semi over in Garage. It's trying to clear out this area, and there's no smoke, so the retake here could be pretty well placed, but so too well placed are the bullets of Semi. The second challenger comes on in, and Real Blackbird gets that done easily. A good timing here is found by Eve. They believe this to be covered because the Chief covered it beforehand. They might catch someone in the cosmic form. Watson, nice, they need to turn around. That's one. Oh, what a turn there from Watson. And now the Chief. 2 versus 3 with Blackbird by their side. Look at this close contact from Blackbird. They are instantly caught out by Penumbras, who just pierces through the smoke and pierces into the heart of Mount Union Varsity. 6-3.
You said he had to turn around, Harry, and well, turn around he did, absolutely ruining his opposition with that little 180 there. Really strong stuff from Watson. And for Eve, despite being on the flank, just taking straight body shots shows that rather than go for the flashy and risking missing the headshot, you're just filling your opponents with lead. I assume a Vandal shoots lead, even despite the skin. And in that case, it sets your team up for a very strong position. With the Sheriffs now once again over on Umu, I worry that for the Bulldogs, this is going to be their start of turning this into a very, not only one-sided half, but potentially one-sided game.
Mount Union. They need to turn this around and they need to do it fast. Maybe off the back of aggression, Real Blackbird. Oh, Semi. They've been very good when it comes to these duels. And unfortunately for Real Blackbird, that engagement was no different. And now, C-Site, it needs to be reinforced. And so that's where you see the Astra moving on over. Phrase has been identified. 3 players waiting here to try and burn them down. Even with the potential assist of that fault line, it was not enough to beat in a 1 versus 3 up against some rifles. Out goes Bruce. What do you see with your dog eyes, Bruce? Not that much, but Eve sees plenty. Sussy back is going to fall. Here come the 2 pistol wielders. 1 Sheriff versus the world, Kremer.
Spike planted.
1 versus 5. What on earth can Chief do? Not much in this case, but there's not much you can expect him to do there. 7-3. Right, really starting to put some distance between them and Umu. And with another investment coming, this round of investments, maybe the last for Umu, they buy down to 0 completely. They can have nothing next round if this doesn't work out. We finally see the first op of our game so far in the hands of Blackbird, so there is that chance to shut down the Bulldogs, but it needs to come fairly quickly, and you need to find a way to put a halt to this momentum, because 5 on the bounce for the Bulldogs is certainly looking worrisome. The only favourment that does go with Umu is that they have the ult advantage here.
Jump peeks here from Semi. Oh, but Blackbird very quick on the trigger. Remember, they needed to be able to win out that fight. They're in a very audacious position for a Sova. No quick mobility to take them out of danger if they were caught out by something like a double peak. But unfortunately, Semi took it alone. He wasn't there to cover. And that means one less attacker and also one less ultimate. That Rolling Thunder, that's going to have to wait, Kremer.
Now, the slow default being shown by Briar. I think they're not quite used to going a man down this game.
What's this?
Yeah, what circumstance is this? And while we do have this kind of lull, Fraser's crosshair is something else, isn't it?
We've got some real artisanal crosshairs in this lobby.
Actually do. That's over in mid. The Chief.
It's a really strange smoke.
Yeah, kind of double smoke as well. From reactionary.
But both Astras have put out a smoke. Like, you smoke mid? No, I smoke mid.
It's like neither Astra wants anyone to be there. And a kind of a pathway through to B, it was established with it. Instead, 30 seconds left. Now the attack comes over to A. Bruce going to hard clear what he can. Unfortunately, did he see the fire in the corner? I think he did.
All right, will this be turned? That's a Nova Pulse already. Yep, I think Bruce saw. And Shed is the one who finishes, but Eth falling down. Watson pierces out of a smoke. Penumbra, the second that you move, Penumbra is all over you. Only 3 defenders remain right here. One playing at the back of A long, and Fraser managed to win that door. That opens up everything, Kremer. Real Blackbird from the top with the operator. It's not going to be given over an angle easily, but Shed might be forced to peek this. A free clear on that corner. Now they look towards where they assume Shed is. Remember, they're playing with time, not on their side. Shed in a 1 versus 2. Can they potentially be walled off from here? There's for recon drone. Chief's looking in the other direction. Shed's got 3. Could Shed get 4? It's only a pistol in hand. They move over to the classic. They have to reload that as well. There are no bullets to play with, but there's plenty of skill. Shed finds 4, and that's a happy little wiggle.
I think that wiggle was more in a just get it out. Just get it out. That 1v1.
That's it. I expended 2 mags and there was no kill. I need to reload everything.
The fact that there was a moment where both players watched each other reload for me was there was some serious.
They could both see the panic in each other's eyes. Like, oh no, we're both missing.
It's when you realize your enemy are just human as well. You're both equally as scared as one another. And can you really kill them after that? Yeah. This case,
there's for second, Doc Kremer.
He certainly can kill them. Man advantage almost feels inherent for Bulldogs here.
That's a disgusting op skin. Oh, Phrase misses with a showstopper, but Penumbra, they don't know what missing means. And even now, Bruce is still going to move on through. Agents are friends, not food. They won't be hitting any bites right here. Remember, it's only a Spectre for the Chief. Underutilized and under-armored. So many members of Mount Union Varsity as Bryant. This is the last round of the half. They can use everything. A Rolling Thunder still to play with. Across the site, that would be dangerous to use because remember, a lot of your post-plant players are within Varv. This is a very dangerous location. Shed gets the first hit, has to move on away here. Think thin behind the boxes. Here comes Varv. This could be an easy 2K. That's neither. In fact, okay, they found Watson. There we go. They fired a little bit too early, so a drop down inaccuracy came to punish them, but luckily they had themselves a lovely little crossfire.
I will admit for a moment, Mount Union made it look like this would be, unlike the first series they played, be a little bit closer. And then Briar, they kind of put their foot down, and it's kind of been downhill from there, Harry. Mount Union, they move into
right, enough shenanigans.
Yeah, Mount Union now really need this pistol round. Otherwise, we may be seeing a very, very one-sided map to start our series and to start our quarterfinals.
Admittedly, the copium is strong here, Kremer, but
There is a lot of copium right now going through my veins.
Mount Union Varsity could definitely do better on the attack. I think that Haven is a bit of an attacker-sided map, given that it does have 3 sites to defend, with only 5 people. Look at the speed of this, though. Frey's already ahead. That's some great utility, though, from Bryant. Keeps everyone honest. There's finally the gravity wall that I wanted. Shed's going to be vulnerable, but Penumbrous with the run and gun with the classic is too strong. The Sky simply undeniable on this site until Watson gets a whiff of it. Eve? That's a lovely little adjustment, but only 1 HP left. Enough blood in them for the ballpoint pen. And Blackbird all alone without the spike in hand. They are being surrounded and choked out from all sides. Semi at the front. Even with that confirmed, they don't want to send in VAR for the 1 versus 1. Interesting.
That's disciplined, actually. That's really disciplined. To make him join the main body of players, it means that Blackbird has to try and take a 1v3 for that position, one of which that could be almost impossible to win unless you hit some miracle shots. In this case, unfortunately,
ooh, nice thing.
We'll see no biblical worthy stories today. Shockwave is going to keep him back despite the ping he's able to achieve.
Oh, Eve!
Top of the jet there, Eve. Bad hairdos have single-handedly killed characters.
Some people peek with their eyes, Crema. Some people peek with their foreheads.
I guess he's lost because of his 6 head. Like that is.
My brain is too big for you.
Yeah, like I suppose there's pros and cons, right? Big brain, massive forehead, and then
yeah, got to order a plus-size helmet, you know. Yeah. It makes that head armor much more expensive.
Exactly. In this case, a full eco has to come, which is going to give the Bulldogs 1 step closer to a dominant opening here. Well, Eve looking to remain dominant.
Recon arrow. Oh, that's a lovely grenade right there. Braze instantly takes Eve off the angle. They are going to double down now, playing from a platform. I want to see a flash here, or a smoke. You know where Eve's playing from. You need to get rid of this angle and attempt here, coming through from a breach, and the aftershock as well. Phrase, though, Eve stood still to make sure they could take out Phrase. They sacrificed their own life there, Kremer. Coming around the back is Shed with the Spectre. Watson's got some good aim on him. Good head on their shoulders, and Shed, unfortunately, no longer has one. In a 1 versus 2, with 52 HP up against Spectres, it doesn't bode well for old Watson, said Holmes. But still, anything is possible with the power of the elements on your side, and, well, Cosmium, or whatever you'd call what Astra has, is a fairly powerful element.
A plant is looking likely for Watson. So
bonus money would not hurt at all. Wait.
Exactly.
They're still going. Do they tap on B? Penumbrous is moving as if they heard a tap.
Yeah, they tapped on B, so this rotation to A is going to go uncontested. However, it's been read really well by Valve.
Oh, this is going to be a good swing for Valve. They just begin to move on in slowly, of course, remember. Trying to get the crossfire with Penumbrous, who might be able to get an early bit of damage. Watson is brought down to probably about 1 HP. Valve needs to hit him in the calves as they come around, and that's going to be an easy defuse. Who's going to get the ult point? No, Valve does not share. Look at them. Looking over. This is not for you. This is my ult point.
Penguins are together, though. Look at that. A little graffiti there. Bit of teamwork to show that all's good. All's fair in love and war. And as the Bulldogs move into another investment, I say another investment, it's closer to a bonus to be played against the Rifles of Mount Union. And in this case, the Bulldogs, if they're able to win this, they're going to be simultaneously resetting their opponents while hitting that match point. And considering that this is your opening map, you make it this one-sided is going to be so strong for your confidence.
This needs to be dominant here for Mount Union Varsity.
Look at this push in mid.
That's a good smoke right there. Oh, that's a rifle scene, or at least a barrel scene. And this is the kind of dominance they want. 3 kills to none at the moment. Seems like the double peaks may have been a little bit lacking from Bryant. And now with this much of the map opened, it's time to hightail it, boys and girls. And boy, are they loud when they do it. It's like a hippo descending a spiral staircase.
Yeah. It's less of their own will to descend, while gravity sort of nudging them along, isn't it?
We are all just slaves to gravity. Watson is blinded, but they don't care. I don't need eyesight where I'm going. I've got a rifle and a dream, baby.
We see a 4th from Mount Union. I can't help but think that this is
Flawless
more
for
of
a
a
plant
death
is great for the
rattle.
econ, though.
Yeah, it is great for the econ, but the econ doesn't matter if you lose in 2 rounds. Yeah, there isn't there is no long-term game here. This is all short stock for Matt Union here, and as they have, yeah, as you mentioned, this feels more like a death rattle than anything. With the Bulldogs preparing for a full buy here, this kind of battle of Vandals, even the Guardian on Penumbra's there could be something to watch out for. Over on C, Eve, sure he had a very shaky first half. He's seriously woken up in the second, so battling with Mountain Union can be tough for him.
And they counter-rotate with drone here, though. Oh, they're not going to be spotted here, Kremer. Eve now needs to win the first. They will. Will they get the second? You bet that they will. Eve coming up big, but the Chief says that Eve is entirely in the wrong. Penumbrous grabs themselves a headshot with that Guardian, and that was a very fast battle and retake. What a reaction from Brian Bulldogs.
Well, you said earlier, yeah, there is a bit of money over on Man Union, sure. It's allowed them to invest this round, but you take a look, Harry, they're at the stage where even if they win the rounds, if they do so with only 1 player left alive, they actually end up worse off than how they started. With Blackbird bringing out that op, it's been a fairly lackluster game for ops in general, considering the pace of it. We have just been seeing it favour the rifles just because of how fast these rounds have been. Blackbird, though, he's looking to change that by stagnating a little bit in mid, letting that smoke fade and hoping to get an opening.
Every movement must be considered here by Mount Union Varsity. They're up against the wall, Kremer. Match point as Eve begins to choke away this space. Look how reserved the position is right now from Watson. Playing an attacker spawn. They believe that there's a lot of confidence here on the side of Eve, and that's a pre-fire. The jig is up, baby. I know you're there. Head on back to... Are they picking up an ult orb while using their ult? Okay, Eve.
I suppose that they're picking it up to make sure no one else gets it.
It's denying it.
So to highlight,
it's a unique approach.
Fighting with the blades at that range as well as bold, considering they don't have a primary. This round was the knives for them, so they're going to use this with a classic. Over in mid, though, shoulder piece from Varv over to Garage. The Bulldogs, they've run down the clock, but it's more Mount Union running themselves down here. Now they hit with only 30 seconds left. They really... Harry, they need to move, and they need to move quickly.
Time is going to become an issue here.
Time is going to become a huge issue.
Only 20 seconds remaining, Kremer. It's all in towards B. Down go potentially a pair of smokes right here, but that is going to leave a gap. Real Blackbird, what can they do with the operator at this range? Fraser's been taken down. The plant isn't going to be there just yet. They need to pick up the spike once more. Desperately, Real Blackbird going to try and make the way around the back, but Eve's moving in, and Eve has no mercy. That's going to be 3 kills in a row, and Time would have made fools of you anyway. Brian Bulldogs will secure themselves match point here, winning our first map.
I can't help but feel like that was Mountain Union losing to themselves there at the end. The fact that they went into such a late round really played against them. When they ended up having to push, they could have faked Garage a little bit. They could have shown some presence on A, but because they just didn't have time, they had to just gun it to B and hope for the best. Because of that, they're punished significantly.
Yeah, will make fools of us all, Kremer. And in this case, I feel like there were some good fakes as well from Brian that give me a lot of hope for this team, especially as we descend deeper into our bracket as well. We saw some great breach fakes using the range that the fault line can have to try and draw over rotations towards places like Garage when really you want to just sprint on over to A.
You're absolutely right. And for me, Varv, those fakes, those lurks even, that he was able to commit to were so strong. Even lurking, sometimes even with the bomb, or even with the spike, sorry, to try, wrong useful, I know. But, even rotating with the spike and lurking with the spike solo, it's a ballsy play, but what it means is that when you get that spike planted so quickly, your opponents just get timed out when they set up for a retake anyway. So really effective stuff. We're going to go to a quick 5-10 minute break. When we return, though, we're going to have to see just what can be done to either, at least in this case, for Bright Bulldogs close out in 2-0, or if Mount Union can take their vengeance over on, I believe, Bind.
Ascent. I think Ascent is the pick.
Ascent, and then Bind being final. Ascent.
So here we are again. We're heading to map 2. Kramer forgot
I've
that.
been introing for so long, I've just forgot who does it now. That's it's reflex at this point.
It's okay, Kramer. It's okay.
I thought
we can calm on down because we're heading over to possibly the most castable of all the maps on Ascent. It's going to be Mount Union's choice. And if Kramer and I remember correctly, of when we cast these two teams against each other earlier in our season, this was the pick of Mount Union before, and it didn't go great. And Shed moved over onto the Cypher, I believe, last time, and did a damn good job of defending the site. And it was very much within that sort of era of competitive Valorant where Nats from Gambit was the go-to Sentinel guide when it came to playing the Cypher on Ascent, and I think that was very much taken to heart by Shed to really great success.
Something that does interest me is how we're seeing a Cypher kind of commonly picked on Ascent rather than the Sova. The Sova, of course, gets picked over on A when you can very commonly see it accompanied by say an Ares or an Ozin to get the sort of cheeky wallbang kills. You know, you can kill the Killjoy ult as well when it's placed to try and hit this A site. So it's a very effective pickup. I was surprised to see that Cypher last time. In this occasion, if
Eve's on Killjoy. Well, we have seen Shed play the Raze before, but it'd be very interesting to ditch the Jet on Ascent, where Jet is very often used for mid control. This is very interesting from the side of Prime Bulldogs.
I mean, I was going to say it's interesting from the side of Umu.
It's interesting all round, Kramer. Boy, do I love interesting Valorant.
Don't have an info gather. How are you going to? How?
We go in blind, and we see how it goes.
They're just gonna have to peek for info over on the Bulldogs. They have the numbers on that Sova, so you find out if people are there kind of before you fight, which is really what you need for Mount Union. Though I don't know what the thought process is to go for. I mean, I guess the Killjoy gives like static info, but you need more than that. You need a hell of a lot more than that. I like how the Bulldogs have been able to bring out the Raze, which we don't commonly see on Ascent either. But the idea behind it, I imagine, would be so Eve is free to go on the Killjoy.
Preliminary rotations here from the side of Mount Union Varsity are going to be quite difficult. Like, we talked about the lack of info gather, but let's talk about the consequences of that. On their defense, they are going to have to either over-rotate or try their best not to react to any provocations from the side of Brian Bulldogs, because they won't be able to confirm the scale of presence off the back of anything. Look at Varv's already up to his same old tricks again over in mid. Might be spotted out by the bomb buddy here and the Chief. Dave swaps over from the Sage onto the Frenzy here, and it's interesting to actually backed off a little bit, because that's not the ideal range for the Frenzy, but Real Blackbird and the Chief don't care. Their Frenzies have claimed a frag each, and now they can try and stop the engagement here. That's going to be one, but it's claimed by Sussy Backer, and as that door is closed, Semi finds themselves basically alone at the moment because they've been cut off from Eve, who now stands in a 1 versus 4.
Semi was the one to cut off Eve, so his own teammate left him to die there. In this case, though, Eve good for 2. No heal, though, means something needs to be very accurate.
Is that a Sheriff I just heard in the hands of a Killjoy? Interesting. How goes the turret?
Harry.
They're actually sprinting now, or they were. They're slow walking, of course, to be a little bit more stealthy now. There's plenty of time to try and outdate any information the enemies have, as well as stay within range of that turret. So it is kind of doable here for Eve.
I think Blackbird's read that it could be a rotation to heaven, though. Look at this positioning.
Yep, there's the sentry, and that might be a Timmy kill. No, Blackbird denies the Timmy kill.
Ruthless as ever, making sure. Oh, I killed the turret as well. All right, there's only one turret in this town, I guess.
It might not be working, but that don't mean it ain't dangerous.
Yeah.
I've had enough of them around here.
Yeah, Briar, they're now having to move to a couple of pistols here, or they're full eco, really. And well, I suppose this is how Haven started, isn't it? They look really close, like the first 5 rounds or so, and then Bright just went on a tear. There could be hope from Mount Union. They could be able to follow this up. However, with a couple of a couple of SMGs, only a frenzy being held onto by one of these players. So they are being a bit confident moving into this, and I quite like the confidence plays because you really need them considering how one-sided Haven was.
Oh, Bruce spots for Chief. The Chief has been identified. That's a beautiful grenade there as well. How could you get away from that? The answer is you don't. The Stinger in the hands of Fraze is going to start to counter-rotate right here as Sussy Backer wants to try and move on in. Eve is denied their movement forward, but the spike plant will be coming through nevertheless. And now, Fraze is going to be able to hook up with their Astra and hopefully come in from different directions. Sussy Backer here watches a Shorty emerge. That is very brazen. And every single gunfight at the moment seems to be going the way of the defenders. Blackbird chases them on down. I would have liked to have seen maybe to hold within that smoke with the Shorty, to be honest, Kramer.
Likewise, nonetheless, we see Mount Union move into a 2-0 lead, and, you know, maybe this could be the start of something new. Maybe this could be Riot being sent reeling despite having a dominant Haven. With the full investment coming out from Riot, though, this should be where the buck sort of stops here. This should be where they make sure that Umu don't commit too heavily to this lead, and they keep their economy under control. Bear in mind, though, if this is lost, we're going to have a big problem for the Bulldogs, in which Umu are going to be able to really give them a worrisome time. There's about to be an Astro Cosmic Divide as well come up online for Blackbird, which is something to watch out for.
I'd like to see something a little bit slower here from Bryant Bulldogs. Like, they have a real advantage in information, so they can try and force out some really over enthusiastic rotations by showing a little bit of presence, because remember, Mount Union, they can't really, without having a look and putting their life in danger, they can't really confirm real numbers on a site.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the Bulldogs, they're sort of punishing them for that. You see how slow they're being. They go for that ult orb. They now send Shed to try and fight for the other one over on A, just so they can get those ults up quickly and kind of play catch up, having lost these first 2 rounds. The Chief, this position over in Gardens has been so strong for him consistently that now with a Phantom, I'm glad this whole area is just sort of being left. Bruce going to lead the charge, and the charge it will be.
Already, 3 defenders are going to be here, though. Sussy Backer taken off that line by the Nano Swarm. Maybe a doubling of efforts there with both the grenade and the Nano Swarm went out at once. And that's going to be destroyed before it can even be popped. Great response here from the side of Mount Union. Already an attacker has fallen on down to the Stinger of all things. And at this range, the Chief is forced to move away. They're only running into a wall at the moment while blinded. Semi wants to try and take matters into their own hands. At this range, Eve's got a huge advantage with this Vandal. It's going to be forced off the angle by the Nano Swarm around the back. Here comes Fraze. This could be everything. Eve doesn't expect it. It's an easy spray down for Fraze, but now the reload. Shed remains. 1 versus 2. They've been cut off by their own Cosmic Divide, and so they have to move into the breach. Oh, losing 3 rifles, though. They aren't overly happy about that against such a ramshackle buy.
Last time we cast this series, actually, I remember something that happened last time we cast the series.
We were having Jimmy Neutron Brain Blast.
Yeah, we were taught the difference between Uwu and Owo. Was that?
Oh, that's
was that
true.
I forgot the difference.
I believe Caroline gave us for lowdown.
I believe
Yeah, I believe it indicates the closing of the eyes, because the Uwu is like I can't believe I just said that out loud. the O indicates an opened eye. Here comes the showstopper, so that I can stop talking about a different kind of show. Sheds, unable to find any targets thus far. May well just send it out into Cubby, but it hits the wall, and that denies them the easy kill onto the Chief. That may come to be regrettable for Shed as we go further into this series. Real Blackbird won't allow that Nano Swarm to be popped, and they're going to pop off this drone as well. Shed in the back here finds himself an easy angle. All of this territory was given away, Kramer, but Watson, who flanks for flankers? Watson does.
Even man advantage here, and all of a sudden Penumbras actually is in a very tough position. His teammates off the site, he needs to go huge.
Oh, they have been noted here. Watson tries to do some wall banging through the floor, but then they turn away. You know that they're there. The Chief by themselves with a Vandal. Penumbras underneath. I can't believe they were noted so early and they survived so long, Kramer.
Yeah, really strong stuff from Briar there, and I think it's a bit of a miscom from Mount Union that's been punished really badly. We look over to the investment of ults, and for Sussy Backer, the Chief, and Phrase all just one away from getting their ults up. So we're going to see a bit of a power spike from Mount Union after this round when they move to not only full investments, but more importantly to ults as well. For the Bulldogs, they have that lockdown as well. It's probably not going to be used for a fake, more just a straight hit over here. Alongside these full rifles.
Oh, they haven't spotted the raise, though. And the move... Oh, no. Phrase will reveal their location. That's a direct hit with a grenade. That hit Shed in the face. And then hit Penumbras in the feet. Okay. That's some solid value there for an eco round. I'll take it. Good job, Phrase. Are they trying to wallbang the... They might be able to get it here. Oh, Watson. They've decided not to let it happen. And Varv. Oh, there's no escape for you, my son. I can't believe they hit the nade in their face.
Yeah, I mean... I imagine it's like throwing a stone at someone. So I guess that must hurt quite a bit, like a rock, actually. That must hurt quite a bit.
It lost a lot of momentum on the bounce, admittedly. Sussy Backer sends out... Oh, they're immediately concussed, I believe, by the Nova Pulse and by Bruce as well. Huge amounts of stuns given over. Varv's picked up their third. This has been a very good series to Varv, and Real Blackbird in the one-on-one. Has a rifle in hand, but not much to speak of when it comes to health. Timing simply isn't on their side. Varv gets themselves a flick and a headshot of 4K here for the Astra. Varv's going big.
That he is, and he's had a solid series so far. To be able to open a Haven in sort of this lurking Astra, that's been formidable for the Bulldogs. Over on Ascent, it's that same level of success. At 3-2, they're looking very bloody strong.
Still... There's a little bit that can be gained here. The mental frags from Phrase when it comes to those grenades. And sometimes those mental frags can have serious complications for a series as it begins to enter its later stages. And at the moment, Mount Union Varsity, 2-3, are keeping it close, but we've got to remember what happened on Haven. First few rounds, pretty equivalent exchange, and then Brian Bulldogs began to run away with it.
And it is. Blackbird. Stagnating a little bit, is just going to back off. Something to watch out for, though, is what the Bulldogs can do over on this default. They've been very good at taking individual duels. Varv, in particular, has been so damn strong. So if he can just get this, just a kill on B, that may cause a massive rotation from A, allowing the Gardens players to catch out the Chief.
Bruce in hand. The Chief might be caught. Remember, they can actually dash ahead of Bruce when they hear it come and try and kill this guy while she's channeling. I believe Penumbras is going to be able to cover up here. All right, here he comes. Out goes the dog. But Bruce actually decides to destroy the dog instead of try and move on past it. And they're going to be punished for that. Here comes Rolling Thunder. That's going to hit Shed. That's an easy follow-up for Sussy Backer. Oh, Sussy Backer. They are going big right now. Penumbras. Now it's down to you, trying to move around that generator potentially. This even flashed in the corner, but Sussy Back is unable to finish it off at this moment. A reflash and a refrag as well. That's 3 now for Sussy Back, as the Spike actually runs its way up mid. And Varv wants to move through this offensive Cosmic Divine, try and catch out rotations. They hear Real Blackbird. They fumbled a couple of the shots, and now they have to fight around this. Oh, the Divide might well have hoisted them. Varv's all alone. They didn't join their Killjoy on site. And so they were an easy pickup for Watson. Mount Union, they're going to even up this map.
I think Varv has a lot to thank Caroline for there, for not watching him whiff that badly from his perspective. That was rough.
PayPal's in the chat, boys and girls.
Yeah, because that was a big miss, and well, they're punished for it, right? They're not able to make it 4 in a row. They're left relatively even with Mount Union. And as they go for their full buy, the Chief going to bring out the knives this round. He's going to see if he can maybe work an entry with that kind of bladed assault.
Sheriff in the offhand in case it is going to be needed. Back off a Sussy Backer cam, and admittedly, it really did cause some issues for Brian Bulldogs in our round previous. Jed's actually taking a physical peek here. It's interesting that they don't actually have the conjunction of an initiator with the duelist here, which means that Shed might be going in a little bit underhanded when it comes to information.
considering his teammates are already in gardens, and he does have someone there to try and trade with him, I imagine the idea is to try and catch him off guard. However, that nade, it makes things fairly obvious alongside Bruce, who times out just as he dives. Just as he dives on his opposition.
Oh, there's the flash. Here comes the Chief with the knives. That's going to be one. Door's going to be closed in there. No, don't use the knives to take out the door. I promise you. That won't end well. Real Blackbird forced to move on away. Was that their own nano swarm that Eve was running from right there? Or was that a set nano swarm? I'm not entirely sure. Either way, Watson found themselves too and really caused some trouble for the attackers here. That's going to be an easy defuse. And you know what? With both these ultimates available, Mount Union, they're going to take the lead on this map. And you can see why they picked it. Their retakes are pretty strong.
That they are, and we look at the ult management as well. We're going to see the showstopper come online for Shed, who has had some really limited success with it throughout this series, or throughout this map. Really, he wasn't even on the Rays last map, but the Rays that was on the last map struggled
it
as
hasn't
well.
been a big series for showstoppers.
No, it hasn't, and because that's probably why the show's still going in this case. But a few sheriffs here or there. It's a shaky buy, but Penumbra does have that hero phantom that might try and get a bit of work done, maybe do a bit of a leg up for the rest of the buy over in mid.
Oh, this is going to be a good engagement range here for Blackbird if they can connect. Oh, no, not quite yet. Sheriff, though. This means that this is lootable. That's an extra weapon. And Fraser's going to be caught out standing on the table. You may be trying to close the door, but the furniture you really had to worry about was under your feet. Sussy Backer moves in to try and intercept here. Already the lockdown placed by Watson, but they're all alone at the moment. And that could be destroyed potentially. The Chief on the other side has picked up too. The battle in mid has definitely gone the way of Mount Union Varsity. But Penumbra, they have shown before that they are far from easy to kill. This is going to be a lovely shock dart here. Oh, that's done a lot of damage to the Chief, but the Chief does the damage right back, and Penumbra falls down easily.
For an eco, that was a really strong round from Bulldogs, actually, to be able to not only completely kill 3 players, to damage the Chief as well, forcing the reinvestment of armor, and, I mean, for the most part, actually ruins the economy of Umu. They buy down to 0 on Sussy Backer. There's about 1.7 on Blackbird, only 1k on Phrase. It's not gonna leave them facing down an eco, but it means that next round they'll sweat a little bit if they have to reinvest. For the Bulldogs, 3 ults available, about to get their Seekers as well, alongside the 5 rifles held this round. They have got a lot to work with, and for Umu, it should be a very back-footed start.
Just refusing to allow that economy to build reliably. Keep people nervous. Remember, people play differently when they know that losing a weapon could mean the difference between momentum swinging entirely away from you and potentially being unrescuable over the course of that economy. At the moment, it's a wide spread, a wide default. And this, from Eve. The spike's nowhere near, but this would be quite a concerted fake, and they're trying to take advantage of the lack of information. But will the breach leave? Oh, they've used so much here, Kramer. They are really trying to sell this, but the showstopper is potentially going to get in the way. One player detained. They sent out the rocket just beforehand. And there's no way to try and kill that detained player at the moment. No one's going to be near enough, but Semi's found the plant. That's a beautiful grenade right there. Right on top of Sussy Backer's head. And here comes the other showstopper. This one might be a little bit more successful, and you bet that it is. Sussy Backer, no more room for flashes to try and facilitate that retake. And Shed's trying to get ahead of the curve, but that warning shot means that, you know what, I'm not going to try for heaven. What a swing there from Real Blackbird, but Varv meets them as they come. One after another, baby. Each of you can take a peek, and each of you will lose. Eve runs around the back and gets themselves an easy frag onto Phrase. And Bryant Bulldogs are back in this series.
That they are, and they make things look a bit worrisome for Umu. Looking at their money, as mentioned, yes, they can buy, but not comfortably. So much so, actually, rather than risking the discomfort, straight down to an eco. And that's what the effectiveness of getting those kills on the Sheriff rounds has done. Now, Bryant, same thing onto them. If they lose players here, then their money will never be able to be stable, even for the last 3 rounds of this half. If they win it cleanly, then we're going to be seeing them not worry about finances for the rest of the half.
I like the Seekers coming out here, trying to make sure that any shenanigans are going to be noted. Thus far, it's been all disengagement from the side of Mount Union Varsity. Bruce heads in. They've seen one. They're going to see the second, and that actually did 60 damage, I believe, to the Chief. That's a lot to have done. The Chief here can't do much. Varv once again on the entry, picking up a pair, and the real Blackbird, the second that they put down that door, Semi just shoves the rifle into their chest. But Sussy Backer, good on the refrag. Headshot with the Sheriff. He could try for a Rolling Thunder here, but I wouldn't personally recommend it, and neither would Varv. They don't recommend your continued living, to be honest. Watson, they expected Penumbras to be coming from that angle, but unfortunately were unable to hit the shot they needed to. That's going to tie up our half.
As clean as an entry it was there, as clean as that Sheriff shot was, it's all for confidence. The Bulldogs, they're going to try and close out this half in a 7-5 fashion. Something to highlight as well is that I believe there was a statistic that was put out a while ago. I think it was about 80% of teams that win the final round of the first half win the pistol of the second. Just because of how important momentum is. In this case, we're going to see if that's the case. More importantly, if we're going to follow those statistics. Great. Caroline playing Spot the Teddy Bear there as well. That's great. I didn't realize how many teddy bears were just in Valorant until we got like a comprehensive view from her. Like, just show all of them. It's been great.
Resident Animal Catalog.
Actually is.
2 players might not be expected here in mid, but remember on the other side of that wall, it's going to make it a little bit more difficult for Shed to try and get any refrags off the back of Penumbras catching some contact. The real Blackbird. It's rare to see an Astra actually be the anchor in mid, but when you don't have a Sova and you don't put your Jet there, I suppose they have a next best option.
Semi, hearing with Bruce. Semi has done great work with Bruce as well. Like this dog has got so much mileage from it in info they gather. For Blackbird, going straight through this just to try and catch out a player, instantly finished off by Semi, and now the Jazz do so much.
The Chief has avoided so much damage thus far. Can they get 1, maybe 2 even? The spray control just isn't there, and Penumbras is quick to punish it. They're going to be joined by so many of their friends, but Sussy Back is still alive. And this is a viable use case for that Rolling Thunder, especially if you can maybe pen people in onto that site. Be very difficult to avoid. Varv, though, they're going to be the real danger man. Playing in B main, Sussy Back is going to be confirmed in terms of their location. Does Varv want to try and take this peak is the question. They don't know where Watson is. They don't know if anyone's in market at the moment. Still, time's not on the side of the defenders. Sussy Back is down, so too is Watson. That's 3 for Penumbras on the round, and Bryant Bulldogs will at least have an even half.
The fact that they've been able to guarantee themselves an even half is very important. Something I want to highlight as well is they have really struggled on this map. The fact it's this close, considering how Haven was a 13, was it 13-4, 13-3? I mean, on your opponent's map pick, maybe for your map pick, it should be better. It should be more one-sided. But Mount Union have actually really got their foot in the door here. And with the final round of this first half, they've got 4 ults, or 3 ults available, 4 about to become available as Watson's about to get that lockdown. The Bulldogs have nothing in terms of ult ability. They do have the rifles, and they do have the momentum, but these ults are going to prove to be so troublesome.
Rose at the moment has a judge. They want to be catching aggression rather than moving into a already taken site. So a shotgun really starts to lose out on some of that viability, unless it can camp out within a smoke. Easy clear here, through onto B site. I'm not sure if they're aware of the location of Blackbird at the moment. Shed. Oh my goodness, that's clean from Watson. Question is, do they already want to use their ultimate here? The defensive Cosmic Divide means that moving on to that side might be a touch more difficult, but already wrapping around the back. There's for lockdown. Should be easily dispatched. Shed. Are they prepared for this retake? A flash from Sussy Backer could hit them directly in the eyes if they don't turn it away. And potentially also, there's the Rolling Thunder. They don't expect Shed. It may not be trigger discipline on here, but it should be enough to get to, and indeed it is for Chief. Now needs to combine with the judge to try and get a retake working. Both of the defenders are on the site. They're not nervous about dying to a spike. It is the last round of the half. Red's been able to upgrade now to a rifle. And only now will the spike be planted. That's why it took so long for the Chief and Phrase to move on forward. coming in on different angles, hoping for crosshair displacement. That one for Phrase. Can they get Eve as well? They start running and Eve catches them while they got the movement accuracy debuff. And Bryant Bulldogs, they walk away with an advantage on their attacking half.
The attack for the Bulldogs we saw was very, very strong on Haven, but we didn't really see a taste of their defense. The map was over too quickly. This is where we finally see them try to topple Mount Union. They're going to do so with the best defense they can muster, and in this case, they go into this with only one upgraded pistol, so really util heavy here.
The Mount Union varsity. This could be their last half in the entire tournament, Kremer. A huge amount is demanded of every single member, so time will be taken to get their minds right. Shed, potentially an early peek or an early grenade here, could try and destabilize Mount Union before they can even get started on a run back towards victory. Oh, can they hit the... That's a nice set nade right there. One's going to come out from Shed as well. People caught within the gravity well are going to have some trouble. The Aftershocks claimed one of the defenders as well. This has been a great execute so far from Mount Union. All 5 members remaining alive. But Penumbra is going to try and address the balance here somewhat. Blackbird, good dodging thus far. The movement, the hot feet, it's good to go. And Penumbra just can't hit. Blackbird's feeling frisky with it now. He's not allowing any of that nonsense, mate. Fresh clip in the classic 1 versus 3. The turret at their side. Timothy, I'm going to need you to try and lay this down for me, but unfortunately, the only thing laying down is Eve.
This is a really bad position to be in if you're the Bulldogs. You found yourself with hardly any ground taken on your pistol round. You're neck and neck with an opposition. On paper, you should be decimating. On paper, you have decimated them. I would argue it's fairly tilting for them, actually. And for their eco, a couple of pistols here or there. It's going to be a mass rush into A to try and finish off the SMGs. And, you roll the dice pretty heavily when you go for ecos like this. It's a clean flash, but Phrase, just in the fleeting moments of their life, they took 2 players with them.
They're looking at that Spectre with envious eyes. Oh, the Aftershock here could destroy Varv. Varv's actually isolated now on the other side, but we should be able to pick up the Spectre that was dropped by Phrase, although it has already cut through 2 members. I believe there's another shorty on B site here in the hands of the Killjoy. Indeed it is. Eve likely wants to try and play in the corner here. I think it would be a little bit foolhardy to play anywhere else, but hey, they'll see what they can catch. Behind the Radiant boxes, they're already blinded, and the Chief finds them as they come in from the other angle. Now, a potential retake. Shed does have a boombot at least. Oh my goodness, what a view. A view of Varv's massacre, unfortunately. Shed, what can you do? The perspective, a fault line is going to come on through, and wow, it's just bullets to the knees, Kremer. There's only stumps where the legs used to be. And that's a good, clean movement there from Mount Union to only lose a single Spectre in the midst of all that.
There's only so much that can be done, right, on an eco. So, 2 players, that's really not bad. But you need to do better on your full buy. And because they over-invested a little bit into that eco, Valve only has a Spectre to throw at this round. So Umu have done quite a good job at keeping the economy of the Bulldogs under wraps. Now that they hit the full buy, though, the Bulldogs, if they lose this, they are really in trouble. However, this needs to be won first.
The script says the Bulldogs win this. Will Mount Union be... Oh, no! In the cosmic form! Oh, you can't be standing there, mate. Real Blackbird is cooked. Ready to go. Set nades here. However, the execution becomes much more difficult, Kremer, when you don't have the smokes, when you don't have the Nova Pulses, when you don't have the gravity wells. And so, having a look at what they're up against here, they suspect it is the Killjoy. And thus, they go into a 2-2 split. A fake can be given over on A, including those set nano swarms and actually drags over Penumbris. And will leave Valve alone for the moment to face down with 2 on B.
I think Valve might be rotating as well. Valve just needs to be patient here. 30 seconds left. Timing is everything, but he has to go into this with just a miss. Spectre.
They heard enough. Valve now 1 versus 2. They're unable to trade it out cleanly. But still, Valve remains for Chief now. This is already worrying. Spike so far away. Penumbris puts down the recon dart. Surely you can't get the plant here in time, but you can give it a go. It needs to be held here by the Chief, so it's got to be the bodyguarding here from Watson. Oh no, Bryant. The script said you're supposed to win this one. And it all comes down to ETH. Could it be the hero? Timmy on one side. Likely destroyed. So they are. The alarm bot will be noted and destroyed. And so ETH has to make a decision. Do I double down on this side? I do have myself a weaponry advantage. Watson's the first. ETH, can they find the second? You bet that they can! This was where Bryant Bulldogs was supposed to win, and ETH makes sure that's the case. But Tremor, 4 lost rifles. Not good enough.
I mean, winning helps. Sure, they do. They make it 8, but Harry, it should not be that close against SMGs. You can't allow that to happen. And for Umu, they're going to be very happy with that. They'll be very pleased with themselves. Look at the money of the Bulldogs. They put so much into those rifles now that even though they won, they just can't reinvest. A Bucky has to come out on Valve. There are sheriffs without armor lining this defense, and it looks like they're all buying down to 2k, almost preemptively ecoing, despite the fact that they've won that last round.
ETH can at least try and hero play here with that saved rifle. That rifle, currently actually the savior of Bryant. If they'd completely lost that round, would not have been pretty, Kramer. Would not have been pretty at all. Set nades are once again ready here. I don't know how much value Fraser's got out of this set nade thus far. Shed. Back behind the brick pile, so he can try and take contact off the back of a turret here. And so forth. Oh, the Rolling Thunder isn't going to be able to be avoided, but they can send out the grenades here. It is going to be difficult to see. They've already found 1. Can Shed get any more than this? Semi on the other side's got 2 with the Sheriff. And Penumbris tears through them. This is a disaster for Mount Union Varsity. Bryant are feeling very good about this round so far. And so out comes the drone, confirms Watson's presence. But hey, while we've got you backing off, we're just going to have ourselves a little bit of a loot over here. You can see they've summoned Valve. There's 3 guns, mate. Come grab one.
30 seconds left.
I don't know how the Bulldogs have been able to win the rounds they go into pistols with and lose the rounds they have full investments on. In this case, we're going to be seeing Watson reveal himself. He hasn't been scathed just yet, but the shock darts are just going to keep him back. With 15 seconds left, what can he do here? He just has to hide. He can as he waits. And for the Bulldogs, that was a solid round from them. Being able to counter the Rolling Thunder as well, some very clean Sheriff kills off the back of the Rays. And because they were able to avoid that Rolling Thunder, the fact Watson falls there is bad. For
900
Uber.
credits, Chroma. 900.
Yeah, exactly. So the investment is down to 0 Watson. You see it there. He can't afford to fully invest. He needs the utility. They have to go down to 2k. So Sheriffs come out, and for the Bulldogs, that means we are going to be seeing a setup for an easier round. I say setup because we've seen how they struggle against buys they should be beating. Nonetheless, though, putting some distance between them and Mount Union, sort of pushing them away. They're still relatively close, but if they can win the next buy round, then they're in a pretty strong position.
Ryan getting very aggressive here for a rifle around. And look, they've isolated Blackbird. Coming in on 2 sides. Semi wins that out easily at this range, but B has been absolutely forgone at this range, though, Chief. Optimistic, let's say, to continue taking these duels. And Semi's already found themselves 3 frags. Watson's all by themselves, and the spike isn't even in their hand. Maybe a little bit of a slip in the comms there to allow for Watson to be the one taking the site. What was that flick? Kind of nasty. Valve just like, hold up. You don't get to do that for free.
Well, he's very much dead after that. Ruined by that flick. However, we are going to see the full investment come out. You know what else we're going to be seeing, Harry? We're not quite DEFCON Black, but we're bloody getting there. Shed's one away from getting the showstopper. 4 ults available for Umu, and for the Riot Bulldogs, this is a tough position, semi-decent position to be in. I don't want to say tough yet because they seem to struggle against the rifles of Mount Union. Feels like Mount Union seem to just have better raw aim when it comes to straight 1v1s. It's the utility usage that give the Bulldogs their advantage. And now with a must-win round for Mount Union here, they're looking to list to be, but the Bulldogs, they don't have a single player there for the defense.
Cosmic Divide brought out. Look at the speed here on Phrase. Dare they leave this smoke in enemy territory? They will, and they'll be rewarded for it. Varv, they didn't expect such audacity. The Seeker's in the hands of Semi. Good to go. Sussy Back is going to get themselves a plant. And while it doesn't give over the Rolling Thunder in its entirety, it will do plenty. Question is right now, what can Real Black? They avoid the flash, and they take out one of the Seekers themselves, but they're surrounded on all sides. Everyone else being on site, man, there was no one to try and cover this. And now, oh, this is a cruel defensive lockdown right here. The attackers will put down their own, but they're going to have to get out of here. Toot sweet. But as they try to run, it may just be all detainees. Oh, never mind. You know what? Brian Bulldogs don't take prisoners. There will be no detainees. There will only be body bags.
Solid round from the Bulldogs there. And I love that Killjoy ult at the end. As you mentioned, it's just cruel to have it in a position where that Union just can't beat it. They have to just swing, they have to fight, they have to try and battle their way and duke their way out the site. Impossible to do when you're running into players that are that set up for the round. For Mount Union, they're just shut down. They move into the next round. They do have an ult advantage, sure, but they don't have a firepower advantage. With only a couple of SMGs, the old Sheriff, the old Marshal, they're setting themselves up to battle for overtime here. They're foregoing that match point just so they can try and battle them out.
A long-term assessment of risk, but it's one that Mount Union have deemed to be necessary. Battle for survival. Mount Union will continue. Question is, Kremer, for how long, and can they find the will and the vigor to convert that into a victory?
Another slow round.
That was a lot of rifle fire in mid.
That was, and that may be a revelation. Semi, though, needs to get aggressive. Does he get caught out?
Oh, Blackbird with the headshot! That's beautiful stuff right there. Semi gets themselves a free frag, and Blackbird's going to fall on down two. The spike has fallen. Only one player, I believe, has been noticed, unless they realized that it wasn't the player they saw who was actually taking down Bruce. Semi's run on an empty clip, and so Watson now continues to move on forward. Remember that, Vandal? Needs to be reloaded, so Watson doesn't have to pace here, but they do have the aim. Shed's down as well, and Mount Union, they could convert themselves here on an eco. This would be a huge upset of Bryant.
Right, how do they keep giving these rounds to Mount Union? It feels like when the seconds they're against a bad buy, they get cocky, and they just get punished for it here. Look at the flank of this Killjoy. Watson, oh, this is going to be so strong.
As for window being broken is the question. Will Watson be able to move through that for free? Both of the defenders right now place themselves up on Heaven. And underneath them, the Chief has already been noted. Potential here for wall bangs. Eve! Oh no, they've fallen!
No!
Watson's dead to Timmy! It's
Timmy,
okay.
That's a massive kill as well, because Watson came from the flank. I think he died on Heaven there.
Yeah, it's Timmy too strong, man.
Timmy just won the round.
And all of those rifles you buy, and yet I'm the one who must save you.
Yeah. You hide behind the smoke, mirrors, and guns, but Timmy, he's the only true friend you have here.
They'll all betray you.
Yeah. You always ask, where's the turret? You never ask, how's the turret? This is what you get.
Timmy's revenge will be swift and brutal.
For the Bulldogs. Another round tailored for them. We're finally going to see the op come out over on the Chief, but is this the Hail Mary that's required to win here? A lot of ults about to come online as well from both sides, so even if this round is a loss, even if this round is a bust for the Bulldogs, we're going to be seeing Mount Union have a lot to throw at the next.
However, I wouldn't mind seeing the Bulldogs start using some of these ults because you've got time to try and build them back up, and you've got overtime guaranteed anyway. This is huge here. Shed and Valve, two of the best duelists on Bryant as a dynamic duo when it comes to gunfights. This is going to be completely unexpected. That could be 2 for 3. The good trigger discipline. Valve finds them both. You've seen it in the chat. You've heard it in the annals of history. They say Valve's the best, and Valve is keen to prove it.
They say Valve is jacked as well, is what I've been able to from the chat. And he loves his monster, apparently. Yes. Penumbras. He's going to see if he can catch out these players pushing into B here. Semi just hiding backside. 35 seconds left. He knows all he has to do is play for time. And an op, while it's good at getting a man advantage, taking a site with it can be pretty difficult here as Watson holds for the swing of Penumbras.
Remember, Watson has for Spike, and they're so far from a jet. If they die, Spike is gone. Oh no! That's easy for Penumbras. That's the Spike on the floor. And now it's all down to a Chief. A Bladestorm in hand. One anime hero. One Blady boy. Can they do it against Penumbras? The answer's no! Oh, Bruce finishes him off! By the gods of Bruce, the Bryant Bulldogs have won through the usage of a Bulldog.
Both Bruce and Timmy are the true winners here, Harry.
Oh,
What a way to finish
that
quarterfinal. That made me very happy. We finally see Bruce. He owns his namesake. Just one bite, he says. But in this case, more
one
of a
bite
chomp,
of tasty jet, man.
Exactly. We're going to be seeing Riot Bulldogs advance to the semi-finals, and for good reason. A really solid performance on Haven there. For a set, it's a little bit shaky, let's be honest. But nonetheless, they recover it. They still win it. They show that they are a team to fear, for good reason.
It was to be expected, yes. Second seed in our entire bracket here, going up against the 7th. But if this was anything to go by, Kramer, all of our matches are going to be incredibly close and entertaining. You're not going to want to miss a single one of them. So make sure you're following NECC Esports here on Twitch. Or if you're watching on other platforms, just keep it tuned to the channel. We're going to be right back with another match and some fresher casters. And we'll see you after this break. Dear audience, I beg your forgiveness for my deception. Remember and I aren't quite done yet because we've got someone wonderful to talk to on the phone. According to our
That's
overlay
a
here,
great
we've got
graphic. I
ourselves
love that.
Varv. Welcome to the show, Varv. Congratulations on a huge dub.
Thank you.
I mean, we'll go straight into it. I mean, that was over on Haven, that was particularly one-sided. And lurking as the Astra is kind of unorthodox. What's the thought process behind kind of are you kind of predominantly a lurker and you just happen to be on Astra? Or do you specifically want to lurk as the Astra?
It's more the first one where I'm the only one on our team who can really consistently play Astra, as well as I think it was decided that I also was the best lurker too. So I decided to just go for it. We have a lot of players on our team that want to just W key a lot, which it works, but unfortunately sometimes teams will hit a barrier, and that's why I'm there to just get that pick on the opposite side of the site.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that kind of moves us to our second question, which was on Ascent, you struggled quite a bit on your attacking side. Do you think that kind of W key into a barrier really played against you on that map particularly, as you didn't really have as much room to flank as you do on Haven?
Yeah, I mean Haven and Ascent. Haven is a map where it's wide open. You can't really a Sentinel can't just really hold half the map hostage. Like right on Ascent, a Killjoy can just place her setup down and you'll just run into it, you'll die. But Haven, we can bait one side of the map, I can lurk the other side of the map, and our comp on Haven allowed us to do that perfectly. Versus Ascent, we tried the Breach Sky combo, but it just we didn't really get as much value out of the Breach as on the Sova. So we really learned that we really just had to do a lot of testing, but it was just really cool over the course of the season just to see how we adapted, and yeah, now here we are right now.
Speaking of initiators and adaptations, did you guys change up your game plan at all on Ascent when you realized you're up against a team with essentially zero information, with no Sky and no Sova?
Definitely, yeah. We played a lot more into the extremities a lot, because usually we'd be running into a Sova who'd just be darting us and we'd be stalled a lot of the time, but we were able to get B main control, and by doing that we were able to mid split a lot easier. And the same thing goes for Tree. It was really easy because if you look at the match history, you'll see that a lot of the kills were just done on Tree or mid or Cat or something like that. So it was really good to just take the extremities as well as we were just able to take more map space because I didn't have the info.
And of course, you've got a semi-final up next now. You're going to be against the winner of the Gothic Knights versus Queen's Gales. You got any are you scared of them? You got any messages for them for when they end up playing against you in the semi-final?
Well, it was kind of one-sided the first time, so we kind of just expect more of the same.
All right. I'm looking forward to seeing it. And final question from me. The Twitch chat have been asking quite a lot, so we've got to ask you: is it true that you're both cracked and jacked?
I am. As Chad has been saying, I am cracked and jacked.
Cracked,
wombo combo,
jacked, and your opponents have been smacked. Thank you very much for joining us, Valve. Congratulations again on the win, and thank you everyone in the chat for watching. We'll be back with more Valorant action in just a couple of minutes, and we're going to be touring across all of our brackets, so you're going to have a smorgasbord of top-tier Valorant entertainment. Don't go anywhere.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back to the NECC Valorant division. My name is Vincent. I'm joined by Orbital, and I am absolutely pumped to get this next game underway. But Orbital, I have a question for you. How are you doing this fine evening?
I'm doing all right. I'm excited. It's been a while since you and I have cast together, and I'm very excited to get back into Valorant action. We got the playoffs going on, so no better time to start kicking things off.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's going to be great. We have URG Black coming up against the Holy Cross Crusaders, and you can take a look and see kind of how things have shaped up. It's going to be that second matchup in the quarterfinals that we're going to take a look at, and I think this is going to be a good one. It's fourth and fifth seed, which means that these two teams relatively close to one another.
Oh yeah, it's well the best part even about that is, again, aside from the score itself, these two teams have actually played head to head. So when it comes to playoffs, normally I don't think we see very often, teams that have played in the same division get placed against each other so early on in the bracket. However, with how it works out, that's just the matchup. 4 seed, like you said, University of Rio Grande Black coming out here. They played each other in week 2, and it was a 2-1 score in favor of Holy Cross Crusaders from the College of the Holy Cross. So not only is it a play to make it into, I want to say, the semifinals here, it is a play for revenge for the side of URG Black.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Having that prior, information and knowing that these two teams, they met each other not only in the season but early in the season, meaning that these two teams have had a lot of time to practice and get better over time. But taking a look at our picks here, we are going to have Ascent as our opening map, followed by Split, and should it be necessary, Haven. Your initial thoughts on the map pool? Anything that you want to talk about with regard to that?
Not too much, honestly. These are still maps that have been played fairly regularly. I mean, if we're talking about the actual map selection, this is the most, I want to say, basic map pool that you could possibly have. These 3 maps have been used. I mean, they've been around for, obviously, since the beginning of Valorant, and teams have yet to shy away from it, which this brings a little bit of concern to my eyes, as well as a little bit of happiness, right? Because I love the fact that teams are still feeling comfortable on the old maps, even with new ones out. The problem that comes about is this is a best of 3, and if you make it to the finals, it's a best of 5. What the worry comes about is if you are not comfortable with these other maps, it means that you might have trouble later on down the road. So I'm wondering if it's more that the other teams are like, okay, they're really good on Icebox, they're really good on Breeze, we got to ban those out, or if it's we're scared to play on those maps, so we have to take it away, and we're stuck with these basic maps. So it's a little bit two-way difference, and I'm very, very curious to see later on to say if URG are able to take the win, if this is the case that, hey, they're just more comfortable here, they want to play it out, they can still play other maps, or if they're actually very worried, and if they play Icebox, they falter, because again, you're only as strong as your weakest map.
Well, in a best of 3, at least you can get rid of one of those. But you're right; it's really tough if you have some of those weaknesses to contend with, and we're already seeing that's something I've not seen before. Everybody locked in at the exact same time. I love it. It's cool to see. Very interesting decisions, though, already being made here on Ascent. You don't tend to see Brimstone very often, and we have that Brimstone locked in by medical research. So I'm definitely already thinking, okay, what strategies are we going to be seeing with regard to that Brimstone? I immediately think to the attacker side, but, well, it's actually the defense here that URG are starting on, which is obviously going to make for an interesting start.
Yeah, so Brimstone, which is really, really interesting, and it caught me off guard when I started seeing this a little bit recently. Brimstone's damage in the and his more lateral, I guess is the best way to put it, the more lateral advantages that he brings with the smokes and the placements that you can have without actually showing yourself brings a lot to maps that are more horizontal based, like Ascent. You know, if you're thinking Icebox, you want the Viper, right? That's your main cover. That's the one that you're always going to go to because of the verticality that you can bring to it. Brimstone, because you can hide around walls and still drop a smoke, it's much more reliable for initiating fights or defensive engages without exposing yourself to danger. So bringing this agent out from behind the rough is something that is still being tested, and yet players, you know, the ones that are always setting up some of those defenses, maybe also running that Killjoy, the Jet, whatever you want to talk about, those with smokes, the Brimstone is starting to become a little bit more favorable if you don't want to get deked as the first blood every single time.
I don't know if I'm fully on board with that sentiment, to be completely honest with you, but I definitely am interested to see how it's going to go out, particularly against the Astra that Holy Cross is running. And with that, our first round can get underway pretty darn quickly. See Holy Cross looking in towards this B area, trying to poke and prod the defense of URG.
Little tags here and there. It's the pistol round. You're always trying to test the waters and kind of skill check your opponents, see where they stand, especially with teams that have faced each other. You know, they kind of know how each other like to play. And of course, medical research. Zaya with a great double kill with the shock bolt.
That was nasty. What a phenomenal usage of the shock darts early on as well. Don't even need to see those players to find the success. But Sleeping Dog is able to find one frag back and, in fact, get the overheal as well to keep themselves incredibly healthy. Don't want to give anything away for URG. So you can see that they're just trying to play a little bit more passively, but passiveness not going to work out as Sleeping Dog and Kingsman both team up to equalize. 3-on-3 now as the push is coming towards A.
And this rotate was won more out of necessity because of the fact that all the utility that you notice it over on B side with the Killjoy. So very nice rotate. Holy Cross do get the plan down, and now it's going to be on URG Black. They have to rotate without any of the utility. It's going to be a little bit of a pinch, but again, it's pistols. You can go a little bit ham and still kind of get away with things, but it looks like God has a little bit of a plan.
There's that push off the back of the Lear. Scott trying to connect, but can't quite do that. Rev's the only one left alive here now. Making the 1v1, able to do beautiful work with that. Trying to play around the bot, but unfortunately, it's not going to be good enough for the shot as Checkboy connects the final frag. Holy Cross with the pistol as they take it the opening round.
Yeah, very well played. After losing 2 by Zaya, it's a little bit tough sometimes to come back and be able to take those wins, but Sleeping Dog had beautiful shots there in mid, and that's what allowed them to rotate over without taking too much of a penalty. So very, very nice job. We now see the SMG rush, and we see the 50-50 toss-up by URG, right? They're going to go ahead, take a chance here on A site. Obviously, it's not going to work as we have, overview knowledge. The Holy have an easy plant here on B site, unless they take a chance, which is actually going to be a little bit rough. Technochrist, though, is taking that mid to connector peak. Be very damaging for URG Black.
I liked it. I really do like that URG are going for just a stack play, right? They know the chances are slim to win this round just on the merits, and so for that reason, they want to give themselves a better opportunity. Slow and steady though. Holy Cross really not wanting to go into this B site without finding out some information. They've crept their way up mid, and they're just peeking in little by little. We're gonna shortly find out that there's actually no one home, and all of their creeping is for nothing. But speaking of nothing, Technochrist can do nothing about the 3-4 players running up behind him, and this is now pretty decent considering this kill is crucial, and Revs picks it up.
Phenomenal 2 picks to kick things off, and again, URG have not lost a single man. Take into account Holy Cross have just planted it, so plenty of time for URG to spread thin the guard of Holy Cross as they're all pinched inside the site.
Oh, one back the other way, but man, Revs has connected yet another shot. That's his 3rd of the round. Now 2 versus 4. Multiple angles to come with, and the curveball connects. Revs another kill. The quad looking for the ace now as Kingsman all alone. The ace is there for Revs, and Holy Cross is demolished.
That one hurts. Holy Cross had a chance, and they were hesitant, understandably, when they didn't hear anything over on B site, right? You have no information, you don't hear anything, you take it a little bit slow. It gave URG enough time to figure out, hey, they didn't choose A, they probably chose B, especially with that Marshall shot. We can rotate slowly. They rotate as 5. They give themselves the best opportunity to catch out an opponent. And again, catching Technochrist was the big opener, so very, very well done by URG Black. Now they have the weapon advantage. Of course, Sleeping Dog having that Ares, it looks like Ares is going to be powering through a couple walls.
Man, I would argue about the weapon advantage. I think it's actually relatively even considering the Ares and the SMGs for Holy Cross, but either way, that potential for the lockdown certainly there. And now the information given away is Cardinal works his way up mid.
Down.
And the shots go through. Medical research able to take one. Cardinal gonna lose his life, and that's gonna send Holy Cross into a little bit of a swing here. They're not sure if they want to push out or if they still want a chance. With the swing of the Owl Drone, though, they should gain a little bit of info about where URG are stacked.
The problem is that information, I don't know that it's really going to be able to do them all that much good, because look how far up Ramsey is pushed. Could be found out by that player top mid, but that's going to come to fruition. Yes, it will. So Checkboy has the info, is now giving that over to the rest of their teammates. And now Ramsey stuck between the rock and a hard place, going to use all of the utility to try and get this information and get healed up. Eventually is cleared out, courtesy of Sleeping Dog, and now turning up the pace. Holy Cross trying to continue to push their advantage.
That was a call of the Empress a little bit later into the half, which is interesting, but it's working so far. Sleeping Dog picks on medical research, looking for a few more, but they got to get on site. They got to get a plant down, and the spike is in mid. They don't have any time. That is a rough one. They have to get the kill. Where do you look? Where do you zoom? And you can't find it. Revs is able to take the round based off a time advantage. Still takes another kill on the back end. And URG Black, off of the mistake by Holy Cross, are able to capitalize to move to 2-1.
Yeah, and it's something I want to mention here, Orbital. It's often the team that makes the least amount of mistakes that's going to be the team coming out victorious. And already here we're seeing a couple of mistakes from Holy Cross, despite the fact that their fraggers are definitely there. They're just having some of these moments of of struggle where they've left the bomb in the wrong, in a bad spot. They've put themselves in a situation where they can get 4v2'd. All that kind of stuff happens, and now with a bit of a disadvantage this round, it's not a full eco, but it is not a full investment either for Holy Cross. URG can hopefully continue to build this lead.
Yeah, they're doing a very, very nice job, and especially with this default opener, it's allowing URG to kind of take pot shots here. We were talking about Holy Cross having the fraggers, but so far Asgard has had an amazing time so far. I think that was the 10th frag for the arena. So URG Black gonna have a man advantage so far, and in this default play, Holy Cross, they seem a bit unsure of where they want to attack. So far, it's usually started out on B. It hasn't worked for them as of late.
Sleeping Dog trying to find some sort of opening. Here comes that Lear by the looks of it. No, not quite. Actually gonna be the recon bolt shot out, being found. Bit of spam damage there. And oh, this is dangerous. Sleeping Dog able to come away with just a little bit of health gone. As I say that, shock dart does put down some hurt. Oh boy,
Ooh.
Holy Cross. They are just ripping apart the mid area, and Kingsman with a nice trade means an open sight today. And somehow, some way, these very slow rounds that just come to Holy Cross left, right, and center.
Yeah, first time they did it, they just felt like maybe they played it just a bit too slow, right? You drop the spike and you don't get it down. This time they play it right with a fast push straight through mid into A. They sweep that spot. Now they force a second, and oh, Technochrist tried his best, but Rez is just a little bit faster on the trigger.
This is all over. He's been detained. Rez is gonna get the defuse. No problems here. And they know that, well, Kingsman can't do a darn thing about it. He's gonna get one kill on Zaya, but it's not gonna matter in the long run. The round's already lost.
And well done with that lockdown. It's one of those situations where you can't really fault Holy Cross at the very end. It's where are you going to go, right? Where are you going to go? You could try moving up to the top of rafters and then move out, but either way, you're kind of locked down. So very well played by URG Black. You lost a member after the defuse, so maybe not the best, but still very, very good. Again, 3-1 to hold things off. And again, remember, URG are the ones looking for a little bit of revenge. So to start out fairly strong, if they win this one, it'll cut the economy once again. So it's a full buy situation. Holy Cross really want to win this one to ensure a steady climb back into the competition.
Like that recon. Ramsey has the opening. Here's the push off the lockdown. It's looking successful. One player on the side. That's Asgard, who's good for one frag before getting traded. Medical research does fight one back. It's 2 versus 4, a big disadvantage. And even better from Ramsey, who's dispatched checkboy. Now it's Kingsman once again, this time 1v4 instead of 1v2. Low HP to contend with, but realistically, it's tough.
Ooh, the swing wide. Kingsman is able to find one before falling, and that'll be a quick defense by URG Black so far here on this map, which I do believe was, I want to say was their pick. So have been playing a phenomenal game on a map of their selection. Hopefully they can continue this through the rest of the half.
Yeah, URG Black indeed picking this map, and yeah, it is a phenomenal start. What I will say is that, I think barring a couple of big, key mistakes, I think Holy Cross could be sitting at 4-1. That's how close this game really has been. And so at this point, I don't know that I can say realistically who is going to come out on top, considering how long we have left to play. Gun rounds are here. It's a little bit limited on the purchase, to be fair, for Holy Cross, but they are looking to lean towards A. There's 2 players set up, ready to go. Yeah,
they're prepped and no one's been circling yet. No one wants to lurk from the side of URG Black, and they kind of realize there's no reason to, so they're just going to hold positions. The default with Holy Cross stuffed into A, and now they're finally going to swap out with a minute left. It's still enough time. But again, you haven't really spotted anyone, so you're conflicted, right? You're worried about where you want to kind of put your information. The longer you tick down, the faster the take will have to be, and I'm not sure if they're going to enjoy running straight through Ace into Ace site and just kind of take the fire.
Ultimately, I think, URG, they are a little bit over-rotated here. They don't have a lot of real information, just a little bit of spam coming through from this angle. They're lucky in that it's a good read because it's the correct read, but either way, here comes the lineup from Technocrist once again. The entry is good. Sleeping Dog able to connect. He's going to get the overheal. Zazgod tries to find the follow-up, but goes down for the Troubled Cardinal. Up on top is there to defend. It is going to be a denial, though. Medical research making sure that spike can't go down initially, but the second attempt is far too strong to allow for that. Rez, now the hero, 1v4.
That's done.
That was an orbital strike kill as well, which is always funny to see. Now we get to see a 1v3. Rez has done a fantastic job as of late holding it down, but this one's a little bit tougher in the pocket again, as Spike already ticking away. With great positioning from Holy Cross, this is definitely going to be one that feels like it's swinging over to Holy Cross's favor.
Some good spam there, to be fair. Doesn't quite do the job, obviously, but hey, a nice attempt to say the least. And Holy Cross, they fight one back. It was one round at the beginning that they were able to find, and it's been 4 rounds in a row since for URG before that prior one. You can see what's been happening. The money for URG, my bad, is not perfect. They don't have enough to fully purchase in this round, or at least it doesn't look like they do, and it's because these rounds have been relatively close.
Yeah, you can't stack up any econ, and so you end up in kind of this pinch scenario. Even though you're 4-2, it's been harsh, and so very well done on Holy Cross's side. They have granted themselves a kind of advantage, but this is going to be the run it back. Spray gets one. Sleeping Dog, though, takes out Ascot as well.
Not only dispatching the run it back, but getting a follow-up frag to equalize. Comes the Cosmic Divide. Checkboy on the entry. Ramsey does fall. And now with the Cosmic Divide, able to gain entry and plant on towards this A site. Time and time again, Holy Cross finding openings here at A.
Yeah, with that Cosmic Divide, they want to wait it out on URG Black, and it's another zone out, so very, very smartly played. And gonna be the molly going out. Can they find anything? That's a spray from Sleeping Dog.
Oh, Checkboy. Another fantastic find. These holds have just improved over time, and look at that. Near flawless. 4 players staying alive for Holy Cross as they look to gain back these rounds one by one, nearly equalizing now.
Gotta give some huge props to this play. Holy Cross have really surprised me because I personally am not a big fan of rushing in when it's a 5-on-5, into a singular site. It's very, very dicey. It relies heavily on, the utility spammage, but not only that, your aim, right? You have to be on top of where you're shooting. You have to have people to help cover your dead angles. And Holy Cross are doing that to a T. The last 2 rounds that they have won have been off of those hard pushes at about 30 seconds left on the timer. And they played it so well. So a little bit of a change up. URG Black are going for a bit more utility heavy defense with a spread of the members out. And I like this call. Give yourself a little bit of room to work with if you feel you aren't winning the early gun trades.
Well, they've rotated over their Killjoy, and that's what you see on the map there. Lots of that utility that you were just discussing. And that will be an easy way to help hold down any early A aggression. Being said, Ascot first to take a duel, and not really sure where he was looking at there. Either way, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade off the back of the run it back. There's that push, and now they're running into the gauntlet that is all this utility and a Hunter's Fury for that matter. But Zaya, what? Zaya finds the kill anyway? What has happened to Cardinal? Oh no!
Oh, that is heartbreaking there. Now in a 3-on-3, you got to take a chance here. You got to get that spike down. They still haven't planted. URG Black are in
30
decent
seconds
position to run out the clock if they wish.
Spike planted.
There goes
Never
that
mind.
plant.
I lied.
He could have pushed and tried to deny it, URG, but they
Player
didn't
standing.
elect to do just that. And there we go, another 1v3 for Medical. Just not going to happen. Things got scary there for a moment, didn't they?
Oh, absolutely. It was. Whenever you see the timer tick down that low, it always worries me, right? But again, Holy Cross just denying everything that comes their way, and they're playing it in such a calm fashion. After that, I want to say it was a 4-round loss streak. Holy Cross have absolutely fired back. They tied it up here with 4 rounds left in this half. And I can't wait to see even more because they've given themselves the weapon advantage. Once again, URG working with a little bit of a scuff by a Marshall plus a Spectre, a Vandal, and another Spectre. And then, of course, Asgard working with just that Sheriff. It is a rough buy on the defensive side. Thankfully, if Ramsey can get a pick here, that would help even the odds a little bit.
Well,
Oh!
speak,
Okay.
and it will be delivered, my friend. URG able to find the easy victory there. Is it ironic quoting the Bible to the Holy Cross? I don't know. I didn't think about that.
I can agree with that. I can agree with that, actually.
Yeah, didn't mean to. That was not on purpose, but nonetheless, Kingsman able to try and trade one back. Holy Cross on the downswing here. The no scope lining it up. That's so much fun. I love the Marshall for that reason. And let's check all alone.
Not only that, oh, Shek is happy about that pick. But remember, the spike still has not been planted. So as long as the spike doesn't go down, I think URG Black are going to be okay with how many members they lose. Remember, you just don't want to give that plant money over. You don't want to give that extra little bit of econ boost, no matter how small it is. Over, so
30 seconds
boy
left.
is going to try their best, but a swing wide means Revs is going to find that one, and that'll be 5 on the board for URG Black. It looked like it was going to go to a tie to Holy Cross gaining a lead, but URG Black at least moved back to 1-up over their opponent.
Yeah, you know, it was a good run there, a couple of rounds in a row for Holy Cross, but that might not be over just yet. Just one round for URG, and you can see the buy is certainly very strong. This Holy Cross squad definitely not out of this yet. And on top of that, let's take a look at these ultimates. Kind of potential for the Sova come in big here, as well as to run it back on the other side, and the Empress too. So a lot of opportunities, especially for those aggressive pushes for URG in particular.
Yeah. And I do like the fact that URG are constantly swapping up where that Killjoy goes. It's a very necessary thing to do to keep your opponent guessing. The thing is it feels like Holy Cross have not actually swapped up how they're aggressing around the map. The last few rounds, I want to say the last 5 or 6, the initial pushes have always been on this A site, and URG are trying to guess it. I don't know if it's a mind game or not, but it is a fun way to just constantly keep your opponent in check. As we do see the opening frags come out, Holy Cross are going to lose 3 back-to-back-to-back.
One enemy remaining.
Making another one there. As got on the site, connecting everything that's necessary. It's a triple for them as it's all on to Technochrist now. 35 seconds left to play with. And there's that Hunter's Fury I was talking about, but realistically in the 1v4, that's
30
just
seconds
something
left.
you want to be utilizing. So, where do you go? Holy Cross. In trouble. Here's the Lear. And looks like Technochrist is just trying to find an opening, but it's just so hard to manufacture one. Finally, one found with 10 seconds left. There's just not enough time to convert that into anything more meaningful.
You're just looking for a couple frags, nothing more, nothing less. With the recon bolt broken, I mean, it's a round for them. It still gets a kill on Ramsey. Ramsey's like, well, come on, man, that's not cool, but still very well done by URG, especially Asgard, who so far has clutched it up on a lot of these entries and a lot of these initial pushes, right? 7-9-2, second highest fragger on the team so far. Revs, of course, sitting with 14. My gosh, but overall, URG are starting to get a handle on how Holy Cross like to attack, and there is a point where I do worry a little bit, right? It's a consistent push on A, And I want to see a little split here, maybe push a little bit closer towards mid or default it, try and get a bit more information. Because I feel URG should have a good idea of what's going to occur.
Yeah, I'm honestly a bit baffled that there's still 2 players early B at any point. But either way, I would love to see, like you're saying, some mid aggression. We did see some limited late mid lurking coming through from Cardinal, but that was only a 1-for-1 trade, and ultimately things didn't really work out. Asgard made some magnificent moves here on the site. Asgard close by, his position somewhat given away. Nope. Looking for the entry here. Goes to run it back. That's from the defense. It's Ramsey to do the movement. He's going to try and find a forward position, but Technochrist, who denies it. A bit more damage, is not going to be successful, but it's Cardinal who finds his way in towards the site. Finds a successful headshot. Zaya will trade medical research on the top. Able to find one more. This is a denial in towards the site.
Ooh, yeah, and they're firing off medical research. Gets 3, 1 left alive on Holy Cross's side. And once again, it's a stalwart defense for URG Black. However, if Holy Cross is able to find something on the back end, that might be a play. But with only 10 seconds, you might just want to save the Odin. Not even worry about it, right? This is going to trail down into the last round of this half, as Holy Cross are now looking at a potential 8-4 finish for the first half. URG Black potentially one step closer to getting their revenge.
Very much indeed. And what I have to say is that I think you've made a great point of talking about it a couple times here, and I want to mention it one more, is that Holy Cross have been very one-dimensional. They found success, and at first, okay, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I understood when they kind of went back to that same well, but it's clearly not working. 3 rounds in a row, and you can see that there's an adjustment been made, but I would argue a little too late, considering it's the last round of the half.
Yeah, 100% agree, right? This is, well, that's one way to change things up. All right, Technochrist, but it is definitely a chance that they have to take. And now with the mid battle opening up, Ramsey is able to find Cardinal. It's still at 4v4 as B is looking like the aggress point.
Little strike going down there in towards B main, and it's connected. Oh, Kingsman goes up to find success with that, but Sleeping Dog, how is he snuck into this site? A little bit outrageous when you think about it. And it's now going to have to be a bit of a retake, because the rest of the defense has to ask questions of where all these players are. And that's Sleeping Dog doing all the work.
Yes, I mean, Sleeping Dog is obviously not sleeping right now. Definitely putting in some work, and I love it. Sneaky wraparound, especially with the large weapon of the Odin, but still, you're looking at Asgard. Yes, a little bit lower HP, but still very, very strong. This could be the play.
The idea. Here comes the Empress. Low health for Asgard means that it's really only one mistake available. Ooh. Oh, but the shots hit them both. Oh, that's beautiful work. Nasty stuff done there by Asgard and URG. They have 8 rounds on their defensive side.
Switching sides.
And very well played by them, right? That ending Sleeping Dog with the last minute Empress being able to pull that one out and clutching it up, but still, I would say Holy Cross, or sorry, that was Asgard on that Empress at the very end. Holy Cross, though, now on the defensive. I'm very, very curious. Once again, their attack was very one way, and to give a little bit of an idea, they attacked B at the start, I want to say 4 rounds in a row. And then as soon as around the 5th or 6th round happened, as soon as they felt like they were losing, which took about 2 rounds, they would swap to A, and then they swapped to B at the very end. You need to vary it up a little bit more and make your opponent kind of guess where you're going, or else as the attackers, you tend to not find those opening frags, maybe not find those transitions that give you that main advantage, put it into a 4v5 or 3v5. Let's see if URG Black, though, can make the rotates happen and can make these gunfights work to their advantage.
Talked about the Brimstone, and that definitely can be a asset when it comes to scaling up towards the site very quickly. But speaking of quick, this flank is lightning fast. Cardinal taking away the wrong time. That's very unfortunate. The timing just does not work out, and Revs connects the frag. He's been phenomenal all series long thus far, and it continues to do it here as the rotates come in.
That was an attempt at a flank, and I can't fault you for trying, but now it's going to be a hard rotate over towards B, and I like this call. It's very quick, very fast pace. With the split towards mid, I thought they were going to do a full split, but of course you don't have to, and it's a 5-man stack over towards the side, and nice molly out. Let's see if URG can do it.
Right now, get a couple pot shots there. Get mollied out for the time being. A bit of a dink, I believe.
30 seconds left.
Sleeping Dog, though, he's come up huge in the sight. Once again, another dink. One bullet in the chamber. Wing around the rosy. Right click is good. Fantastic work from Sleeping Dog.
That's a round and a half that you didn't want to lose right there. URG Black, we're not expecting the dog in the back corner. Sleeping Dog takes it home. 3 right there, and again, it is pistol. It's one that it can swing one way or another depending on who gets up close. But this should be the chance Holy Cross need to start kind of revamping back in. Right? They aren't going just for the SMG buys. They're actually scaling into a high gamble scenario, right? That's going to be, I believe, 2 Ares and then another rifle on the back end. I want to say my brain is not working with me right now, but it's a heavy investment into this second round where normally you only see an SMG, so you can buy into the 4th. We'll see if it works out for Holy Cross.
You can always bonus, but that means you're going to have to survive, and well, survival's crucial. Fortunately, Checkboy, not a survivor, not this time.
Take flight.
And with that is URG control of that weapon. Here comes something more. Sleeping Dog. This time, not in towards B, he's in towards mid. Isn't quite able to find much of anything. Here's that Guardian. This is what you were referring to. And oh, nice shot.
Spike down mid.
Oh, Technochrist, the Sovas today have been very fun to watch so far. First with a double on the shot pull, and now another. This is great to watch.
Yeah, but listen, URG, they made that very expensive. That was far more money invested than really Holy Cross were wanting. They're gonna have money to buy this round, but it's gonna be a bit more limited than they had anticipated.
Yeah, this was something that we were worried about, right? Investing so heavily and buying out so much, it gives a little bit of a rough idea of where the econ will flow. And of course, URG Black are playing it pretty much a standard. Lose the first round, try and, shave off some by only using pistols. Holy Cross, we're actually seeing them buy the Odin, so this is a huge investment into the 3rd as well. And if URG Black come out swinging in this default positioning and they find some of the picks, Holy Cross are actually going to be down for the 4th round, and I'm not sure if I'm going to enjoy that as much.
Certainly is a danger. Cardinal getting a little bit touchy there. You gotta be patient. That's a big key for this game, and Cardinal just getting a little bit overzealous in the middle area. Himself taken out. Sleeping Dog, oh boy, long range. Connecting the shots. And a good clear by Revs means that there's a trade back the other way. Holy Cross down by 1. Those trades don't work out in their favor. It's the Empress popped, but the Odin's still in hand.
This should be a little bit of a run out on the Empress. You're probably going to see Sleeping Dog try and rush in here in a bit. Half time left on the Empress. Unless you let it run out, I'm not too sure yet. Of course, you might not want to expend all of that energy going in. So you are going to swing.
Well, Empress fading away. Still the Odin a threat. Nice frag there by Kingsman. Back in there, Revs with a double.
Ooh.
Revs traded out. Medical Research and Zaya were both left alive. 9-6 is the scoreline, and URG are rolling.
Yeah, that was a good round for URG Black. Like we said, they knocked out a lot of econ, and we're still seeing this kind of half buy come out here. Sleeping Dog looks like they are going to be the one to purchase up a pretty nice set of equipment here. A little bit of half armor, which is not what you fully enjoy to see, but I think we're still going to see a pretty decent selection of weapons come out. Looking at Technochrist and Cardinal. Cardinal opts just for the Frenzy. Like we said, a little bit of a scuffed purchase here for Holy Cross. If URG Black can manage on this A take, it'll be a big win for them once again.
It is just the quasi-buy. Yes, Sermon there.
Ooh.
That's a fantastic find. And that's another one. Well done with the Spectre. Ramsey eventually going to answer the call. No one locked down. No one's detained. No one's going to jail right now, but they're burning up inside the smoke. Revs able to find Cardinal. 3v3 technically. Look at the HP. It's incredibly low. Sleeping Dog throwing some shots down range. Here comes the dart to give some information. Oh, one player found. Oh boy.
Oh, Shek with a very nice set, and that's still 2 down. Now it's all up to one person. That's a spray. Revs is going to take it home, and that'll put URG Black in double-digit rounds. Holy Cross, once again, cannot convert or cannot retake here. But this time they have enough on the buy to fully kit out. They managed their econ much better than I expected, so huge props to them here. Sleeping Dog has been able to purchase that Odin once again.
And another round where that was very good damage. You can see, nobody really farming up a big economy. 3,200 on the back of Revs, who's not died very often. At least that's on his team. And that is obvious why he has that extra cash. So,
Scanning ahead.
That said, this is a must-win round, I think, for Holy Cross. It's 10-6 Orbital, and, well, you let them get 11, and then 12 is right behind.
And, I mean, we're not even sure when Holy Cross, their economy is actually going to fall off, and that's the scary part, right? You falter right at that 11th mark. If you're faltering at that 11-6, you put yourself on match point without even really feeling like it. So, see, Holy Cross are definitely taking a little bit slower approach this time. All right, so setup. Now it's a chance in mid. URG Black did eat a little bit of damage. It's going to be Cardinal on the receiving end, has to heal himself up.
Oh, man. That is a lot of bullets going down range in Cardinal's direction. He does eventually get one before trading out. So that's medical research gone, so there's no more controller available. Jack Boy connecting. Has a lockdown as well. Really do wonders here to deny the plant, but see if it's timed correctly.
Enemy tag.
Take a small chance here again. URG Black are getting the plant, which is going to help them out a lot. Just a little bit of time left. It's going to force Holy Cross to make a decision. How do they want to enter this? Well, they can't enter from there because Asgard is waiting for them in the wings. Technochrist is going to get another. Asgard is going to get 3. It's all down to Sleeping Dog.
This is so hard to find with two players in such split angles. Gonna find that first. Gonna get the overheal as well. Taking out the knife at the wrong time. So many times we've seen that. Pro tip for you folks. Don't take your knife out when you need your gun to shoot.
That's always the most unfortunate one. It's the same thing as a don't reload out in the open, right? It's just these are rules that you don't have that you try and follow. Right, so very, very well done. URG Black putting an 11th on the board, and we called it, right? There was going to be a moment where Holy Cross had a really scuffed by, and this is it, right? They are going to have to hold in, I would say, at least 1,500 apiece or more if they want to have a good purchase when it comes to match point. Unless they make a miracle happen, it can happen here. I would assume Holy Cross has something up their sleeves. It's going to be URG Black running in with that running back to try and kick things off.
Poor Ramsey. His running back has just not been very effective all game long. Now, granted, it does open up angles and options. Here's the running back the other way. 2, a little bit more effective though. Rev sending him back after getting only 1 frag. But it's still 4 on 4.
Yeah. This is a very, very nice prep so far from Holy Cross. I mean, for a team that is working with a very minimal purchase set, I have to give him props, right? They're routing URG Black, and if this works, Sleeping Dog gets this, gets one, has to reload. Can you find the other? Gets a great dismiss. No way.
See you later, dude. I'll be getting out of here. Says Sleeping Dog. You just hang out and have fun. Revs, this could be big. Revs has got the double.
Oh!
Lockdown engaged. There's a Cosmic Divide available. Christ, he's just one away from the Hunter's Fury that could have denied that lockdown. Instead, he's got to run away. Kingsman,
Spike planted.
one player versus three. Well, it should say two, but that's a Marshall. It's Techno Christ. So very difficult.
I love that medical research has held one of his mollies out for this period. You slow burn it out and you force the timer onto the side of Holy Cross, and now you know exactly where they're going to go. If they rush or if they don't rush, they're going to have a chance at another edge. And here we go. Technochrist takes a shot, misses.
Shots being wrong out there. Revs with the one frag and Zaya with the other. 12 confirmed.
Match point.
URG in the driver's seat here. Looking good on their map pick.
This is I'm not gonna say I was hoping for this a little bit earlier, but
I will.
I was hoping they had it a little bit earlier. So to give you a little bit of an idea, Holy Cross have only won 2 rounds in this half, and it was the first 2 rounds opening. Since then, URG Black have run the entire table with 4 rounds in a row with a little bit of a swap up between B and A hits. And I think it's thrown Holy Cross for a little bit of a loop. The thing that I am happy about for them to take a timeout is they do it on a heavy purchase round, meaning that they can refresh themselves and go into this hopefully on equal footing. That's what they're hoping for here. Again, though, we would have liked to see this timeout come out maybe, I want to say 2 to 4 rounds ago. That would have been a little bit of an easier pocket.
Not to be too harsh, but I don't think you get props for calling the timeout on potentially the last round of the game.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I amend my statement. Agreed.
Better late than never, but still, you gotta think about where you're at. Hopefully, Holy Cross though, that can be their adjustment period. They do have those weapons, like you said. Your point is not invalid. It's just that they should have been doing it earlier. That's the reality. They also have 4 ultimates to work with. That's the other big thing to keep your eye on. Because Holy Cross, they've had some struggles, but they can utilize those ultimates to much better usage, then maybe we can see a change.
Yeah, and considering URG Black have actually picked the wrong side, you can see the utility stack going down for Holy Cross here on A. But it looks like it's already been sniffed out. URG Black pulling away from A site, looking like they want to rotate through mid. Oh, this could be devastating for Holy Cross, where all the utilities are already set up. How are they going to dance this? URG Black have all the time in the world. Again, 12-6 match point. You can play on Holy Cross's nerves.
Very true, very true. I love how slow this is. No full commitments just yet. There goes the leader. Going to allow entry in towards Catwalk, and Cardinal's going to rotate in to help Checkboy out. Ultimately, this is going to look like an A hit. Checkboy swings wide. Can't quite find one. It's the old bait and switch maneuver. Cardinal's there for the help. Once God does go down, as the Empress popped away on the site, Kingsman falls. Revs there for the trouble. Medical research putting down that spike. No Hunter's Fury to deny it, and Sleeping Dog falls. This is looking good.
He is looking good, but Cardinal is going to find one more, and Lockdown was destroyed just in time. So Holy Cross, it's all down to your gun skills. How well can you go? Cardinal finds it, 3K.
Still a Hunter's Fury. Could be utilized here, or do you need it? Man advantage still in control. Cardinal whiffing big. Checkboy on the trade. It's all under Revs, who's got a third. Looking for the quad. Guns are out, but Revs has the quad. Big round from Revs, who's had a phenomenal game all the way through. URG Black with the easy victory over on Ascent.
I mean, let's be real. Revs was the star. This was a Revs map. That was all it is from start to finish. and to end it with a 4K, right? Only way better it could have been is it if it was the full ace. But my gosh, did URG Black come to play again on your map pick? You want to have a dominating win. That is the basis of any best of 3. You want to be able to take your map home. Now you got to go over to the opponent, and keep in mind, again, the next map is Split. It's another one that teams have played on for quite a long time. So I'm very, very interested to see how well Holy Cross can do after that loss, to see if they can bounce back for the upcoming map.
Well, we will be taking a look at that. On the flip side of this short intermission, we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Well, map number one, it was an interesting one. You could say it was the Revs show, and I don't think that's an unfair, characterization. That being said, we're headed into Split Orbital, and I gotta say, it's gonna have to be better from this Holy Cross side. Otherwise, we're looking at a 2-0 sweep.
Yeah. Right now, URG Black look very much on point, and this is something that I like to always mention is the mentality. Where is your mentality going into the game? And obviously, us as casters, we don't have insider information, but you can tell from the gameplay sometimes, right, where the player's headspace is. A huge thing was Holy Cross. There were 2 rounds specifically that were won or lost by timeout. They lost because the round went into that, the timer ran out and everything like that. So that shows a little bit of indecision. And not only that, when they were attacking, they're very one-track mind, right? They kept attacking A until it just didn't feel like it worked anymore, and then they switched to B, and so on and so forth. So it's very one-track minded without as much diversity, which can show that maybe they're a little bit shaky on the table right now. Hopefully, here on Split, on their map pick, they have a bit more variety when it comes to attacking, as they will be starting out on the attack once again, and hopefully URG Black are ready for maybe a bit more aggressive Holy Cross team.
Certainly could be the case. What I do think is interesting, already seeing the Sky come out here on Zaya. I think I'm a big fan of seeing the Sky on this map in particular. I think Sky is one of the best agents right now, especially on Split. So definitely a good look. On the other side of things, though, Kingsman on the Astra, that's definitely strong. And a Cypher to come out as well. For both sides, that's sort of understandable. We do tend to see a lot of the Killjoy, and we actually have a Killjoy for Checkboy, which is interesting in and of itself, but I do like to see that.
Yeah. I am personally, you were talking about the Sky, talking about it being a great agent, and I love it. It's so true. Sky has so much versatility, especially on these maps that have a lot of terrain differences. If you're a good Sky, you practice sending your flash to different locations. It helps with corridors. But I do want to talk about the Killjoy. Killjoys, I feel, are much better suited for sites that are much larger in space and not so many corridors to enter in. You're looking at the lockdown being used to cover a wider area, and with this one, it's a lot more corridors. It's a lot more angles that you have to play with. So I'm really wondering if that Killjoy will be huge and monumental. But of course, URG Black, they're still on fire from game 1 and absolutely run through 2 members of Holy Cross.
Yeah, just a quick duel in mid, and it's all over. At least for those 2 players. Now it's going to be a question mark here. Holy Cross, they were looking to kind of go for the B split, but without that second prong of the attack, it's looking like that might change. A frenzy in hand here for Kingsman, who's watching the mid flank, and that's a bit of the problem. There's no map control available for Holy Cross, and they could be getting flanked, but they are not, thankfully.
Blinded.
Ooh, and a great blind, and actually you get the information, I think, that, hey, you actually got a little bit of hit registration with that blind, so you can see a gentle rotate from URG. They're spreading a little bit quicker into mid, and now it's going to be the full force rotate. You got 30 seconds. You can make it over to A
30
site.
seconds left.
If you fully run, if you don't stop at all, you'll get a good plant off. This is going to be Checkboy looking to do a little bit of lurking activity.
Gotta try and sell that this is more than just him here. You can already see that there's questions being asked as God is the one asking the questions.
10
Kingsman
seconds left.
with the plant down. Medical research.
Spike planted.
Dispatch Checkboy in that mid lurk area.
Blinded.
It's 2-on-5, and oh boy, this is gonna be a tough one.
Not liking the odds here, but of course Holy Cross will do their best to make a defense. So let's see what they can do.
One enemy remaining.
Good for Kingsman.
Okay.
Double spray. Unfortunately, it's far too many bodies to compete with. And Holy Cross fall to URG once again. This is a phenomenal start. Pistol round in hand on the defensive side, nonetheless. As, if you are unaware, this is a defensive sided map.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially when you win a duel that hard in mid, it brings with it its own slew of differences. So URG Black are going to enjoy this level of consistency on their end. Question mark, of course, is how many are they going to lose here? I do believe those are 2 Spectres. Like you said, the Guardian coming out for Revs, if I am reading that correctly. So we'll see if they can hang on to those weapons, right? That's the main thing. If you spend the money there, better hang on to it to round 3 and try and take out Holy Cross as quickly as possible.
Actually, an Ares. Just
Ares. Dang it, I'm getting all of those mixed up now.
Bad start. That's a phenomenal start, though. Asgard able to find not only an opening frag, but actually a dink there onto the opponent behind that player. Actually, doing similar work in middle. Now the Nebulas come forward to deny information. I said those were Nebulas. They were not, in fact, Nebulas. It's a gravity well. Goes the Paranoia. And the hot hands to follow it up. That's going to force one player out. Techno. Able to stay alive for now, though. Pretty decent.
One enemy remaining.
But that's a
Spike
short-lived
down mid.
victory.
Yeah, with only one alive, you're kind of wondering what more can you do. Checkboy stuck inside of this lonely corner, right inside of B, and might be hunted down here. A lot of utility being used, so should be another round for
30
URG,
seconds
who
left.
played it slow and simple, right? 2 frags inside of mid, 1 frag over on A, entry into A, I should say. So very, very well played by URG Black. If they keep all 5 members, this is going to be a huge econ boost moving into that 3rd and 4th round. With the timing out, you can see
10
Checkboy
seconds left.
worried as little spray down comes, 22 HP, and probably a bit more to go.
Yeah. Oh, they're just letting him not. They're letting him not die. Oh, that's brilliant. Well done, URG. If you're asking the questions, what does that matter? Well, it doesn't mean anything for the attackers. That's only for the defense, if I'm not mistaken. But the idea was that they would leave Holy Cross alive. They would leave him alive, and they would then kill him after time. But the defense is the one who doesn't get any additional, or only gets 1,000 credits additional money if you die after time is over. A little bit of a good attempt, but just not quite there. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, the plan was smart. The reward was not as great as they thought, but it was still funny to watch. No matter what, we saw them basically go, get out of the way, just keep running around the wall, and one of them gets dinked. So URG Black though still very handedly in this 2-0. Now Holy Cross does have the weapons hot, and we'll see what they can do with it. Again, a little bit of a full hold here over on A. We're moving into A, and I'm not sure if I enjoy this. This is starting to get that one-track mind that I was worried about here.
Well, it's early. I think I'll hold off on that. On that call. But things could definitely be looking that direction. There's Holy Cross.
Ooh.
On the entry, they find no success whatsoever. Ramsey gonna be making that even more difficult. Granted, both players are technically on the site, like in no man's land, not in the open, and that's the big problem. 2 versus 5 here. Shots being fired. Medical. I don't really know what the plan there was, my friend. No, Christ is now left all alone, dead and gone.
Oof. Rough round, of course, and keep in mind that was Holy Cross's buy round. That's one of the rougher things to kind of think about here, and that's not one that you want to lose that easily, right? URG Black kept a majority of their members alive, so you can see Revs once again with a machine gun, the Odin upgrade now, going to be in his hands, and already stacking up, right? 42 for Medical Research, 49 for Ramsey, at 31 for Zaya and Revs with 46. I know this was Holy Cross's choice, but so far it feels like URG are just a little bit more prepared for everything that's thrown at them.
Yeah, I will say that I actually thought their takeover at A, Holy Cross was quite good. You know, URG played it a little better. As they run it back denied. Sleeping Dog with the frag there onto Ramsey. The follow-up in Kingsman as well. These pistols connecting magically. 4 versus 3. And what a great read there by Zaya. Making life miserable for Cardinal. Revs is now ready on the side. The gun going burr, though it doesn't quite connect on towards Checkboy. There's committed. Plant gonna come through shortly. It's 2v2.
With a Trailblazer coming out as well. Techno Christ is not going to enjoy that as Zaya picks up a 3K. Might make it 4, depending on how this bird helps out. A little bit of cover as well from the Reyna. They're going to drop down. Peek up top. Checkboy might find 1 at least.
Oh, man. Checkboy. A good 8 attempt. I want to give credit. A little bit of a whiff, though, on that first player, and makes it very difficult to find the follow-up. So Ascot going to get the defuse. Pretty much free. URG continuing their success. So granted, that one was a bit close, putting a dent in the money supply for URG as Holy Cross. And now with their buy round incoming, they can find a round victory as well.
Not just that, you're also sitting with that Cosmic Divide, you know, the lockdown, same with the Empress. You have multiple ultimates that you can utilize alongside of these big ticket weapons. So I'm enjoying the spread that I'm seeing here, right? The one thing that I wanted to really focus on is Holy Cross diversifying their attack patterns. And they're already showing it, right? A little bit of a mid push, a little bit of a default strategy in the past few rounds has netted them some value of getting onto the site. They just need to be able to close it out. Like we were talking about, you know, maybe try and take some of those 2-on-1 fights and be able to work from there. But again, mid work for them last time. They were able to find 2 picks. Let's see if they can do it again.
Oh, that's okay. That was dirty. Medical. You didn't deserve that headshot, and you know it. Razor's gonna get a headshot of his own. That one a bit more deserved. Now Medical gonna have to stand tall, look for some more frags. Bam goes through. Reload as well. Maybe a bit premature, but nobody follows up, so he's safe and sound. This flank's coming in quickly. Missed shot by Zaya. Oh.
Very, very close.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
Damage is done, and that's going to put Holy Cross in 1, completely blinded out, fragged out, and Asgard finishes it off. 5 rounds straight to URG Black here as this defensive side of map is working heavily to their favor.
When are we going to see these ultimates being utilized here, Orbital? I mean, if not last round, which, I mean, that was the gun round, could have been it, then win, because you got enough loss bonus at this point. Buy back in, again, somewhat limited on some players, but a buy nonetheless. And, well, 4 ults to your name.
I want to see at least one of them used here. This is, yeah, there you go. Finally using that ultimate, because you know nothing can take it out. So this might be one of the first chances of fresh air that Holy Cross have used for themselves, and they're going to try and push with it as the lockdown will not catch anyone. They're at least able to enter site with all 5 members.
Certainly a positive look. Empress as well as Pop. Here comes the retake. Asgard, that opening. High connecting as well. Here goes that Cosmic Divide for the offense. Paranoia coming out. Shots being fired.
Okay, Sleeping Dog, you can't do it to him like that. It's all of a sudden down to 1, as Ramsey is the only one left alive on their team, and Checkboy finishes it off. So, well played with the ultimates this time. We were wondering when the ultimates are coming down, and they did it. Holy Cross get 1 back, albeit with only 1 member still alive with the Odin tossing it. Sleeping Dog, I mean, they'll take it. It's 1. It's something.
I will say that the other kind of unfortunate bit of information to bring you here is that currently Cardinal is a secret agent. He's 0-6. So I don't want to put too fine a point on that, but I will say that when your Phoenix is struggling to get started, that definitely does hurt your chances in some of these rounds. Speaking of that Phoenix, there's a running back available for him. Use that to maybe get things going, find an opening duel.
And a little bit of a default, so I like this. Chance it out on B once again. The usual Cypher play, and now they're going to rush in. 3 are taking the chance.
Is that running back I was just talking about? Chance given. Sleeping Dog steals it away, but it's okay. Revs is able to find 1 back. Oh, no!
Oh!
Unfortunate timing there. Revs can't quite connect. It's Cardinal swinging into 2 players. Asgard with the frag. Plant going down courtesy of the firewall, but, well, it's simply a matter of time. And Holy Cross, they are just unable to find any significant success in this second game of the series.
And for an attack-sided play here, right, if you're starting out on the attack side, we talked about it. We touched on it every single time so far, and I think it's valid that this is a defense-sided map. So on the attack, you're not looking specifically for an overwhelming win, right? Maybe you're looking for that 6-6 or maybe that 7-5. The bare minimum that I would personally be okay with seeing Holy Cross give up is, I want to say, a 4-8 or 3-9. That is the very bare minimum that you are allowed to work with if you can play perfectly on your defensive side, right? You need at least 3 to give a buffer in case you lose that pistol round. But it's chancy, right? 4-8 sounds a little bit better. And you got to start winning from here on out. Full stack, 4-1, sorry, into B.
Cover going out.
Yeah, it goes. There's that push.
Spike down.
Right, not going down yet. It's 2 for the defense of URG. Nick Rice 1 to trade, but it's still not perfect. Now the defense of this spike is to come. Checkboy finding some success. Going to even recover a Vandal for the trouble. Seekers are committed. Running back is available. Not going to be utilized just yet. Zaz got down below. No need for the Empress here. Guiding Light going over the top and somehow doesn't actually blind Sleeping Dog. Still 1v2 and cannot quite do that as Kingsman does fall. URG don't even need all their ults, but they pull off the retake anyway.
This is starting to get a bit out of hand here. As much as I don't want to say it right, URG Black are on track to finish with a double-digit score here in the first half, and if that occurs, I'm not enjoying the chances for Holy Cross. Again, this is their map selection, and if the only reason you picked it is because of that defensive side, you got to be aware that it has to be 9 perfect here. So taking a look at what we have here, they should have a half buy. They are going to half buy here, which means that this is going to hurt their economy ever so slightly. I wonder if Kingsman is also going to buy into it. Rest of Squad has. And that might be a little bit of discourse, right? Buying in here means that there's a chance they might not get, I want to say, their 10th round buy.
Can we
They're not careful.
bring that scoreboard back up if possible? Just for a moment. We can't. I don't know if we'll be able to, but 'cause I think there we go. Yeah, I was about to say I think Technochrist has no real cash money, so that's gonna be a big problem for him. You called it yourself. That's very unfortunate timing on the blind. The Cardinal sends Ramsey back where he came from. Kingsman, despite having a gun, does find a kill with the classic. And there goes the neural theft to give some more information away. 3 towards A, 1 towards B. So surely the decision's been made already. But Revs is the 1 towards B, and he might as well be a whole army.
This is the whole reason that Cypher became popular. I think specifically on Split, you got to hold the whole site to yourself to a fairly nice extent. It's worked wonders. This time Cardinal, though, finding Ramsey on the high ground. Nice pickup there, and that takes it to a 3-3. URG Black, though, remember, they are still in the driver's seat. A little bit of split, though, because it's only Cypher on the B site. This is a 3-on-1.
There's one. Revs down. He's done a lot already. It's a great position. Oh my goodness, Cardinal, no! That's devastating. What a win. Zaya picking it up. Fortunately for Holy Cross, Technochrist does the deed and finds the triple. Cardinal has got to have his head in his hands at this point on that one.
That was a good 1.5 seconds of buddy hopping coming out of Zaya right there, and Cardinal couldn't finish it off. That one definitely hurts, right? And there is a point where you do have to say maybe Cardinal's just not on the top of their game right now. It's a little bit of a rough spot. 2 and 9. I think the last 2 running backs that we've seen have been taken out pretty much at the start. You're going to have another one here very shortly if you wait things out. But as we are heading into that 10th round, there's only 3 rounds left in this half. So you got to make them count. This is the time to get at least 1 or 2 more on the board before it flips.
And again here, the point is not to just point out a player doing poorly, just that it is unfortunately reality that makes things difficult. Sleeping Dog, though, he's playing very well. And he has been a real good look for this Holy Cross side. You can see that Cardinal is making his way in towards a bit of a flank, and the A site's already been planted on. That's Check Boy who puts that spike down. Scott has a bit of an idea of the possibility of this mid-split, but see if it's going to come to fruition. The answer is yes, it does. Rev's ultimately the one to get that frag.
You are divided.
That's a great ping as well. Huge pickup there to be able to pick up a weapon as well. So Holy Cross gonna take a chance. Who wins it? Medical does with the Spectre.
What a phenomenal read. Trying to deny the lockdown. Revs can't quite do it. It was a little bit too tentative, and that's going to cost him his life. Too far gone. That spike ticked away. Which means that it's just going to be exits that these guys are looking for. Few exits are indeed found. Kingsman down to the spike. And looks like everybody else, by everybody, I mean medical research and Sleeping Dog, the only 2 who survive.
Yeah. But what's important to note is, again, Holy Cross have hit that 3-round threshold, right? I'm very, very pleased that they have hit it in this fashion. If they get 2 more, great. That's a 7-5. That's even better. But 3 is enough. And Sleeping Dog, again, maybe this is not their exact map, but it's decent, right? Still on point, still having a phenomenal game, especially with that Odin. Running in and being the most aggressive Odin player I think I've seen in a very long time. Very, very well played, but now it's going to be that mid to play once again. Can the spray work? Medical research, putting that medicine research to work here. Sleeping Dog is able to take 1 back.
Straight out. Asgard with a timing on towards Sleeping Dog, which means that there is no more threat to the Empress. Ramsey on the flank. There's actually 2 flanks forthcoming. So one's going to go towards B, one's going to go towards middle. And the one towards middle's already been diffused. That Ramsey still coming forward. Going to get a little bit of a heal. All about timings here, Orbital.
Timings indeed. Gotta make sure that your coordination is on point. A peek out. Checkboy gets a bit of information. You said timing, and some of this is unlucky timing. So you gets the better of it as Checkboy gets great timing with the 3K.
1 versus 3. Zaya going to do the work. Good crossfire setup, and this time it's Checkboy who's gotten the quad. Now 4 rounds confirmed for Holy Cross. These last few have been critical, as Holy Cross is very much right back into this game. You talked about it, how 8-4-9-3. That's workable. But if we hadn't seen a couple of more rounds, definitely Holy Cross on the back burner. Now they're right there, thereabouts.
Yeah, and I love it because we're also seeing the variation. So far, I've counted multiple default startups instead of the hard presses into either A or B. The only time they've actually done hard pushes is on A when they have the ultimates up, and I love that call. So very, very well played thus far. Huge molly, though, to be able to hold things off, and now it's going to be the run it back. Where's it going to go? That's Cardinal picking one up. Can he get a second? No, he can't.
And being made. Here goes the Seekers. Going to give pretty much all the information that's needed. Medical research swings wide, and all the bullets go wide. Not quite there. URG on the back foot. Oh, Asgard trying to find a timing. Cannot quite pick that up, though. There's medical research. This is information play.
Spike planted.
I say information play, excuse me. That's actually going to just be a group up. The URG can come in from all angles, but the lockdown engage, this is making it a lot harder.
Ooh. A few peeks here and there, and that was honestly a nice swing with that, and also picking up a kill. So Asgard again, hearing this little hunch of a play. Can they get the peek? Oh, didn't see and let his teammate die. Oh, that is so unfortunate.
My ult's ready.
I'm thinking Asgard with a double. 3 on the round. He needs the quad to close it. That spike gets a ticking. Gonna be committing, but oh, the gravity well. The gravity well does massive work. Unfortunately, Asgard has no time. Frag he has, but time is gone.
Switching sides.
Ending it on a 4K, but not a round win is one of those bittersweet moments, right? You felt like you could have had the round, and it just didn't happen. So Holy Cross, I didn't think it was really possible, honestly, with how dominating URG were at the beginning. But they have strung together 4 rounds in a row at the end of that half and played it so well. Now they're on that defensive side. Now they're on that side of maybe this is why they picked this map split with the defensive backing. Should give them a bit more priority, unless URG Black has some specific, very, very specific strategies that are going to be tailor-made to take Holy Cross down.
We'll see. Here's the start. Trailblazer going out here at A.
Scout destroyed.
Found some information. There's a gravity well to answer back. Doing a little bit of damage in that some of these players are a bit fragile. This one. Now Grice with 2 before he's traded back out. And oh, on the run, Checkboy finding success. It's 1v3, but no dice. URG fall to a quick Holy Cross pistol.
That one feels real good to have right there. And it looks like we're getting early timeout calls. So this is something that I do like. Don't be stingy with your timeout. Use it when you feel appropriate. It's going to be called by Asgard, though. And maybe just talking about what they need to do. Again, that rush in. It's a pistol round. It's okay to let it slip by, especially with the round advantage that you have stacked up for yourself. Most likely it'll be a 7-7, and then URG with a full buy option, and Holy Cross kind of holding would put it at an 8-7. But, of course, I think URG Black don't even want to give that one up. They said, hey, maybe we shouldn't have lost the pistol round. Maybe we need to focus a bit more, get ready, or maybe even attempt the crazy and pull a scuff buy and rush in for the win if they can. I don't know if they have enough, though, because they didn't get the plant, I believe. So Holy Cross should have a decent amount to work with, and URG will be a little bit on the fritz coming up here for the second round of the half.
Well, timeout. just ticking away here. URG wants to look forward and try to ask questions of what should be done, how should it be done, etc., etc. By the look of it, no investment for URG. That's sort of to be expected. On the other side of things, we have a little Ares along with Spectres, so it's a relatively decent investment, not too strong, not too weak.
I'm liking this so far. Again, Holy Cross playing this a little bit slower pace, and I like the early rotate. As soon as that mid was being played, you know that they're working with pistols. You know there's not so much more. So get everyone over. Don't lose more than you have.
Well, he is losing. Now Holy Cross need to fight back, and well, they are doing just that. There we go.
Down B.
URG falling to pieces here, understandably so, as they had no guns to work with. It's a flawless victory. 7-all as Holy Cross now cross over into a URG rather, wants to cross over into the purchase. We're gonna have the full backing here of all those rifles.
The unfortunate part is, of course, they haven't actually got that many frags from the opening rounds, meaning that their ultimates are still a fair ways off Ramsey. Kind of mirroring Cardinal there, the Phoenixes have not had a phenomenal time here in this series, so the running backs have been somewhat useful for information gathering, not so much in the trading factor. But we do see a little bit of a 3-1-1. I like this from URG. Black test the waters a little bit with this A push first. Or are you just going to hide out? Are you hoping Holy Cross move forward? Because I feel that Holy Cross kind of understand their play in this game. Hey, we got the SMGs to their full rifles. Maybe we let them get a little bit closer to us instead of chasing into them.
I'm sure. That's a good question to ask for sure. And this has been so slow from URG. They're really not taking chances, are they? It's a nicely timed grab well. Isn't going to ultimately do too much, though. It was already gone by the time the flame wall falls. Cardinal's ready and waiting. Dog kind of has an inkling of his own.
30 seconds left.
Wins out one, but Cardinal on the top side is going to lose out to Asgard, and that'll mean the Heaven has been taken over. The call to rotate is there, but a cheat look is Ramsey knowing exactly where the opponents are going to be.
There goes the push and Holy Cross. We shot one down, but Zaya on the re-entry, and Asgard as well. URG fight it back quickly. And with that, another lead regained.
Most notably, you kept 3 over, which is going to help that econ out a little bit. Now we're going to take a look at that full purchase. I think medical research will be working probably with a low-end rifle, or an SMG is going to aim for that Spectre instead. I wonder how this Omen will play out from here on out, right? We are taking a look on the side of Holy Cross. They are working with the Judge as well. Cardinal opting for a Judge play here at the last moment. That's going to change things up quite a bit. Look at that Phoenix player on Holy Cross's side to be playing up close and personal if he gets a chance.
Yes, sirree. Look at this default by URG, though. They aren't taking any chances this round. They're watching for any sort of aggression, holding it, playing passively, and nobody's biting. Nobody at all. And so for that reason, Holy Cross, they're sort of in a bit of a tough spot here, because in order for them to find success, they actually need to play somewhat aggressively, or they just need for Holy Cross to just walk right into them. Neither of those things are happening right now, and it's converted into a 2-for-1 trade. Holy Cross could potentially be able to pull that back, but gonna have to be Checkboy, who seems to be checking out of this angle. Doesn't want any part of it.
Oh, yeah, and Cardinal hiding down below. Gonna kind of cause a few problems. A nice Lear, though, is going to find as Cardinal is able to find two with the judge. All right, I misjudged him. Cardinal's finally going to go down. It's 1v2 as Zaya is going to try and sprint and at least get the plant.
10 seconds
Because
left.
you like trying to get that plant down. Like you will. Woohoo, indeed. Very close by. This is technically a winnable round. 2 versus 1. We know where that spike got planted. Well, now it's confirmed. Zaya taking an active role here. Good movement. Have on that spike. You gotta confirm that it's not being stuck. And well, the shot. Oh my goodness! I thought Zaya had it, but no. Technochrist connects it, and it's gonna be another round. Holy Cross. They're writing a different story here in the second half of Split.
Technochrist is ready. 100% said, listen, you ain't getting the better of us right now. I will be ready for that shot. And I have to give props to Cardinal, right? That stuff over there on B on the lower side was phenomenal. Taking out 2 before falling that judge was such a thrifty investment. And now you get to go ahead, pick up a majority share of the weapons. We are going to see, I wonder what he's going to pick up here. It is going to be that Phantom to follow through. So, Holy Cross with 3 ultimates are going to take their chances with this 17th round. As URG are looking at a full stack here on A.
URG have mismanaged their money a little bit there. Caught the back end of this buy, and they don't have enough to get in here unless they do something phenomenal, like get a big plant or some such. It goes the flashbang, and it's going to be a nice attempt and beautiful work by URG. Sending Cardinal back from whence he came. It was 3, now 2, as Revs finds the successful frag. URG Black on the site. They plant that spike, and Holy Cross need to retake right now.
Turret down.
That was a phenomenal rush, one that we've only seen every so often, and I love how quickly URG pulled that trigger. Didn't wait for any more time, made sure that they were going to potentially have that main advantage. That's going to be the Lear, though, blocking out any information. Actually, I think that might have been the Insomnia. Ramsey ready, though, on the swing against the Astra as Kingsman does go down.
My ultimate
Back boys just looking for exits. There's just no way to win this back. Not with the time on the clock. Not with the players left alive. We'll go with the alarm bot there to get some additional information. Information gained, but he's gone down and out. URG. What a phenomenal round to find. They've retaken their lead after a few hiccups here and there. Holy Cross. They are still not out of this yet, but you look at the money, man. The money tells the story. That's what it does. And it's definitely not ideal for Holy Cross. They have not had clean victories.
Not at all. It's been a rough one across the board, and we are seeing URG Black start to scale into their econ values, and it's Holy Cross who are working with a little bit of a rough side. You see the Ares purchase, I believe, Ares purchase. I think that it looks like it is on Sleeping Dog, as we can see here. A little bit of a high-end smoke that isn't really going to do too much, so might have been thrown just a little bit too high. And it's sprayed down as Sleeping Dog waits it out and takes Zaya's life.
Like that angle. Medical research on the follow-up. Revs getting involved as well for URG. And Checkboy has to go back, but Sleeping Dog has once again equalized. 3-on-3, lockdown available. Empress already popped. Is the potential for the neural theft. We're going to see that lockdown. That could be the difference maker, but Revs is looking good. There's that dismiss. Revs knows what's happening. Ooh. He's going to equalize Asgard with a frag, and Technochrist all alone, judge in hand.
Oh, and this is the worst weapon to have, too, because you know a majority of URG Black should have good information that, hey, it's the judge that's in play. You're going to have to play it slow. You're going to have to play it a little bit close to the vest. Thankfully, there's a weapon there for you to pick up. It looks like he's just going to save. I don't dislike this call. It's a nice one to make. Go ahead, sprint away, be able to save your wallet a little bit. URG Black, with that rush, are going to go ahead and take a 10th. 2 rounds away from match point 3 from taking the entire series. and moving on to the semifinals.
Orbital, I can't believe you would say that. I mean, the Judge is clearly the best gun in the game. I mean, come on now. Let's be reasonable here.
All right, that's fair. Some of the best highlight clips I've seen I come out of the Judge. I will give that credit. I mean, Cardinal had an amazing one too earlier on. So all right, fair enough. But still, Vandal, I think has a pricier tag.
Oh,
so might as well pick that one up.
I only troll a little bit, and it's only because I love you.
Only a little.
Only a little. Holy Cross looking good off the back of that saved weapon. They have a pretty darn good buy themselves. I really want to see this lockdown come to fruition, Orbital. We haven't seen it come in all that often, and I gotta say, when we have, it's not been the most effective.
Too many options, but Sleeping Dog is able to find one and a perfect dismiss out, but is going to get chased down, so this is going to leave an option open. They are going to swing back over to B through mid. This might be the catch that you want. A great blind. They are going to spray him down. Look at that play. Holy cross. We're not expecting that one. Shekboy, though, with the Nano Swarm is going to take Zaya's life.
Oh, Shekboy. Bit difficult on that spray. Revs does trade. Technochrist, trades back immediately. Medical research. Well, he's going to have to be doing something. Some sort of research if he wants to find any success. Big brain play here for URG would be just to teleport out and go to A, but I don't know if he's going to be able to find that. Shots being fired, but Technochrist stands tall. It's 10-9. URG immediately losing after they come to 10. Really, really tough stuff in this back and forth half number 2.
Yeah, it's nerve-wracking, to say the least. URG Black want to close this one out. Of course, it is not their map selection, but there's a chance that they just aren't as comfortable on Haven, right? So maybe just trying to finish it off here, and I like this. From Holy Cross, Sleeping Dog had a lot of favorable plays coming out with that Odin, so Cardinal is following up in suit. We're going to have 2 Odins running, hopefully on the opposite sides of the map. I think that's what they're doing. We see one in, I believe, that is over there on B side, and then one in a mid. URG Black are in for a nasty.
Looks like this push is going to be straight up A take.
Oh!
Nasty. For medical research, and honestly, he shouldn't have been able to get away with this, but he does. Very aggressive to plant there in the open. Could have been peeked, but he gets away with it. Run it back is denied. Ramsey sent back by Cardinal. That's God is there for more. Holy Cross is down pretty bad, but they can fight this back, and that's a good start. But Revs late on the flank means that this is basically all over. The team ace for URG as the quick A hit is entirely successful.
That was all off of medical research right there. A phenomenal from the shadows gave such a large opportunity. And I have to give huge props to URG for even pulling that one off, right? That is such a ballsy move to assume that only one is defending. And the gamble paid off. And now they're one away from putting on a match point. You have the Seekers out. You have the Empress available. And all Holy Cross has is that lockdown. The one that we were kind of questioning if it was going to be useful. They've hung onto it for so long here and have yet to actually utilize it. I think this is the 3rd round in a row that it's been up.
Definitely been a while. It has been a bit of a struggle. A little bit of damage done on entry there. Gonna see if some hot hands. Plant does go down. 5 alive per side. So the retake gonna have to come in, but here's where it is potential for the lockdown. Surely they use it here. There we go.
Yes. Not the most optimal position, unfortunately. It's still out in the open a little bit, but it still works. But Asgard still has a huge shot out. Is able to find one. Cardinal finds a return, and Rez is ready to go with a 3rd. Rez with 2! Says, okay, I'll detain myself for the good of the cause as it opens up a chance. And they take it! The lockdown was bait against Holy Cross!
Match point.
What a great decision making there from URG, but I gotta say, Holy Cross, you gotta lay some blame at their feet there because they need to push forward. They have to trade. The fact that we saw so much come through whilst the lockdown was put in place really just shows that Holy Cross were were really struggling to make those quick decisions that URG Black simply made and took with ease.
This game is getting a little bit, it's harsh as Holy Cross are fighting for their playoff lives once again. It's going to be a little bit of a call in as URG might flood into this A site once again. Their rushes have worked. Ramsey finds the opening pick.
Oh, and it's a follow-up as well. Asgod has that frag. It's a headshot on the checkboy. His Holy Cross. This is their last chance saloon.
Spike
Down by 2 players. Sleeping Dog been so good. Looking for something more, but Revs. Oh, Revs. Finding Cardinal. He's sent back. No more. Run it back. And Ramsey dispatches the Phoenix. 2v4.
They will go.
There's gonna be another call tag. No Christ as well. Holy Cross are fighting for the lives, but it's a 1-on-2. Can the Empress do it? Empress is not able to.
Oh,
URG Black.
URG with a victory here. And not only that, but they fight back against the team that they lost 2-1 to in the regular season. Wow. What a phenomenal showing. And not only did they win, but they won in 2-0 fashion, dominantly on their map pick, a little closer on the second, but boy, did it look good.
Yeah, this is a team that I'm very, very happy watching move on to the next stage into the semifinals. And Holy Cross, very, very proud of them for making it into the playoffs. They showed a lot of, I want to say, good starting points, right? Some of the moves that they did make in game 1 showed that the general idea, the macro play idea was there. They need to iron out some of their entry strategies, though. That's what we're looking for. And also maybe practice on the micro aim as well. You know, Cardinal, I unfortunately, we saw it on stream, so I got to point it out. You know, if you see someone coming around the corner, you got to hit those shots because those are opportunities that you cannot let up on. Those are the golden goose eggs that kind of lay themselves at your feet. Either way, though, well done to both teams on a very fun series.
100%. No, I mean, they did a great job overall. And I got to say, you know, commiserations as well to Holy Cross. They played a good split, especially. They were thereabouts. It just wasn't quite good enough. Sleeping Dog, in particular, I think had a phenomenal showing of themselves. Was second place on the total scoreboard for both of these games, and really was kind of the catalyst to allow Holy Cross into some of these rounds. But nonetheless, we are going to be getting an interview here. I don't know who it's going to be, but I do know that it's going to be on the flip side of this short little break. So don't go too far. We're going to be back with an interview in just a minute or so. So we'll be right back. Alrighty, and welcome back. Vincent alongside Orbital. And on the line here, we have Asgod as well. I'm super excited to get to talk to Asgod. Asgod, my first question for you, my friend, is wow, what a fantastic performance on that second map, 28-11. How much do you guys practice?
We practice a fair amount. We try to do, 2 hours, hour and a half every day. And we tend to practice on specific things, run a few customs, do a few things like that. So I think that helped a lot today.
Yeah. And I mean, taking a look, we understand in map 1, right, you guys did very, very well. But in map 2 here, going into Holy Cross's map selection here, the big question is you popped off in that game. How are you feeling at that point? Was there a point in the map where you're like, hey, maybe this is our map now. This is our time to shine, and you just kind of unlocked the shackles that were weighing you down?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I think I started to warm up a bit more towards the end of the first map. Started off a bit cold in the second map, and then started to get a rhythm, started to feel it a bit more, and then the shots are just connecting, positioning was good, and just felt it a lot there.
Yeah, and I did want to kind of ask a little something else. This is more personal for me.
Gotcha.
What made you play so aggressive as a Reyna with an Odin? Because my gosh, I don't think I've seen that aggressive of a Reyna Odin combination before. I mean, is that something that you enjoy a lot? Is that more unique, or did you watch someone? Like, where did you pick that one up?
I'm not too sure, actually. Not too sure at all.
Well, okay, so I'm curious. You guys had obviously a really good showing here today. Quarterfinals out the way. First best of 3. Where do you realistically think you guys can land here in the playoffs? Do you think you can make it all the way? Is winning a realistic possibility, or where are y'all's goals?
Yeah, winning's always the end goal. I mean, you play to win, but you play for fun as well. But yeah, obviously we as a team are confident in our skill and our teamwork most of all. I think our teamwork is really good. So provided that we keep performing and keep playing as a team, we'll easily be able to. Well, not easily, but we'll see how it goes. The goal is definitely the championship for sure.
Well, I mean, that's fantastic to hear. I'm really glad it's a positive outlook. And before we let you go, do you have anybody you want to shout out or say hello to while we have you on stream?
Yeah, I just want to say hello to my parents back in South Africa. Thank you guys for tuning in. I want to say thank you to the coaches at Rio, to everyone on my team, and just the coaching staff and everyone at Rio Grande.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you taking the time, Asgod, and you guys. Good luck with the rest of your playoff run.
Thank you so much.
And with that, Orbital, we have to say goodbye to all you fine folks at home. It's going to be it from us, myself, and Orbital. But we got 2 awesome casters coming at you. I think we got Infernosis and Fellow, if I'm not mistaken. So that's a quality duo that they're going to take you through your next matchup. So don't go too far. We're going to have that matchup queued up as soon as possible. So keep your eye out, and we'll be back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-spectacular, oh-so-handsome, oh-so-well-dressed fellow the caster. How you doing tonight, John?
I'm doing fantastic. I actually took off my long sleeve to go put on this button up, even though a lot of clothing actually doesn't feel that great on me because I have tape on my back because as an 18-year-old, I somehow have back problems from previous experiences. That is oh so much fun, especially when you do nothing but sit at your chair all day, which probably only adds more pain to the mix. But we've got two exciting teams to talk about here in the Navigators division, I believe it's pronounced. It's Finlandia versus Blue Gold Esports, and we'll get the bracket up for you just to see what we have going in for ourselves in this division. In particular, you can see Finlandia and Blue Gold towards the bottom area. We got some other matches in play too, with even Blue Gold's B team actually playing in the exact same division, funny enough, up against Baker. Scott, how do you feel about this match that we're going to be getting ourselves into?
Well, the matchup tonight is a 2nd seed versus a 7th seed. And if you want to know a little bit more about that, that's going to be a 7-1 team, the Finlandia Knights, versus a 3-5 seed team. And unfortunately, to make matters even worse here, John, week 1 was a forfeit victory. So, yeah, there could be, maybe they could have won week 1, maybe not. But no matter what the case is, they're here and they're here to stay. And not even the worst team, or says a lowest seeded team here in the Navigator Cyan division. So there's at least some room to go forward here. But you can obviously draw some inferences from the rest of the bracket, how those games may go. But keep in mind, the winner of this one will face the winner of that seed that was below. And the same thing vice versa. Go from quarterfinals to semis and then to those grand finals. And of course, we'll have a bit of a break between those. As you know, it's a nice Thanksgiving break, some holiday season, spread some holiday cheer throughout our lives. But you can also see our map bands down below. You can see the fact that Ascent is up first, picked by Finlandia. Second's going to be the map of Icebox. Nothing too shocking here so far. Blue Gold's going to be picking that one, and the decider map is going to be Breeze. A bit of a shock inside of the NECC, but nothing too shocking overall in the collegiate scene. But seeing it at this rank is a little bit of a shocker for me. It gives me an inclination that maybe they weren't comfortable on Bind, maybe they weren't comfortable on Split and picking those up instead. Maybe Haven was just something they weren't looking to play today. I don't know. I'm thankful for it. I hate Haven. So I'm thankful that we don't have to see it, but I do like these 3 map selections. I really enjoy Ascent. I know some people hate ever-living crap out of it. I'm a big fan of Ascent, though, and I'm looking forward to seeing that one played out first.
Yeah, I'm also a really big fan of Ascent on top of that too, and I guess I'm thankful for the fact that we don't have Fracture on the board. That map still confuses my mind a lot of the time that it's in play, but Ascent is a pretty often picked map. We saw a lot of like semi-default picks in here for the map ban phase. There's a small amount of variety, but the rest is pretty stock standard picks coming in between both teams, and nothing really shocking, to be honest, with these first couple of lock-ins. You got the Killjoy on the board, Reyna being mirrored between both Finlandia and Blue Gold. Yeah, this is nothing that's catching my eye for an Ascent pick, really.
I know a couple of these players, actually. I know TJ Breezy. I know Nova, I believe. I know Big E. I don't think I know anyone else, though. I recognize these names, though. So it's something that's just going through my head and seeing this one go down. The most important thing when you're talking about a map like Ascent is going to be your agent selection. First and foremost, what do you want to play? Do you want to switch between a Killjoy? Do you want to switch between a Cypher? From the looks of things, Blue Gold are actually teasing both. And on top of that, teasing the stage. This is going to be... I'll just go ahead and say it, a very poor decision if they choose to do so. That's not a strong meta lineup at all.
Choose your agent.
Killjoy can be very strong in a lot of ways, typically funneling out of the C site. Turret plays a little bit more aggressively on double boxes on A site. There's a lot of really good utility placements for her alone. Bringing in a Cypher as well is just adding extra logs to a fire that's not going to burn out. You are essentially adding something that's not necessary, and now you're going to be lacking in a huge way some very early forefront fight potential. Take a look at the difference here. There's no Sova for the Blue Gold side. They have opted, instead of bringing a Viper, they're going to bring the Omen, which does give them the ability to initiate and gain those smoke sightlines. And Omen is a bit of an easier player for that. You don't necessarily need to know lineups like a Viper, but it is a little bit weaker, and you don't really have as much post-plant denial utility as you would, say, on the Viper with tossing that snake bite. But ultimately, no information, no real great way to entry besides just a single smoke sightline, and they do not have a jet to swiftly jump into the site. They're lacking on almost all fronts here on the map of Ascent. It's going to be an uphill battle when they switch over to the attacking side. On defense, they get a good chance because they do have 3 of them, aka Killjoy, Cypher, and Sage. but they don't really have the damage potential to deny what Finlandia are going to be bringing to the table.
Also, no Astra on the board. That is very questionable for Ascend. This is probably one of her strongest maps, and she is a great agent when it comes to setting up for those post-plant situations. Her Cosmic Divide is incredibly strong for denying a majority of sight lines, and she's got plenty of util in the back pocket as well. Smokes, gravity wells, Nova Pulses, you name it, she's got plenty of it, but sadly she's not going to be in play on map number 1.
It is an interesting decision, but when you look at the way that you kind of want to play what's comfortable here, I think that's what's going to be most important. It does seem like Blue Gold is playing this out of comfort, more of a desire instead of trying to deny anything. I'm a bit unsure about what they're really planning for, but you can see a lot of util being dumped towards that B site, trying to tease Blue Gold on that side to kind of get them to rotate early or to see and prod about how much, util and defense is actually set up over there. They send the toxic screen, they send a recon bolt as well. They're prodding inside mid, whether it be this catwalk side or just be mid as a whole. And it's going to have to come to a forefront eventually, and that's going to be what happens. Sitting next to Pizza, that's NJY. Yoshi will be able to take one more out. And he's still got to be able to find more than that. It's a very poor position to be in because here comes the snake bite. That's going to flush you out, and the rest of the Finlandia Alliance can pounce on your exposed position.
Last 3 seconds here, 4-on-4. The push has to come in through, but it's only the Omen to deny this B site rush. And if he just gets bombarded by players, this could be over. No one checks near catwalk. It's one frag for Somalia, but only that single pick as Big E is there to respond. Plant now going down, plenty of time to stick it, and there's great coverage. There goes Nick Toll. She'll shut down her doppelganger. Here comes the response yet again by Killjoy right up around inside of Market, and we'll find all 3. Matter of fact, 2 great plays and beautiful setup for the post plant. It'll be Finlandia taking round number 1.
It's an interesting start decision. It's not too shocking to see your attacking team that has a bit of a stronger, aggressive lineup when it comes to winning a round like that. You can engage with both the Reyna and your Jet, and they could be that kind of your forefront players. And yes, we did see the Reyna lose their life, Neurohermit. Unfortunately, not able to live that long, but it doesn't seem to be a huge problem for them. They can still engage in a lot of ways, and it's really just the prodding slowly to, I guess, kind of figure out where your opponent is weakest in their defense. And the one thing we noticed first and foremost was the fact that B got prodded fairly quickly. They didn't want to push through the main side. They instead opted to go through Market, and it's going to work out for them. It's a smart decision, and it pays dividends for them. And now they can go through, buy out in the second round. And here's my favorite play you can possibly bring in Valorant in the current meta right now, John. Reyna getting kills in round 1, or teammates getting kills in round 1, and then buying the rifle on the Reyna, not having to worry about armor or anything else, because she's essentially a frontline tank. She can get a kill, heal up immediately afterwards. She's so pivotal towards an attack. It's so much fun to see how aggressive Reynas can be in just round 2 if you just buy the rifle early.
Oh, no one checked the little dividend leading towards Market, and that will allow for 1 pick by Snow. That's not horrible, honestly. That's 1 less SMG/rifle to worry about, but you have to still be prepared to deal with the Vandal in the hands of Hermit as they're getting ready for another B push. They've got that slight man advantage, and again, not a lot of, if any, coverage on this round, and it's only a matter of time before we get into this post-plant situation, Scott, as no one's here to deny. This Viper wall is doing a great job of burning through that clock.
Slowly but surely, systematically pushing through what the defense has, and they did a great job. They swung around the opposite direction, they took control of Market, go through main, and now they have multiple avenues of which they can deny approach. 2 players on site. One's going to be on site itself, one in Boat Hall, another's going to be in B main, and another's going to be Market. Player behind Boat Switch. They'll be able to find one as Somalia TP'd over, but it's unfortunately Nikto who finds 4. She's popping off very early, finding a massive amount of success, 7-0. And you know what that guarantees here, John? The lockdown by round 3. A massive, massive milestone for them, and that's just going to make it even more difficult for Blue Gold to hold on.
And considering the fact that Blue Gold hasn't had a lot of presence inside of B, you could use that lockdown proactively. You could wait until you get the spike fully confirmed on the ground and then pop it to waste even more time and then set up in some nice positions to just play off that post even easier than before. This time around, though, there's going to be 2 defenders set up, locking out the B push for the time being. They might rotate later on. It is only the first minute 30 after all, but that's plenty of food for thought, as that has been the biggest concern by Blue Gold these first couple rounds. It's just that lack of proper site presence to stop a potential plant.
That's one of the bonuses to bringing in Oben as well. You can see him show this Dark Shadow. He sends it from B as a whole, B stairs on B site, and sends it all the way up to top mid. It's great support because they knew that Yoshi was in a very poor spot and was getting flushed out fairly quickly, and they need Yoshi to be alive to be that market player, and we see it already paying dividends. The support being a necessity, and it breeds them one kill, and they'll find a second off of it as well, as Breezy takes out Nikto, but Big E is quick on the refrag. Now Jiggle peeking from the split side, needs to clear player at bottom mid, and unfortunately for them, it's Arena they'll be facing, as Yoshi has that Leer, can send it out, but great support coming from top mid, and it's gonna work just out in their favor as Finlandia Lions tie this one up again with Big E finding yet another frag.
This is not a horrible position for Finlandia, really. They're getting ready for the push. Not in B, though. It's going to be an A confirmation leading in through the main door, I suppose. Malia trying to go aggressive, good for 2, and now it's a 1-on-3 situation, all up to one guy here on very little HP, has to run in through the cyber cage, finds Nova prowling up above, but is not able to connect enough shots to shut him down. It'll be the first round there for Blue Gold, but in the mid game of that round, Scott, things really did take a turn for the better for Finlandia.
They managed to bring themselves back. Big E finding 2 frags was very successful for them, but unfortunately, Somalia got a nice spray down of 2. The first one I understand. They should have had it actually previously when they had paranoia'd all 3 players inside of Tree. A very successful use of utility for your Omen, and it's pretty rare to find chances or instances to be able to do so, but it wasn't just that. It was the fact that they missed the opportunity to go for the kill. A little unfortunate, but they still kept at it. They actually played it aggressively, went and got the first shot and sprayed down 2, one of them through the actual dark smoke, and it made it such an open situation, an open and cut the Blue Gold side, as they guaranteed an even further player advantage, in the cyber cage made it even more difficult. But a quick rush attempted through A main. They will get the ult pimp, which is a great way to start off for the Finlandia Lions, but they'll lose a player in the process. Quickly refrag back to the Blade Storm in Big E's hands, and now you're going to see Finlandia Lions start to pivot towards the opposing direction and start to try to take control over market side and push towards B, as Spike is still over in B main.
And that was an incredibly long shot landed with the Blade Storm, too. That was very impressive by Big E. Things evened up now. Great cutoff being held. Nikto's there to back up Hermit as well. They get aggressive, but Somalia will deny the play from happening. Back on even footing here as the push inside of B has to go down, essentially. There isn't a lot of time to rotate. You'd be in a very predictable position at that point. Blue Gold will be very well of your possible attempt around towards A. DJ Breezy tried to get aggro, but will fall back to play deep inside of the site. Donger now playing behind Roach, just wrapping around between him and the Sova, but he'll run out of ammunition. 2-on-2, you could try to go for this plant perhaps, but there is no one to cover, as Nikto is just creeping around near the back parts of the attacker, pardon, defender's spawn. My mistake. Spike now down, and Nikto's not going to land her shots. DJ Breezy shuts him down. This will completely even things up now. 2-2 going into the 5th round, Scott.
This is an interesting statistic as well. It's pretty normal to win out round 3 if you lose the first 2, and that's something we saw happen. Winning the next one, however, especially if there were any kills truly gathered in round 3, is a bit more of an outlier. Unfortunately, though, Finlandia lose a huge lead, but they'll still have plenty of eco. I guess they didn't fully commit in a lot of ways in that last round, but we can see them kind of struggling to full buy here, as they have a judge in the hand of Mr. Guy. They have an operator for Big E, but no armor behind it, so it's a glass cannon situation, and if it works out, it's all good. It's just no big problem, and you can already see their push to A main has started to work out. They get the ult pip. That was the most important part, and the Sage Wall goes down. That denies that utility, and now if they move quick enough to another objective, that util cannot be used against them further. And that also makes it a bit more easy to eat that Cypher tripwire if they do know it is there, and not actually have to face the consequences of their actions. And this is going to be a very interesting start, as the first kill finally drops for Nikto once again. She'll take out Snurmer Donger, and will be a 5v4 early in this round.
Finlandia just testing the waters, really. Getting ready to go for a potential push. They've got bodies stacked both near mid, A, and B. Really, the possibilities are limitless. especially getting that first entry here on the 5th round. A bit of a fallback coming through by Blue Gold. They don't want to overextend themselves. They want Finlandia to make the first mistake going in for this execute. Recon Bolt going to gather some information. There's a paranoia, though, just in the nick of time to keep that Sova back towards Catwalk for a little while longer, allowing the reposition here by Somalia. In the background off screen, Nova will get one, and that guy has no idea where Somalia fell back to. An easy pick coming through by Blue Gold, and all of a sudden they've regained the advantage. Time is ticking. Spike is left down in towards B, and no one's going to be able to pick it back up in time, Scott. This could be a round win just because of the fact that no one was there to back up one guy, and it's going to come to fruition. No one's overextending. They're saving their weapons here.
There's an operator on the board, John. What else are you really supposed to do?
I mean, I don't blame them, yeah.
Play for an exit frag? I mean, think about this. They get first pick, John. They pick up the first kill. It was a good play by Nikto, and they just need to do a little bit more beyond that, but nobody else on the team was able to step up and get the kill, and I don't really want to call anybody individually out, but Neuro Hermit playing as the Reyna on the opposing side has not been fulfilling that duelist role as much as I believe that they should be able to. And I don't think it's because they're not a good player. I think it's because a lot of the plays in which Arena is really strong at has been getting denied fairly quickly by what Blue Gold had brought to the table. Their use of the Omen and bringing up Paranoia, it's essentially an even better blind than the Leer, lasts a little bit longer as well, and it just makes things extremely difficult by it's going to hit you even if you don't look at it, right? It just has to tag you a little bit, and that's exactly what we have been seeing. But very quick rush implemented towards A main. They'll quickly tear down that wall as Mr. Gorbachev will attempt to deny them, but it does not seem to last much longer. Recon Bolt is sent. This is not going to be able to tag much or any at all, quite frankly, as an Owl Drone is sent on top of it, and TJ Breezy sends one more to the afterlife. Now needs to be flushed back towards underneath, and Hell will not be able to do so as Mr. Guy collects the kill, and now Sight will be handily in favor of the Finlandia Alliance as they also employ the Viper's Pit to assist.
Just Ultimate City here on round number 6. NJ Yoshi tries to find something through the smoke, but cannot spot out a single soul. Lockdown comes in through proactively, though, to try to play around on this retake, and that could be massive to at least burn through this possible Viper's Pit. Here comes one guy, though, tries to break the lockdown with his ultimate, and it's actually good. He can still utilize his Viper's Pit, but it's just explosion by Blue Gold. Somalia and NJ Yoshi leading the charge. It's Nikto left, playing deep in wine to try to deny this fuse, but Yoshi, they're just sticking it, and Nova swings wide for a good shot. It'll connect on a Nikto, and the recovery round by Blue Gold was successful despite the lockdown not working and having to overcome the Viper's Pit.
I know Orbital and Vincent mentioned this just last game. If you're still watching from them, don't reload in the open, right? I think that was one of the phrases they said. I think the other one was, don't pull out your knife when you're trying to, win a 1v1 clutch. Don't pull out your knife. Very smart things, and that's one of those moments where it probably wouldn't have gone in favor there for Nikto, but if you had actually had your weapon out or were not trying to reload, there was a much better chance of survival against Nova in that position. Maybe not to deny the actual plan, but at least you would have gotten that kill and not really allowed for them to do much beyond that. But a very quick recon bolt sent early. That will guarantee there is, in fact, a player in market. And while Big E has that information, they're a little bit hesitant to actually proceed off of it as they are still kind of hovering over towards bottom mid, just now stepping through the arch and starting to put themselves over in the double cubby section. Look at the util that's been placed by the Killjoy of the blue gold side. Market is a death pit, and they are waiting for any and all opposition to step through it.
Just about ready to spring that trap as you were coining it. Yoshi's waiting. Will actually spot out Big E, goes for the push, and not able to connect enough shots, and Mr. Guy will punish for that. Finlandia get the first pick. They've sprung the trap, but they don't seem that challenged about it, or at least that worried, as they're just trying to go for this execute. They don't have much time. They're going to need to commit to this rush inside a market, and so far, so good for Finlandia.
TJ has walked through mid at this point in time, takes out Nikto, sprays down Noah Hermit, and now finds Mr. Guy. It is an easy cleanup situation for the buddy ace between Snowmer and, of course, TJ Breezy. As Snowmer cleans up the round, quick fashion, 2 being sprayed down on Doggy Walk, and there's literally no chance of success for Finlandia. First and foremost, you lose your immediate player, first off the bat inside mid-market. I believe it was Big E that was sitting behind at first. They die. Why is that information not being relayed? There's no call out behind. There's no call out I'm dead. There's no relay whatsoever. It took both players in market, didn't turn around until they started getting shots. You have to relay that information. You have to be able to say to your partners on your team that I am being shot from somewhere. There is a problem occurring, and I need assistance. You need to watch your own weir because your flank clutch is dead, and that is a tremendous problem to start things off on, and that's just how you end a round so emphatically.
That is probably one of the biggest weaknesses by Finlandia is they only have the Killjoy for any potential flank watch. They don't have a Cypher like their opposing team of Blue Gold, so it's very difficult in the heat of the moment to be able to actually manage to have someone deny that flank, which was well done by Breezy, but I still have to agree with you. Someone should be able to relay that in time, and no one's able to relay the fact that someone's still waiting deep for that mid push. It'll be the Reyna to bring back the man advantage here for Finlandia as no one's watching B, and they're getting ready for basically just a full-fledged execute into that site. We're going to have to see another post-plant position here as Finlandia, so long as they commit, which I don't think they're actually... Are they going back around and towards A, Scott? I don't know what to think about this. B was free for the taking, but now they're opting to go in towards tree where Somalia is just waiting patient here with trap wires to assist. It'll get destroyed, but Somalia's not going to miss his shots. He's good for 2, sprays down long, looking for a third, but he's not going to connect it with a damage, Scott. It's simply already been done. At this point, there isn't much time left to recover that case and still attempt for a plant. And now Somalia's got backup as well. Hermit tries to swing out from arches, but will get taken care of by Donger quite effectively, forcing a 1 versus 3. One of the top players of NECC trying to clutch, but there's no time to find all 3. And that'll give the round to the way of Blue Gold, 6-2.
Why are you saving a Spectre? Take a look at the economy now. This is why you do not save a Spectre. There's no skin on it, John! There is no skin! It is a base level Spectre!
No,
this is why you do not save in a situation where you do not have an operator or maybe a rifle with full armor still in full util. You had 2,600, you had 1,600 at the end of the round. I think it was 1,800 actually. You came into the next round with how much? 2,800, $1,000 more. Well, everyone else on your team got more than just that. They got their death bonus and they got the loser's loss bonus, which has been proceedingly adding up for them, which should allow for Finlandia to just continue to buy out for the majority of these rounds, even when they're losing them back to back. It will add up, and the loser's bonus will be important, but I don't want to give anything away as to why Blue Gold is winning this one in such a lopsided affair so far, but my biggest indicator for the reason why is single-handedly Somalia 420. Somalia has been placing these smokes in perfect placements. He knows exactly where he needs to deny, and he's watching the majority of his corners, except for right here. NECC still holding top mid is a little bit of a cheeky play for them, but it's quickly refragged back by Yoshi. But he has single-handedly been swinging the favor towards his side, and while he's dead, they lose out on a lot of utility that allows for them to initiate in these engagements, and that's just going to allow for Finlandia to start to pop off, and you can see that already. Operator shot to the body, one more felling for Blue Gold C, and now Finlandia have objective and a man count advantage.
Rez's pop, though, right around mid, because that's where Somalia died at the hands of NECC. He sadly did not have his skins. I'll have to eat my own words, Scott. I apologize. Thank you for pointing it out there, boldly. Greatly appreciate it. They'll try to go for some miracle play, faking the ult there. Somalia will maybe try to catch some players off guard. Yoshi just dismisses into the site as he falls down, and there it goes. It's just a constant trade game right in the middle of B, with the advantage slightly leading towards Blue Gold, but now it's turned all the way down into a 1 versus 1. Time is still ticking. At this point, Big E's gonna die no matter what. Has to lose that operator. He'll try to get it out in time, but just barely misses out. It's still a round win, so that's great for Finlandia, but sadly, they're not going to be able to bring over that operator unless they want to pay a pretty penny here on round number 10.
It is really unfortunate to see that go that way. Honestly, Big E probably could have escaped. I mean, you didn't really even need to push that last fight. That entire last engagement that kind of came through was both sides making miscalculations. Blue Gold on the defense didn't need to push. They had lost at that point. There was no way they were going to get it done in time. So they could have just played for the exit frag. And Finlandia would have lost all their players, and he would have seen Blue Gold to lose the round, but the majority of their staff would still be alive, and they could still have a fairly solid round performance coming up. But with a round win finally dropping in Finlandia's favor, it's going to be up to them to kind of figure out what's going to work swinging forward, but the ice ball slows them down a bit more, but the most annoying factor will be that slow orb. That will put a massive hindrance on the side of Finlandia Lions, and they'll start to actually push forward to the objective. Tailwind utilized by Big E, pushing through the toxic cloud, and now lies down below in hell. But Yoshi has been insane so far. Takes down one. All of the blades except for one miss into the player of Yoshi, and now Yoshi knows where the jet may lie and can clean up accordingly as they take out their doppelganger Reina. Head of that one guy being taken as well, and Somalia cleans up. But a lineup here, this is why you bring that Viper as well, and the question is it going to go in time? It does. Yoshi eats it, and now it's just Mr. Guy holding close to the frenzy. Caps the head of Somalia. Now they have to stick it at this point in time. They have enough of it, though. If you're full HP, John, you can stick the entirety of one half of that snake bite, and it does not do as much damage as it should to kill you. You get a free plant and a free defusal.
Yeah, close, but no cigar, like you mentioned, too strong. Even though the poisonous fumes are just going right up your nose. Like, theoretically, you should have died, but that's completely fine. Finland,
it's like hanging out in the boys' locker room in middle school, dude. Just axe spray everywhere.
If you've gone into a boys' locker room growing up in the States, you basically are immune because all that axe spray that's sprayed in there is basically like poison. So you've got an immunity right there to Viper main. That's a plus, right?
It's such a funny forethought, but quick little Odin spray down, John. I really like that strategy when you're shooting through Poppy Wall, but unfortunately, it doesn't find anything. So that's going to be a bit of a slower push, but look how slow that Finlandia are taking this, trying to go through B main. This is going to have them push slowly but surely, but their number one push onto the site, their number one outlook is going to go through that catwalk side, and there's nothing but Killjoy utility and Killjoy herself, aka Snowmer, watching that angle.
Yeah, and there goes the Odin. You can just simply hold M1. Doesn't have a lot of recoil, to be honest, and the operator has no recoil. A single shot will bring down Yoshi. There goes that one guy, eliminating Donger. The Odin is no longer in play. You've reclaimed that man advantage, getting ready for the site push inside of B. Here goes Hermit. Empress is optional to quickly take care of Nova. Somalia falls to the wayside as well, leaving TJ Breezy to try to clutch up here. Spots out Nikto, but it's going to miss some vital shots. Maybe get a second chance at it, but it's not going to be given the time of day as Hermit swings on wide and will eliminate the lone Sage player, giving Finlandia a well-needed round win as only one more in the first half before we transition over, Scott.
I'm going to give some advice right here. One guy, please. If you're on Finlandia side, what you on? You're on the attack. That recon bolt you sent through towards Catwalk on B, don't do that. Send that as a shock dart instead. Because first and foremost, if you know you're facing a Killjoy, either it's below you or it's right there. And that's exactly where it was. If you had shock darted there instead, you would have cleared the swarm nades, you would have cleared the alarm bot, that would have given an inclination that you were there in the first place, and that util would have been destroyed. That's why Killjoy is actually, in a lot of people's opinions, especially in higher rank, weaker than Cypher is. Because Killjoy is a bit easier to predict, and shock darts and Sova are the easiest counter on the planet to deal with it. Cypher is information, that's everything. He's got that spy cam, he can actually throw it and watch a flank with a tripwire. It's a little bit harder to detect in a lot of ways. You have to go slow to be able to see them, and he also has the ability to drop the Cypher cages, which a Killjoy doesn't have access to. So he's essentially able to smoke without having the full ability to smoke. So a lot of people prefer that Cypher for that reason, but a recon bolt sent that gives away TJ Breezy's location. That was a very good one for them, but the flank was attempting to be employed by Snowmer, and Noro Hermit will be the player who snuffs it out just as quick as it starts.
Yoshi's not going to get that lucky either. They'll fall back near B lever. I believe actually popped it. Just going to try to one-man army inside of B. Big E goes for a lucky shot. It almost works out for him, narrowly missing out on the lone Reina, which could have completely opened up B essentially here for Finlandia. Yet again, that's a recurring pattern here. A lack of site presence, particularly on this B side. As we tip towards the last 30 seconds, there has been some better positioning here by Blue Gold, but here comes the lockdown, basically nullifying that. There isn't much to try to stop it other than Somalia, who's just trying to hold down from the long angle. Will get one, but it's a quick trade game yet again. No one really in the lead. Nova from behind will find one on towards Hermit, and the lockdown actually detains Yoshi. They go for a plant now. They're not going to go and shoot him as they're
Spike
just too
planted.
busy going for the plant. They completely get tunnel visioned on that, and Yoshi will now be undetained. He's got intel from the neural F, pops down one. This is such an oversight, Scott. It's only Biggie left, deep in boat with the frenzy and a dream. Needs to take these gunfights one-on-one. The Lear gets popped, but he's behind it. Down goes Yoshi. It's 1v1 territory between him and Nova. The spray is good. Biggie's on such little HP, he cannot compete with the Spectre. Man, that came down to the wire, and if one little thing changed, like Yoshi dying while being detained, that could have been a round win for Finlandia.
I have so much I want to even start with, John, that I don't
Switching
even know where to
sides.
go. I don't even know where to start with how disappointed I am with that round, just as a whole base level. First off, congratulations, you win the round. That's a good defuse. But two problems. Both of those were Finlandia's problems. One, finish the job. Job ain't done. Why you celebrating? Job ain't done. Finish what you started. Get the kill. They are locked down. They are 100% paralyzed. They cannot do anything to stop what you are doing. Finish the job, and you never would have lost the first player on site. Second off, why is Big E swinging? Why does Big E feel the need to swing that angle? Big E just needs to hold that exact position and not peek. There's no need to push Nova whatsoever. Nova is the one that's facing the time constraint. That's what a post-plant situation does. It pushes Father Time, the sixth man on the field for the defense, onto your side. He's a fickle mistress. You can bring him to your side with a single spike plant, and they just didn't use him to his fullest. Did that snake bite really just bounce off the turrets and go back into the corner where they lied? I don't even know how to start with this, John. And a swarm nade's tossed into the corner. This is actually, I don't even know where to begin, man.
Ouch. Just the Chad meme of ouch. That's how we start off that round. A lot of nades being tossed and a little bit of damage being dealt. Not a lot, though, to be too concerned and to rotate anyways. That one guy, you need to simply hit those, man. Luckily, Hermit will finish off the dirty work, though. Good for two. Is caught in the reload, and Yoshi will barely manage to scrape away that pick, but it's better than nothing. T-Breezy, or TJ Breezy, my mistake, has the spike, and we'll get backup from the Cypher, but the Reyna of Yoshi is just getting aggro against Big E and wins that confrontation. That's huge, and Nova shuts down Mr. Guy as well. It's soon to be a post-plant, Scott, as all of a sudden Blue Gold have brought this back for just a little bit longer, apparently.
This is an interesting position. TJ Breezy is playing up on Raptors. Here's the knife. This is actually a smart play from that one guy to not actually continue to fight this. Lets for the melee, gives it about one more swing till it's done, and then goes back and shoots it, but doesn't clear corner. TJ Breezy ran out of mouse space and misses the opportunity. You can see that he clicked it over to his keyboard, and he loses the next fight. Necto swings into hell. Nova will send themselves to hell, and now you've got yourself a round win for the Finlandia Lions defense. A pistol round win on top of it, which should guarantee them the next round too, John. But what a disastrous ending to it is. That could have gone either direction, but running out of mousepad space and just whipping the shots down below will give the round over to the Finlandia Knights after a solid start.
Breezy! I can't. That's just...
TJ,
Just pick-
this is his villain arc.
This is like the flank king too, just the off angle Andy, and then just whiffs two right clicks. Breezy, I'm hoping you redeem yourself, man, because the fact that one guy lived was one of the main reasons why Finlandia managed to win that off the retake, because that was such a smart play, but then you just missed your shots, man. And in Valorant, aim really does matter much more in comparison to other video games such as, oh, I don't know, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Siege, one of my personal favorites. Dead game, lol. Dead game on Mega lol.
But they were immediately where that was going. It is unfortunate. It is unfortunate, but round two, at least in this half, sorry to break it to you, a little bit slower, and that's actually a good start. This is the correct decision here by Blue Gold. They're waiting around this edge towards Blue Main. They'll send out their smoke in towards Defender spawn, cutting off that sideline and should cut off the turret, but Big E is holding a complete and utter deep line through the smoke as well, might I add, to cut down the life of two. And now is going to cut down the life of the robot turret that was also lying in wait. And the flank player that was trying to come in through Market side shut down by Noro Hermit. Two players left standing. Now make it just one, as a guardian in the hand of that one guy will snuff out Snowmer, and a flawless round will in fact go through with Big E collapsing in on B main and taking the life of Nova. A very solid round start for Finlandia. And now they're going to face a full rifle buy. They have actually good weapons for this, and they're going to go ahead and drop weapons and spawn as well. Big E stepped with a pistol the entire time because of the ghost. And then also now we'll have enough money to buy a operator in round 3 of the second half.
Yeah, a great save from those first 2 rounds to actually be able to buy that the giant gun, the funny one-shot machine,
Cannon.
I suppose. The only thing, yeah, the glass cannon essentially. But he's got full armor, and he's got the first pick too. Down goes Donger. So a brilliant start by Finlandia. And the main problem with keeping all your players alive for that second pistol round is like having to keep a couple of those SMGs. But a majority of Finlandia has got some nice toys to play with, and especially getting that first pick is massive. Now it's one less rifle to worry about, but there goes the refrag near tree.
Yeah, that's going to be Arena. That's NJ Yoshi getting it as well, so the Devourer can go through. Somalia has their flank watch, and NJ Yoshi, with the extra HP, will get the kill into Nora Hermit. Reyna on Reyna drops in favor of the attacking side, but Biggie is quick to refrag. And so a control that was almost about to drop in favor of Blue Gold has started to break even, and now some sweat dropping down their foreheads, sliding down the side of their face. They're a little bit more hesitant to push this direction. Notice how your Nova player is still hanging out all the way in spawn. They're going to rotate over with assistance from their Sage, who's holding the spike towards the B, and guess what? Killjoy is still alive. That alarm bot goes off. That turret goes off. Guess what? The Nano Swarm will go down, and that's going to decisively dish a ton of damage, if not kill your attempted push through this direction. It's just going to matter first and foremost. Once you get the intel with the turret, don't peek, and that's the right decision. Notice how the Killjoy is not opting to peek through door. They'll wait for the swarm, and they'll find massive impact with it. Nikto gets the kill into Nova. Roaming flank player Somalia, though, comes all the way through A main, through defender spawn, and finds 2, and leaves Nikto now trapped in a 1v1. Spike is down in a poor position. Nikto is trying to play this from B main. Needs to swing forward to take out Spike. There is not enough time, and they're going to try and play for the firefight. Who's going to win it out? Running out of ammo, it's Nikto with the Spectre.
Yeah, she played that round perfectly to such a degree. A majority of her teammates were positioned near A, so she had all of her util stacked up near B, playing near market, ready to swing at a moment's notice, especially since the Slorb went through and that nullified the operator to a very big extent on that push, sorry. Yeah, that was just a brilliant round for Nikto in particular. She really did carry a majority of that round win for Finlandia, and upsettingly, they lost a lot of weaponry because of that, so no operator on the board this time around, but hey, at least they still got that round win in the end.
Slorb?
Slorb?
Slorb? Is that what you called it? Yeah, the Slorb. You called it Slorb.
I probably did, but I literally cannot remember.
It was funny. I'm actually right. I may just call it
I'll look back
that.
on the VOD.
I may just call it that from now on, because that is actually really funny. That's actually a great name for it. The Slorb. From your Sage. That's actually cheeky.
Oh, did I said slow orb too fast.
Yeah, you said it too fast, so it says
now
slurb.
I get it. Yeah, I definitely said slurb.
Yeah, it was funny. Yeah. It was good, though. I was smiling. I liked it. I was like, slurp? But it's going to be an interesting decision here for the slow and methodical approach that has to be going forward for Blue Gold. They have a little bit better weapons, mostly SMGs, and it's going to be the same thing for the Finlandia Alliance side, but they do have the player who had their operator previously, Big E. They're going to do what Jets do best. Pop the Blade Storm and rely on it instead of having a main hand weapon. Fortunately, though, Somalia is playing the Omen. They don't necessarily need to play through that midsection and can instead TP up, Dark Teleport up to the top, and now start to push in through Pumpy instead as the Paranoia swings. And this is why an Omen is so spectacular in the right hands. And I mentioned it earlier, Somalia is the exact person you wanted in.
Going down as well. Blue Gold in the lead. Operator will... well, the default, the lower operator actually brings that out against that one. Me and the Sheriff will find a nice little one-tap on towards Biggie as well. This is a great post-plant position here, really, for Blue Gold. Everything is being guarded. Effectively, that turret is denying Hermit of rotating all the way around. It's going to be up to Nikto for a little while, as the Reyna will eventually have to join her. That's going to take a fair amount of time. Finally comes in through. So it's a double-sided push all up in towards heaven, but Somalia is just waiting patiently. He's got the better weaponry and is already waiting for that push in towards heaven. It'll be a flawless round here for Blue Gold as they're able to keep everything on the board and really just have an overall perfect round.
I mentioned it 3 times now today that Somalia has been the player of the hour, has been the player of the game, the POTG, as some would say. And that's not play of the game. This is not a Blizzard game. This is any other esport as a whole. But
He's our little pug champ.
He's a little punk champ, as you would say. But Somalia has been a spectacle. When you talk about an Omen being able to perform at this level, it is not unheard of, but it is definitely something that is not exactly anticipated, right? An Omen being able to get frags, perform with paranoias, get these dark smokes down, and actually have them be in an important position and knows when to use them. It's not just a simple spam and play. It's not just, I'm going to go through the same approach I do every single round. It's methodical. It's calculated. It's based off decisions that teammates need as well. That dark smoke placed over towards Puppy is to deny the Reyna of the opposing side from peeking Puppy, and notice that their team are playing over from Link, and notice that they're pushing up B main instead. That's going to allow for them to cross lobby safely and actually get into the B side objective. However, they still have to face the rat that is the Nano Swarm and that alarm bot on site. They'll clear turret, give the sightline. A second Nano Swarm will be tossed over, but it's Boathouse player of Somalia. Listen for the From the Shadows, Nikto, and Somalia is the player to come up on top. Great ult positioning from an Omen, and it shuts down all of that Killjoy utility that was adding up to the Finlandia Lions defense.
Once again, little to no site coverage. You only had that wall of Nikto. Biggie will respond eventually near Mark, but the damage has already been done, Scott. We're in that post-plant position yet again. Blue Gold in the lead because of that, and they'll make things even worse for Finlandia as Donger will eliminate Big E. Yoshi follows suit onto his imposter of Neuro Hermit, and we'll find a second onto the round. Down goes the Sova, and it's just Mr. Guy near the defender spawn to try to make ends meet. Maybe find a couple of exit frags. At this point, there's no way you're going to win this one out, but he's going to look at the wrong angle, and NJ Yoshi will punish a third to their name as it's 10-7 for Blue Gold moving forward.
This is such an interesting development we're seeing right here, right now. Blue Gold winning on this map, if they win this map, will be something highly unexpected. This is a major underdog story, considering they're 3-5 in the season, and Finlandia Lions are 7-1. The only loss they have faced was against the Blue Gold B side, the B team of Blue Golds, and they're now losing to the C team of Blue Gold. It's very interesting to see how this one has gone. But if you want to get even more into it here, John, let's talk about UAH Black, where Finlandia won week 2, 2-1. Blue Gold lost here in the last week, 0-2. It's another story where we're seeing Finlandia should be the favored team, but it's not dropping that way because Blue Gold have kept themselves coordinated. They don't care what your puny numbers say. They just need to play the game, and we're seeing that it's paying dividends for them as they continue the hurt, pounding it deeper and deeper as they rush onto the A site, employed with that lockdown utility, and they pick up 2 kills, only losing 1 in the process.
Really applying salt to the open wound. Another post plant, this time in A. Nikto found 1, and that Owl Drone will give away Yoshi's position. Brilliant wallbang, but there goes the resurrection. You can maybe spray down to find it again, but they're going to be preoccupied putting down the lockdown ultimate. That's a huge upset as it'll make things a little bit better here for the attack, and there it's just a bloodbath, honestly, in sight. I don't even have words to describe it. Hermit gets aggressive with 3 on the round. Only needs to find 1 more on towards Donger. He's getting aggro, pops out the stun essentially, and trying to go for this defuse. Time is ticking against Hermit. He's got to win this. He has to stick at this point. Goes out for the swing, but Donger wins it. He'll get blown up sky high, but Blue Gold, they'll still take the round. An impressive comeback attempt, but it's not going to work out for Finlandia.
It's a very interesting decision there for Finlandia and the way that they approached that retake. The lockdown's not a bad decision, but they didn't really have enough support to deny it. When the rush came through for Blue Gold feeling that pressure, which is also what a post-plant situation is applying pressure in the reverse direction. When you flip that back on its head, Blue Gold's now going to feel that pressure, and they're going to not allow for you to continue to breed that. They're going to try to shut it down, find the lockdown, and start to utilize it. And guess what? The lockdown's a circle. You can kind of predict what's going on with which direction it's placed, where it's exactly lying. There's a lot of utility behind it, but quite frankly, when you're talking about the way that they played that one, it was almost to a T. Blue Gold knew what they needed to do. Yeah, everyone died at the end. Obviously, the quick 3K that came through there for Finlandia was a bit unexpected, but all in all, I mean, a round win's a round win.
Yeah, and they're getting closer and closer towards match point here on map number 1. Like you said, huge underdog status. This really is looking strong from at least the beginning. They really came out of the gate swinging, despite the fact that Finlandia had the upper hand at the very beginning. Last 50 seconds here on the round. It looks to be an A push with everyone up near arches but one, and that's going to be the Omen here of Somalia. He's been an impact player a majority of these rounds, but it'll be Yoshi to lead the charge. Down goes one guy. The neural theft popped as well. Plenty of intel. You can spray through that smoke. Yoshi's clean for one. Looks for another one. Barely misses out on the own Reyna, but just gets aggro and will finish it off with the 3K. Great stuff coming out by Blue Gold just to secure match point. And the question being, can Finlandia bring this back to a potential 12-12 round count?
They need 5 rounds in a row, John, to do so it is possible, but it's not something that we've seen them collect. At most, they found 3 rounds in a row. At most, they found 3. Otherwise, they found the first 2 pistol rounds. That's obviously what they did in the first half, in the second half, and then every other round they found was staggered towards the latter half of that first half, the IKA, the other 2 they had. It's not been a solid performance from them in a lot of ways, and I do think that it's probably fairly indicative of the fact that Blue Gold has brought something out that is a bit stringent. I think that the way they're being stingy in a lot of ways or the way they're using utility. So you got to think about each and every direction. It's not been a lot of Cypher utility that's been slowing down Finlandia. It's been mostly the paranoia, mostly the Omen, and a large majority of their actual one duelist collecting a lot of ways, and we can see that continuously as they have been returning further and further. It has been a Reyna dip in a lot of ways, but I do think Finlandia's Reyna has started to step up a little bit further. We've definitely seen them find more of an impact, and that's something that is very much so needed as this goes onward, especially when we have to go see map 2. There is a guarantee for it, at least, and the question really being, can map 3 turn out any different? Can Finlandia find a bit more success? Because I happen to say this one here, John. It doesn't take very many mistakes to have Blue Gold turn this one around and find themselves a round win. They just had 2 flawless rounds in a row. It's kind of precedented at this point for them to finish this one off strong.
Especially since it really feels like Blue Gold has been more of the asserting team, and Icebox would favor them quite well. But last couple moments of the round, Blue Gold trying to cross their T's and dot their I's in these next couple of moments here. Mr. Guy waiting for that push towards A main will get caught from behind by Somalia. Now a second one. The Reyna tries to step up, but is going to get nullified quite effectively. NJ Yoshi will actually shut down that one guy as well. Somalia now at 3. He's aware of Big E's position. I don't think Big E's going to be able to bring this one back. They've got one of the best guns in the game, but they're completely blinded, and everyone's just running at them with open arms, ready to embrace Big E and bring him down 6 feet under with the rest of his team. 13-7 will be the score line for map number 1, and we're really going to need to see if Icebox could be that determining factor for Finlandia, as they were not able to really have that much success on map number 1.
Icebox is an interesting map, right? Let's talk about where we saw the most success for one side over the other. First and foremost, let's talk about Blue Gold, where they had obviously the most success winning. I think the majority, and in fact the majority of the rounds they won, were on the attack, where they could play aggressively. They could do what they want, and Icebox is really good about playing that aggressively, about going and rushing in through the A site. B site is a little bit slower because you have to face the players that are pushing you in green, but it's a lot of the same approach, a lot of the same methodology, and a lot of your decisive factors for each and every engagement. The mini game, so to say, when it comes to those 1v1 first peaks, those early fights, the information gathering, whatever you want to call it, it does come down to who can find that first, who can be a bit more impactful, and then start to cascade towards one point or the other. And I have to say, Blue Gold won the majority of all of those. Even when they did it like that last round, like I said, it doesn't take much for them to make that comeback. We've seen flawless round after flawless round. Yeah, they've lost one here, but the rest of it was flawless. They picked up every other kill necessary without losing a single player. It was just expected at that point from them. They had started to get the confidence, the momentum, and an object in motion will not stop being in motion unless acted upon by an outside force. And I'm sorry to say it here, but it felt like Finlandia had lost their drive in that round. They didn't really want to play that map anymore. So the motion was not there. There was no object to stop that farce, and it was just not what they needed to do.
Well, maybe Icebox will be their saving grace, like you and I were kind of mentioning just a little bit. But of course, we've got to get that matchup set up. So we'll go into a short little break, be back in a few minutes, and get to talk and see how well Icebox will play out for both Finlandia. Sorry, not Icelandia. That'd be a really cool name, though. Up and coming colleges. Maybe give it a shot, perhaps, for your sports team. But anyways, enough with the banter. We'll get that break ready for you and be back to talk about Icebox. Don't go anywhere, chat. Welcome back, everyone, to some more Valorant action here at NECC. You've got myself, El, and also Infernosis here, Scott, by my side, and we're just about ready to get the second map of Icebox underway, and you and I had some issues here, really, for Finlandia, especially since they just lost their map pick of Ascent, with Icebox being much more attacker-favored and Blue Gold having much more success on their attacking half. This really does not paint a pretty picture here for all of you Finlandia fans. But I feel like there is still some hope for them, but not much.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's hit or miss, John. It really can be
Yeah.
something that works or doesn't. Excuse me.
Certainly.
The most important thing is going to be your agent selection, and we dogged on Blue Gold for good reason. Their agent selection was... I won't even touch on it. It was that bad. But it works for them, I guess, and it's mostly just because two players really carrying their weight when it comes to utility usage. That was going to be Somalia 9 times out of 10 that was doing the job necessary, and then TJ Breezy gunning out. You could also say Yoshi as well, kind of gunning out, but it wasn't really utility from them that was doing the job. It was just their pure frag potential, and I think that that's going to be something that gets highlighted even further on Icebox, because Icebox is a close-knit quarter, close hallway kind of engagement, but you definitely need a Viper on this map. And I don't say that just lightly. I say that in the fact of, any lineups on this map, if you know how good the toxic screen is, there's just nothing that replaces that level of competency that a Viper brings. And that's why we see the Viper being hovered over for Mr. Guy on the opposing side of Finlandia Alliance. Their lineup is very standard. The Killjoy is also pretty standard for this map. Typically favored over Cypher, even though most people believe Cypher is better. I would argue, I think a lot of people would argue that Killjoy is better on this map as a whole, but Sova as well to gather the information. Jet for the Bladestorm and Duelist combination, double dueling Ober with their Reyna main. Nothing too subpar, nothing out of the ordinary, and then that Viper to follow suit. Sky, okay, right? There's not a huge need for initiating in that way, right? There's not a huge need to do that, especially when a Reyna can essentially fulfill that same goal in that direction. Killjoy makes sense. Reyna, I just said, made sense. Omen, I'm not even going to question Smalley at this point. Smalley can do whatever. There's really nothing I can say, give two ands, if, fours, or buts about it. And then the Sage is a very solid pick no matter what. But it's going to be interesting with them starting off in the attack to see how they get past that funnel on B without a toxic screen. Same thing with A. They don't have the Viper. How are they going to separate the distance and give themselves a safe sightline and guide to the point to go for the plant?
I guess being aggressive with the Leers and the guiding light, and then when you go for a plant, you put up a Sage wall, but that takes way more coordination than just selecting a Viper during the agent select screen. I mean, come on, you're making this hard on yourself, Blue Gold. And if you don't want to go to Breeze, I mean, this is where you end up winning, get the 2-0 victory, and then you're off scot-free until after Thanksgiving break. I mean, I gotta continue to question the lack of Viper. This is her best map. Before she was meta, she was still good on Icebox, but we're only seeing her on one of these two teams, Scott.
You don't really need an initiator on this map either. That's the other thing. You don't need the initiator to push through these points. You need the toxic screen because then you don't have to actually flash out. You don't need any assistance. It literally just comes down to winning the gunfights after the fact, and that's something that is fairly simple for a lot of players to do, but I'll tell you what, Somalia taking a quick TP up on top of 2, which is typically what your Jet is going to do, and then finding not just the turret, but the opening pick, very impactful. And you can see the Sage wall being comboed as well. That allows for them to go for the plant a little bit safer in a lot of ways, but beyond that, it's not even theirs in the process. They utilize the defensive play here as Biggie is trying to cut sight lines. They have a player sitting up on top of green. There's so many points of pivot that Biggie has to go through, and the toxic screen is a great assistance to do so, but with Sage holding close, TJ Breezy's going to face the same problem we saw earlier of choking in a close range engagement, which is something we just don't expect from him at this point. But a snake fight sits in the opposing side of yellow. Time is running out, and Mr. Guy has no time to go for the defusal, and the Nano Swarm will snuff his life out just as quick.
Oh, with Somalia getting that first blood and then kind of setting the pace for Blue Gold, they were actually able to get a successful post plant and managing to utilize that Sage wall that you and I were kind of expecting, because she's very meta on Icebox, but in tandem with a Viper normally. But hey, at least the blinds and also the wall ended up working out just enough to get that plant down. But the question is, when we get better weaponry after these first couple of default rounds, will that be the exact same scenario? I'm starting to question that very question I have for myself. I really don't think it will be, to be honest, Scott. These are going to be some very challenging rounds with the fact there's no Viper again.
Man, the toxic screen just... it's too much, man. I mean, that's why I'm a little bit worried for Blue Gold. It works for them. If you force a post plan in round 1, there's not much utility to work with anyway, so... Right, I can't give any huge negatives, so to say, but... Shorty in hand, Noro Hermit tries to go for the tag of the player crossing ropes. It does not work for them. Instead, Yoshi will find the kill. Second as well, as they'll dismiss away in person. And now Somalia will swing the opposing cornering. It's a flawless round, John! Until, that one guy gets the shock dart. But the game said it! It was a flawless round, so mark it!
Yeah.
It was indeed a flawless for about 0.5 seconds. So that's a good statistic to keep on the board.
Yeah, put that one in the books, fellas. And rifles will be bought on both sides, but only fully for Finlandia. I'm if they don't win this round, I'm going to be very concerned with them. I'm not going to lie to you, Scott, because despite the faults in the lineup by Blue Gold that you and I have mentioned several times, not only on Icebox, but on Ascent on map number 1, it just does not seem to matter. They're just simply winning rounds that should not be in their favor just by either getting that first necessary pick to lead off on the right foot or gathering enough intel to work for that potential post plant. But this time around, they're not going to get that first entry as Hermit will shut down the top king of Somalia 420.
Yeah, Somalia has been pivotal towards their success in last map and this one as well, early on, finding that first frag in round 1. There's a lot that can be said for losing that Omen fairly early, and while it's not the worst thing usually in this case, with how strong Somalia has been with the paranoias, I think that is going to make it a bit more difficult for them to swing backwards, and while they will get a refrag pretty quickly afterwards, they need to deny Nikto below, and they've got another player up top still lying in wait for the opportunity to fight, and quite frankly, the fight's going in both directions. Big E comes up once, that one guy will find one of their own, and now it's just one player left standing, and it's not going to be for much longer. Finally, something's dropping for the Lions side. They'll give themselves a round, and they still maintain 3 rifles on the board at the end of it.
Yeah, so now they can actually end up buying Nikto and Hermit if they need some better weaponry, because they don't have a lot of cash for themselves, so that's always a net buff. And yeah, a well-needed round win for Finlandia. They started off in the right direction, shutting out Somalia from having any impact on that round. And then the plant did go down, but in Valorant, you always need to worry about that retake potential, and Finlandia had plenty of it in that third round, so they were just able to get a nice clean one for the books. But again, these are all the default rounds. Now the momentum building really comes into full effect as we're out of those first couple of standard rounds, and things are really going to get kicking off here. Probably after this round, though, as Blue Gold has nothing but pistols and a single Marshall. So maybe this one could go the way of Finlandia quite easily as well.
Using the turret for coverage. One guy is also using it as a bit of a lineup support, right? It's interesting to see the attempt for it, but it doesn't really mean that much if you can't get past it, and the dark smoke, the dark cover will make it really easy to get past that because that has a complete and utter circle. You can place it right on the lip and it will go down and below, up and above. It covers essentially everything. That's one of the reasons why Omen is even slightly viable in a lot of compositions, even though there are some that definitely outplay him and outdo him in a lot of ways. He still has his level of competency. And speaking of competency, Somalia as a whole loses a teammate but frags back just as quick, Sheriff to the head, and will now have the sort of position that they need to push forward. However, quickly refrags back. That's Big E. It'll be Noro Hermit and that one guy to find themselves the next 2. It's just TJ Breezy who got the plant down, gives themselves the chance to be able to fight that one. And TJ Breezy, you saw Big E. You saw him and heard the updraft turn to the player that jumps out of the ice wall, and he would have had a really good chance to at least find that kill, which would have bled another rifle out of the hands of the competition.
Nah. Just nah. I'm going to refuse to elaborate any further, Scott, just to troll you a little bit. So, it's another round win for Finlandia. They did a better weaponry, and they played that retake, again, quite seamlessly, gathering just enough intel and keeping Blue Gold at a pretty safe distance, too, especially when they only had pistols to play with the majority of that round. They've been doing so well these last couple of rounds. They're actually able to buy up an operator, and Big E, he was a menace on some of the last rounds here from out number 1 with that op. Let's see what he can do here on Icebox, trying to start out with that first initial pick, but unfortunately,
Snowman,
going to be a dud.
You gotta cancel that. Good. That honestly could have been disastrous there. I don't think he canceled it in time. I think that Big E took the shots, which then cancels it. If they had just waited a moment sooner, it would have been a bit of a better situation. But Seekers are sent. That will actually flush majority of the players, or at least they would think that it would force them over towards the B side, but Finlandia are holding steadfast. They refuse to actually go for the bait. They're still holding strong. They're like, hey, they're not on site yet. That means we don't need to rotate. It's no big deal. We'll play for the post plan in the majority of these situations, and that's probably the favorable side for them. Notice how you can look at the objective, you can look at the point, and quickly take control even without the toxic screen. Because guess what? Finlandia hopped off the point and gave it to you for free.
I mean, I understand I was saying your retakes are good, but that does not mean you should only rely on your retakes. Yoshi swings on out onto Nikto and will find that very vital pick. We're in another chance to allow for a retake. Blade Storm is available, but Might already be too much damage done. Great shot, though, by Big E. All of a sudden, things are on even footing as Finlandia tries to go back inside of sight. I'm pretty sure Big E almost shot his teammate. Luckily, there's no friendly fire on Valorant. He was really thinking about that one, but it's not going to actually end up confirming that. Fallback comes in through by Blue Gold. TJ Breezy, brilliant spray down, getting two. It's all up to Mr. Guy, and Donger is just around the corner. I really feel like if Finlandia got a little more aggressive before that plant went down, they had a feasible chance of winning out that round, but sadly, they wanted to play for the retake there.
Pretty sure there's an audible clap of me slapping my forehead in that moment. Why are you double swinging that? That's okay. Double swinging. Let me put that at first. Double swinging is fun. In fact, that's a good decision. Why are you double swinging and then hiding behind your teammates? Why are you hiding behind your teammates? It makes no sense. It's a quick and easy double spray down. There's no support behind it if he has to shoot through you the entire time as well. It makes it so that the enemy doesn't even have to move their crosshair. Guess what? The game moves the bullets for you. The recoil pattern of Valorant curses against you in that aspect. It is supported by poor aiming skills because the gun will kick wherever you are because you've got a massive amount of you in front of him. It's an easy pickings. It's like a buffet, all you can eat, and it's just it's unsubstantiated. You do not need to line up like that. You need to play a little bit smarter. But a quick rush under the site, ropes are employed, and the ice wall will try to separate the distance, but no spike isn't planted just yet until finally we start to see some ults go down. Lockdown employed for the defenders. They're still going for the plant. I'm not sure they'll have time to make their way out. And it looks to be that Nikito was going to go ahead and try to clear that, but Somali was denied by Nikito as they find two of their own as well. There's only two players left standing. TJ Breezy trying to hold close. Cubby player Mr. Guy finds the impact instead, and there's absolutely no way to stop the refusal. It's an easy cleanup there for the Finlandia Alliance.
Nova, she got too greedy. That's so unfortunate. Wanted to go out and throw the nano swarm to make sure they had something for the post, but got detained because they didn't just wait a second or two more. You hate to see it, Scott, but it'll still give the round for Finlandia, tying things up 3-3. This has been a very close matchup, and honestly, the only pro of Finlandia has just been their retake success. That's it, in all honesty, Scott. But maybe it'll change finally moving forward. But I'm not too sure it will, to be honest.
It's a very close battle. Much closer than map 1, right? 3-3 is a really good split so far in this one. And this is something that I actually really want to see. I want this to be a close game. Because I have casted way too many games on Icebox recently, John. In fact, 2 out of the 4 of my last Icebox games were complete and utter blowouts. Literally, one of them was a 13-0, the next one was a 13-1, right? It is not something that's... It is not something that you want, right? It's a statistic, it's a stat line that definitely doesn't favor one side or the other. The round differential will be adding up, but I'm tired of seeing Icebox go that way. I want it to be even. I want it to be a fair trade. And the looks of things, it seemingly is fairly even across the board, except for this round, maybe, as Blue Gold are 2 players down in an eco situation where they are kind of sheriffing about, trolling a little bit across the mid-side, playing this one slow and methodical. I mean, Snowbird's just waiting for a player to drop and hoping that they'll get a little bit aggressive and try to go for the opportunity. Somali is up on tube. It's just slow and steady. It may not win you the race, but it may pick you up a rifle or two by the end of the round. And that is basically all you need. It's like the Olympics right now, John. You win the 50 meter, do you win the 100 meter? And right now, a gun is the 100 meter. Play for the long distance.
Looks like Blue Gold didn't even sign up to do any track competitions, really. They are doing the 0 meter right now, not finding any coverage of the map or any picks. Donger just literally vibing right underneath a couple of players. Gets Nikto, so hey, there's a couple meters to your fancy. You pick up a rifle, now the clock strikes midnight, but Hermit will just trade you out. So nothing much really done there. That's going to be a round win for Finlandia, keeping the majority of their players alive. And it's not even going to matter that Nikto died because she can have all the money in the world just to buy a new rifle.
All the money in the world, huh? We run the world! Is that a good reference? I figured I haven't made enough references. I haven't made enough references here, so I figured I I could start to hop
At
them
least
in
it's
there.
not
but-
you and Lechef with the heckin' Dune references.
Yeah,
man.
making Dune references. To be
Oh my
fair, they're
God.
absolutely banger references. All right.
There are
Do not
snow
hate.
dunes on here too. So I mean, in
No
theory, you
dunes.
could.
Yeah, that is true. Too bad the planet that Dune is around, aka Arrakis, is a sand planet. So yeah, no snow, not a thing whatsoever. But speaking of not a thing anymore, it's Big E, as he's now made lowercase. He's now a small e, as he's taken to the wayside. One player differentiating the two sides, but a plan is quickly being implemented, and Mr. Guy loses the fight against Yoshi fairly quickly. Does not lose their life just yet, but does not allow for anything beyond it. And a lockdown is being used, but this is mighty wasted here, John. There's really no need for them to pop this at this point. There's no defenders pushing. There was no chance to do so. They could have played it a little bit slower and have been way more impactful, but they don't necessarily need it with Yoshi popping off and finding frags.
Yeah, they were still setting up for the retake, and because of that, they don't have that much to worry about. Nikto goes on the flank, will miss a couple shots, but's got back up by Hermit. Not that big a deal. Plenty of intel being gathered, but TJ Breezy is clean on the draw. Only will get a single pick, though. Here comes the response. Somali needs to win this gunfight here, and he's not going to be able to do it in time! Hermit will shut him down. Classic, but I think we managed to see a round win for the attackers as it explodes on off in the background. Yeah, it was. So
No.
Blue Gold will even things up. That was a brilliant retake, though, to be honest. And
Oh yeah.
having that lockdown being waste was kind of bad. That almost threw away the entire round.
I didn't want to point it out again, but now that you've brought up the lockdown again, how many of Blue Gold could have lived at that point if they still had the lockdown and they just used it and then ran to green? And if you had done that, guess what? If you had a Viper, you could have snake bited
Scott
it.
just enjoying
You could
his
have
one day as
snake
bad
bited it,
cop.
or you
I
could have
can't get enough
just
of it
line
either.
up inside Cubby of green. You could have snake bited from there and played it instead. You didn't even need to do anything past the lockdown. But no, none of that is utilized. They don't play it correctly. They don't have the proper util because their agent selection. I do think this map, and the fact that their agent selection isn't fit for it, this is what's dampening them right now. They're heavily hindered by the fact that they don't have that Viper. This is why it's so even. Blue Gold have been outgunning and outfragging the majority of these rounds. It's been up to Finlandia only on retakes. There's been very few rounds where they've been winning off gun skill. It's been mostly just retakes, and that's because they have the proper utility to do so.
Oh no, Hermit just playing close, gets NJ Yoshi, almost finds a second one, but Donger will find a wallbang headshot with the Sheriff. Spike is now down. Here comes the resurgence though by Finlandia. That one guy and Nikto jumped into action, leaving just Nova left alive. The retake game against Scott. We cannot hide from it here on Icebox. It's another 1vx situation, and Nikto wraps up her third for the round. Plenty of time left to defuse, and Finlandia will regain that lead by a single round of 5-4. Yeah, I feel like this wouldn't be a problem if there was just simply a Viper on the board, man.
It's not even just the Viper. It just feels like
I
they're
mean, yeah, there's
lacking
so
a
much
lot
more
of
than that,
utility. They don't have... Okay, all right, so let's think about it like this. When you have an initiator, that's typically like, hey, we'll flash out, use a breach, then go for a nice rolling thunder if you have it, and there's a lot of util that can go through it because there's a lot of support that a breach can bring. That's why Breach has fallen into the meta recently. But Skye is typically better in a lot of ways. First off, Trailblazer for information. She can heal if necessary. But you have a Sage. You have a better healer for all scenarios here. What do you want Skye for? The Seekers? Really? Is that what you're wanting it for? The Seekers don't really do that much for you. They go, oh, well, I know these players are in this direction, kind of, right? I mean, beyond that, that's all it really does. It doesn't really give you a lot of success to go off of. But I guess Snowmer just using it as a distraction may be enough. 2 kills dropping, but they did lose Somalia to Big E, but they'll bring him right back with the resurrection. Great timing now for Blue Gold as a quick, cheeky play through underneath tube and through that orange side. Gain the access to the site, capping off 2, and now finding their third as Yoshi sweeps through kitchen.
I don't know what to think about that, to be honest. Snowmer just simply built different on that round, apparently. Yeah, just opened up so much for his team. And the res came out too. That's massive just to keep all your guns up too. Sadly, Somalia will follow the wayside for a second time on this 10th round, and NJ Yoshi will not be short to join him. But there goes Snowmer up in kitchen, making a mess about things, and TJ Breezy just ends it off on towards Nikto. Evened up yet again. It's just been a constant back and forth on Icebox, Scott, and it's a journey that we got to go through here, and I'm kind of loving every second of it, to be honest.
I love maps that are this close, John. I mentioned it. I love maps that are this close, but I'm actually very worried because
like
typically when you see a map go this close in the first half, the second half is going to be a lopsided affair. It's going to be one team literally winning every round in a row. Maybe not the pistol rounds, but then every round after that they're going to be winning it because they were essentially just biding their time till the second half. It's pretty rare to see it go that way. Otherwise, that's why you typically see 9-3 score lines, or maybe an 8-4. 6-6 is just not as common. 7-5 is something that is fairly common to go for. But when it's breakneck even, one side's been hiding something, and they've been holding on to it. It's that dark horse for that second half. But let's take a note of Somalia. He's going to go ahead and from the shadows, this time into the defender spawn. Has to clear it again as Guy sees it. They're just waiting for that. That's why Omen is not good on this map for a lot of reasons. The ultimate is too wide open. There's no hidden spots to go for. It just isn't going to work their way they are trying to do it. But quickly, everyone on Blue Gold snuffed out, swept, cleaned up, killed offense. There's only one player left standing of TJ Breezy, and I'm going to go ahead and say it here, John, as I continue to blab through this round, as it's just not much happening for him. I don't think he has a great chance for this one, and he can't find a target. No. Cannot figure out which one to go for. It's called target acquisition, TJ. You got to focus on one or the other. Find the first target, then head to your next. Job's not done.
A little bit of spray transition, too, probably would have been nice. Oh, well. Can't win them all, Breezy. I understand. Yeah, you can't. Last round, though. Are we going to the half? Is it going to be a dead even 6-6? Maybe. I haven't seen one of these in a hot minute, but it's very plausible. Other than the fact that Finlandia definitely has some slightly better weapons. You've got the bootleg operator and also the weird half-cousin of those snipers, too. The DMR, the Guardian. Guiding Light comes in out early to gather some pocket intel, maybe flush out Hermit, but he doesn't really seem to care that much. He shuts down NJ Yoshi off the rip, leaving Finlandia in a great position in these first couple of seconds here.
Slowly but steady, and unfortunately slowly may just be Somalia's keyboard, as he is constantly failing over and over again to step up onto the rafter side from jump up into the box. Unfortunate. Plant was attempted and then hopped off. They gather information off of it. Thankfully, Somalia is there, but quickly refragged back by Nikto. But it does shut down the Hunter's Fury, but now look, a lockdown being utilized. Neuro will take the head off Nova. Now looking for more targets. Does spray down another one, and that's going to be all she wrote as Nikto steps up as well. It's not going to be a 6-6 half here, John. We're seeing it go 7-5. Finally, a team finds back-to-back rounds that's not the pistol rounds, the ones after.
Switching sides.
Thankfully, though, Blue Gold does get to hop on the defense, so it's not like this is over. They get to head to what is arguably the favorable side. Icebox is a bit weird. Some people are like, oh, it's so attacker favored. Some people are like, nah, defense. I don't know, dude. It's so neck and neck.
I think it's more team-based, honestly, and also team comp-based.
It's just built diff, bro.
I don't. Yeah, Icebox is just a weird map. I love it a lot though, so I cut it a lot of slack. I bet you do too from time to time. This is we were bandwagoners of this map before that was even popular to enjoy Icebox. Funny enough, I think we were like that too at Breeze. So I think the only map where I'm not like that, at least, is Fracture. I don't understand that map at all, but you seem to like it, so I guess you'll continue the
Fracture
early
is so funny, dude. It's so funny.
Yeah, it's
not good, dude. It is so different. No one wants to play it, bro.
You just like Mickey gameplay on Fracture,
it is literally lame Mickey gameplay. You'll watch teams that go into that one who are so competent, put together basically everything for it to work, and then they actually head on to Fracture and second map, maybe third map on dire situation if they pick it and we'll play it last or something, and they literally can't piece anything together. Nothing works for them, and then some teams are like, oh, I've got 5 lockdowns in 8 rounds because I pick up every ult orb because I'm a menace to society and run around the map like a crazed lunatic, picking up every ult pip across the map because I can pick up every single one in the attack because I can jump across the map as quick as the Flash, essentially. We saw that here at the NECC as well. That was a game I'm referencing, but
Yeah, all those pesky zip lines, man. You gotta worry about those. Also have to worry about Donger here on the sky. Breaks the guiding light, but it does actually soak up a lot of damage. Big E barely gets away. I mean, he must have heard you through Discord calls and also latency too to make that proper call. They execute. It's about to come in through their smokes. Be able to cover this spike going in down. And honestly, other than the health mitigation, this is not completely horrible, but the plant actually gets denied by Somalia. NJ Yoshi's here as well to 5-on-3. Spike gets re-attempted, but there's no coverage now. It's just Mr. Guy left alive, and he'll join his teammates in the afterlife, ascends to the heavens, giving Blue Gold that first pistol round win yet again.
This is what you don't need. You don't need the Killjoy in this map. You don't need the Killjoy, right? You don't need it. You can bring a Sage. That's why we saw there was successful rounds despite there being no toxic screen for Blue Gold, right? They hit a Sage. The Ice Wall can complete a lot of that. As long as you can get past that green side of B, if you can go through two, whatever direction you want to approach for it, as long as you get over there, the Ice Wall will make it very difficult for them to fight back. The toxic screen is just a better advantage, and the Snakebite lineup is just icing on the cake, essentially. But both sides are missing a key, integral part of their defensive or attacking lineups that it's hard to give a nod to one side or the other just because of how strange this one truly is, but you can see that Trailblazer used towards that B side. Now you're going to see them initiate as the guy on the opposing side in Garage. For some reason, look at how many people are now in that direction. 3 are in there. Stop peeking, Snowmer. Just go the other way. There's no need for you to die this early.
And no one punished him. I mean, after like, I don't even know, 2 to 3 weeks of Valorant caster hiatus, I mean, this is more than I could have asked for. Christmas really came early, Scott. Somalia, he's got to give to that first pick, make it 2. He's just holding down left click, getting the 3-bullet burst with that Bulldog. Finds a third somehow. Stop peeking this madman. He's just going insane. Call a psych ward. He can't even think straight. 4 people run into Somalia's gunfire and all get ripped to shreds. What a play by just not moving a muscle, doing your best slug impression, and hitting some slugger shots to even this out. 7-7.
If somebody 4Ks you with a Bulldog, there's something wrong! There's something wrong! He just has to stand still. I know Somalia is a country, but I didn't realize he does have to stand still like the country. He moved a whole total of 2 inches. That's about as much as a tectonic plate shift in a year. That makes sense. That's where it comes from, John. He doesn't have to move. It's ridiculous to watch it. It's bar none one of the most ridiculous things I've seen for somebody being able to stand still and pull off something like that one. And the fact that Finlandia allowed it is something that they have to recover from now. That's a mental absolute doubter. It's such a poor thing for them, but plant, fine, whatever. Next round's underway. They'll plant it. They've got no ice wall to separate, though. They have to rely on the toxic screen, and while it will give them sight lines, that's unfortunately not enough. They have to pass through the other side and face a 3v3. One guy catches back, but Snowmore's playing up above. Position has been given away. You can see the live pips going in favor of Finlandia, but they've got to drop at some point. Goes for the fight, and one guy comes out on top. Turret on top of Yellow. Snuffed out. The Killjoy's been killed, so it's not a huge deal to contend with, but Big E is ready to swing in that direction. I don't know if they noticed Nova. Actually, this could be a cheeky spot as now Nova. Oh, Big E swings as soon as it goes through, and that gives the intel to one guy. But man, great recovery by Finlandia, but it honestly could have gone either way. The toxic screen, the only thing that saves them there for that plant.
Somalia got 6 kills in total with that Bulldog, man.
Dude,
I'm hoping him and Donger switch guns. I think that would that'd be icing on top of the cake. The cherry to add onto the sundae, man. That would really bring things full circle at this point. It is still neck and neck, though. Those are the default rounds yet again, and if we really want to, repeat history here for a sense, this should technically be Finlandia's round win. I don't know if I want to be proven wrong or not, just because of how much fun this game has been, despite a couple of issues that we've seen throughout the match. But hey, doesn't really seem like Finlandia or Blue Gold really seem to mind all that much.
First entry drops for Big E. Takes the, body off of DJ Yoshi, but Beyond that, instead, Nova's holding close corner. They pop their Nano Swarm for some odd reason, and they'll clear turret up above. That's NeuroHermit to do so, but beyond that, there's not much util available for Blue Gold to play off of. Instead, it's just allowing NeuroHermit, who is in an easy spot to shoot, still get the kill on Somalia. That is letting your teammate die because you blink, I guess? Maybe that's the only explanation I could think of. You just took a really long blink, rested your eyes for a moment, and didn't pay attention at the shot, but you'll be refragged back. TJ Breezy admits now the only one left standing will take out Nikto, but 3 more players to contend with. They do have full utility on top of it, so it's not necessarily impossible, but about to clear down player from below and will fail to do so. One guy finding the headshot, finding the kill, swinging it even further in Finlandia's favor.
I think it ended out almost the exact same way, except it was a 3v0 for the retake by Finlandia. So we are getting a little bit of deja vu as it's a 2-2 after the first 4 rounds on the new half. Finlandia still barely at that lead. This is still neck and neck despite the side switch where you and I thought it'd be much more one-sided, but it's just the exact same thing.
We're only 4 rounds in, 2 rounds for each side.
Yeah,
right? Like it's maybe a little
I should
too
play
soon.
devil's advocate. You're right.
Yeah, maybe a little too soon.
I
to
might be
say
speaking
that.
too soon.
Especially considering this is going to be an eco round, a thrifty for Blue Gold, right? Like they committed in
so
not just
win?
round 3, but round. Yeah, shut up, John. Yeah, probably.
The difference maker is here.
Probably. Somalia sprays down one, quickly refragged back by NeuroHermit, but the damage has been done and they've lost a player, so who knows? There could definitely still be something in the back pocket here for Blue Gold.
Oh, if only. A little bit of intel being gathered. Recon Bolt will actually locate Nova all the way deep almost. Almost near Snowman, but she's a little bit farther back than that. The combo for the Storm, really, as Finlandia are just about ready to set up for a plant, but they don't have all that much information to really guarantee their safety if they want to get a little bit deeper inside a B, so they're just waiting, really, for the perfect moment to strike. But at least they've got an operator to maybe help out, but there is some sight lines being denied. Lockdown comes in through, though. This could be the final break in the armor to give Finlandia this post-plant position, and it looks like that will be the case here, Scott.
This has got to be some big confidence. I'll say that. They've got to have a mighty amount of confidence in their Viper to keep that toxic screen up. I would not be trusting it whatsoever, but cheeky play goes forward. They will be able to find 2, but TJ Breezy swings around the corner, and that's a pistol kill for him. Something we see him fail to do time and time out, but now has it in his hands. But NeuroHermit has the operator in his hands. 3 kills in that round. That is the difference between these two sides as well. It was just NeuroHermit who, I'm going to point out, stunk. Last game, last map, was bottom fragging at halftime by a tremendous margin. Then I said it was not because NeuroHermit is bad. It was because he was getting fragged. He was losing these engagements because Blue Girl just had their number on their pushes. And look what we're seeing here. NeuroHermit able to step out of their Hermit Crab shell and molt, essentially, come into a new world, breathe new life. This is a new person we're seeing right now, and a 19-11 scoreline is very, very positive for them.
I really woke up here on Icebox. Must have been all that cold air and wind getting blown
Captain
into his
America,
face.
you know, you've just been sleeping and hibernating since the 60s. Finally come back.
Here.
Man, NA joke. Ha 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 ha. Very funny.
It's an NA joke. Everyone in the whole world watches Marvel
I thought
movies.
you said NA. I misheard you. I misheard you.
Captain America. Captain America.
Don't escalate. Don't escalate. No. Bad. Bad. We don't need this. Already too much here stringing on my heart. And oh no, Nikto. You've got to land that, madam. NJ Yoshi waiting around here mid to get that first pick. NeuroHermit, though, we talked about him beforehand. He's been doing so much more here on Icebox. We'll get that refrag and maybe set the pace to allow for a plant leading in towards A. But look at Somalia's position. If he plays his cards right, he could maybe go on a flank, especially if that Viper gets impatient. But it's actually going to be a reposition here, a rotate through mid to go for a B plant. This could really be Somalia's time to shine here around number 18.
Could be very important. Somalia is, oh, boy, that is such a, oh, that's a nasty spot too. Hiding in the opposing side of the slight metal rafters, has a little bit of a sightline denial, but it's not a lot, but this is going to be patient. Somalia does not need to drop. There's another player in the garage. They need to make sure that angle is clear first, and unfortunately, he just needs to play the waiting game, and he's going to do just that. Not only finds one, now needs to drop and rush to get away, and finds a second on top of it. Yoshi's there to save the day, takes out Neuro, Hermit on the flank, and now Biggie is forced into a funnel, fails to find the kill into Somalia as he re-TP'd back up, and the defuse will go down throughout all of that engagement. A fabulous play, almost textbook like Blue Gold, and more specifically, the player of Somalia. Good night. There's just no other better way to say it. They played that one to a T.
The patience by Somalia is just superb, Scott. He did not move that entire round. He was on a mission, and he was going to complete that mission no matter what happened in the round. And it just so happened to be a B-site post-plant, and he was in the perfect position to completely wipe that off on round number 18, giving Blue Gold a well-needed round win moving forward. They're still at a slight deficit, but they've definitely made things a little more tricky now for Finlandia. They've got to definitely play their cards right, or if we go to next round with them at a loss, 10-9, they might have to end up saving and not have enough insurance policy money to play off another rifle round for a little while.
It's not the worst case scenario, but as of right now, there's a couple things that I'm going to be paying attention to when it comes to Finlandia's attack. One, Seekers were sent really early. Why? You're on defense. You don't need those, right? That's another misplacement of ults. You needed that later at best. And that's another reason why. I think it's because they're kind of feeling that they are dying early in these rounds, so they feel like they need to utilize that ult early while they can. Just play safer. Just play smarter, right? Don't worry about dying early. Just don't die early, right? That's the misplay. That's where you need to see the difference. But a quick flick around, and Mr. Guy, who was not paying attention, turned the other direction, flicks to Somalia's head, and will remove it just as swiftly, only taking a minuscule of damage in comparison. And now Blue Gold have bled 2 players away, now having to face the full brunt force of Finlandia Alliance. Ultimates on top of it. It is going to be a dire straits position, but Yoshi will hopefully bring things closer. Finds one, drops in through main entrance into orange, and Neuro has been lying in wait for the opportunity of a lifetime and takes the refrag instead. Snowmer, operator, finds kill, needs to save this one in all honesty. I do not think this is a round they necessarily need to push and play as aggressively as they think they should, but they'll still play it. You can already see Nova playing aggressively, jumping into the site, does not clear from behind, and they're not looking the way anyways. It's an interesting position. He's holding corner, and Nora will find a third. This is so frustrating to watch. That's a third-person observer right now, John, as it's like not clearing corners. It's as cutthroat as it can get, and it's just Valorant timing at its worst, or maybe even best.
I didn't even know what to think about that either. You should almost never be just running around like that if you don't have intel of where your opponent is actually playing at. That's very unfortunate. And Finlandia stretching closer and closer and closer to match point. One more round, they'll get it, that 12th round win, and then another after that. They could actually bring us to Breeze. I didn't think they'd have it in them, but they have made a hell of a comeback here on the snowy side. Have an icebox, and I'm just hoping they can continue that same pressure moving forward if we actually do go to Breeze, unless we see a potential massive clutch here by Blue Gold.
Let's keep in mind that this was Blue Gold's map pick, right? I mean, they're winning on each other's map picks, which is fairly normal for Collegiate. I will add that. It is fairly normal for Collegiate, but the way that icebox is going, I think Finlandia have what it takes to complete the full sweep, but at the same time, Blue Gold aren't necessarily that far behind. Just 3 rounds differentiate the two sides, but things making it even more difficult for the side of Blue Gold as a Blade Storm will be utilized, and that's another ultimate that has to be kind of faced off against, as you will see Big E lying in wait with the blades in hands, throwing out the Cloudburst to make can cut off sight lines. They're really not giving any space, any opportunity to Blue Gold to try and find a frag or push forward, and to be frank, they need to find something. You have an operator, but there's no use in saving it if your teammates have nothing, as it's just a stinger in the hands of Nova, and Neuro Hermit completes for the 4K. Needs to hunt down to find the ace. It will be Snowmer denying one guy, now finding their third, denying Neuro once again, but there's the Blade Storm. Big E was lying in wait around the corner. And I'm sorry to break it to you, John, I think we may be going to our map 3s. You may want to take a sit back and pop a cold one with the boys. Did you like that? Did you like the fact that I added in
You
like
still have more
I still have more
Arizona
green tea.
tea?
Yeah, I still have
Oh
more green
my
tea.
god, you have a problem.
I am
John.
addicted. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's so good. It's
need
got
to get this
ginseng
man
and
in
honey in it.
rehab.
It's so good. The NECC pays for my green tea addiction. That's
Research
what it
in
is.
progress to figure out how many heckin' Arizona teas are in Scott's house right now.
I bought
and that have
5 of
already
them
been
on
consumed.
Saturday for my MSI cast. I bought 5 of them.
Ugh.
I drank 2 of them then, and then I drank 2 of them yesterday, and I drank 1 of them today. And it's just this one. So
Again? Don't tell me it's wait another one. I was gonna say Somalia. You're really putting your whole hand in the cookie jar and hoping it doesn't get stuck on the way up, man. At least you got one first trouble. That's not completely horrible, but with the lockdown coming in through on top of it and the post plant position, not much you can do to try to counteract it. A blind fire is attempted by Breezy, but it's no good. Luckily get out of that lockdown in time, but a defender lockdown will come in through due to response.
this doesn't even do anything from where it is. This doesn't even do anything from where it is, John.
Oh, you're right. It's too far away.
It doesn't even do anything. It doesn't flush anyone out from behind. Green is not covered at all. Yellow is completely open.
Wall pog. Oh, he jumps over it.
It is chaos on the court. It is chaos, complete and utter anarchy. It's down to the defusal, and Mr. Guy finds the right target. Finds not just Yoshi, but Breezy completes for the 13th round and clutches up. And we will see map 3 guaranteed here, John.
Oh my god, what a round. What a round. I didn't even notice that the silhouette of the lockdown clearly showed it was not going to be helpful there. I was just too tunnel visioned, and then just that whole
watching it
round
like, where are
playing
you
out.
placing this? Where are you doing with this? What's the
yeah,
plan?
why was it so far away? Like, put it near like nest or near like the little divot incline. Anywhere but there, man. It dawned upon me.
My assumption, John, is that they thought that it would get there.
I think the stage wall, though.
That is not a practiced Killjoy ultimate. That is not a practiced util. There is definitely some utility that's just being used to use it. It's using it out of desperation and not desire, which has been something that I've been
we gotta
super
retake.
key on right now. I was like, oh no, they just use theirs. Monkey see, monkey do. They do the same thing, right? I mean, it's coming down to them just trying to replicate the same amount of success, and you can't do that on the opposing side. They're playing a different game, right? You had the 6th man of the field. You had Father Time supporting you, and he's pulled over to the other side. Like I said earlier, he's a fickle mistress, right? You can bribe him by putting the spike on the ground, right? It's that easy, and that's exactly what we saw time and time out. That just worked in favor of the opposing side, but ultimately, it doesn't seem to matter so far. Map 3 is guaranteed. Breeze is an interesting map, to say the least, but we'll take a quick break between Map 2 and Map 3, so make sure to stay tuned for more NECC Valorant action. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by John Guy over here, LEK fellow the caster.
John Commentate.
John Commentate, as we like to
It's
call
back.
him. Oh, so lovingly.
It's back,
It's
baby.
back.
We're
It's back in session. But speaking of back, map 3 of game 3 of the night, and we're heading all the way over to the decider map of Breeze. Finlandia picked out first map. Blue Gold wins it in a very dominating fashion. However, it goes vice versa when it comes to Icebox. It goes the other way around, vice versa. That's what that means. And I can only assume how Breeze is going to go. John, 2 words. 2 words. Who wins it?
Mid control. Yes.
That's actually a good call. That's actually,
yeah.
Wow, you may know color just a slight bit here, John. Mid control is paramount to the success of any team when it comes to the map of Breeze. That is it's a bit like Split in that way, right? Where mid control.
I'm a little rusty on the Valorant sticks. I know. I've been focusing a lot on Rainbow, which has been kind of painful because I miss you a lot. But I've been put in good hands, and I guess you've been in good hands too over on the Valorant side of things. And now we come back together, and it's just like this weird like mesh where we're getting by because we just have good bromance. That's literally it. We're just vibing up here. But yeah, Breeze, it's all about the mid control. You and I know that by now. And to be honest, I believe it was Finlandia who went for a lot of plays around and towards mid, more or less. They attempted it more times, but I think overall, in terms of succession, it was relatively on equal footing between the two. So Breeze, it does make sense that we went here for the last map. And honestly, I don't know who the heck is going to win this last map, to be honest with you.
I'm so upset, John. I don't even know. You bring a Sky on a map she's not needed, and then don't bring her on a map she's required. Where is the thought process in this situation? I don't understand. At least there's Vipers on the board. At least you finally.
Hey, look, it's Omen. Look, Somalia's on Omen, guys.
Wow, look, Somalia's on Omen, guys. Everyone, raise your hands. If you had that in the bingo board, then you're right. There you go. Anyone got it? Bingo across? No. Oh my goodness, I feel like I am at a retirement home. I feel like I'm aging drastically and progressively the longer this goes on as the wrinkles and stress goes forward. No Sky on a map that essentially requires her. This is frustrating to say the least, John. I single-handedly don't understand why at least neither side brought the Sky onto this map. It doesn't make much sense to me. At least when you look at professional play, you can copy, see what they do and then implement it, but there's not even an attempt of that truly here. Maybe the Viper is the play, right? I mean, that makes sense. Sage is definitely the play on this map. She's extremely strong. So this is the one time where I will say Blue Gold's comp I prefer more than Finlandia's. But at the same time, no, Sova is a massive thorn on the side. It essentially cripples you as you try to play this map. With no intel, you can't get anything done. There's a huge flaw in this position for both sides in major ways. It's hard to truly say who has the advantage.
Just gonna come down to that gun differential. I think that's the recurring pattern.
John,
that we've
anytime
had
you
here.
don't understand gun diff.
it's just, dude, just hit your shots, bro. Just hit your shots. So that'll probably be the main thing here. NJ Yoshi gets an early push through the long tube near the A area. And we'll get first blood. That's phenomenal. And Biggie, no! Down goes Biggie. He tried to shut down the Viper of Snow. He's not able to connect the shots. It's an early 5-on-3 for Blue Gold as they're just kind of tiptoeing around everywhere on Breeze and just getting a nice couple of shots landed here and there on top of it.
Oh my goodness. When you start off in a position where you lose 2 on the attack, well, it's not a good chance for comeback. But one of the great outlooks you can do is try to take control of mid and rotate through B, but both players and Spike itself for Finlandia are still teasing Cave side. You've got TJ Breezy, who is holding down door. There's not a great outlook for you to do anything beyond that. There's just more questions than answers. Look, a smoke was sent on A main, and they sent another one just to be an even bigger thorn. Do not push that direction. It's not going to work out unless you have that secondary fragger to step up. Thankfully, Nikto is there. She'll take one out. That's DJ Breezy. But beyond that, the rotation will come through for Blue Gold, but Finlandia are not to be outdone. Neuro Hermit finds one more, and Jayoshi will shut down Nikto. Now they still have the player advantage for the Blue Gold side, but they need to do more than just yet, as NJ Yoshi takes that to heart, literally removes the soul of Neuro Hermit. The plant will attempt to be defused. Sit forward, shock darts in. It will tag NJ Yoshi, denying of the 4K, but Snowmer knows what they need to do. He understood the assignment. No. Sorry, I don't know if you know TikTok references. But goes ahead and pushes for the fight and wins it, giving Blue Gold their first round.
I don't watch none of that fangle dangle tic tac, so I'm sorry.
Tic tac, patty whack, give it a bone.
Oh, I know that one. That's classic.
I know that one.
Yeah. My favorite. Also, my favorite having not a lot of mid control for the attackers on that round. It's kind
Actually,
of
they had a
ignored
lot
it,
of
all
mid
honesty.
control. They had a lot of mid control. They just didn't use it. They didn't use it. The attackers had a ton of mid control. They didn't use it at all.
Yeah, but like you basically had no mid control then. See, dude, I'm technically right. Come on. And technically right is the best kind of right.
Yes, technically correct
Michael
is the best kind of correct. Yes, good Futurama reference.
Yep. Looks like they'll actually try to get a little aggressive here in towards mid, funny enough, trying to make me eat my own words, and it looks like it'll work out from the beginning as Big E gets that first blood here, Scott.
Where are you looking? Where are you looking, one guy? Where are you looking? I don't understand. You're swinging over through to short boxes inside mid, and you're not paying attention towards heaven. It's a huge oversight as they essentially give their rear and allow for the opposing team to shoot through it. It's not proper decision making, but it doesn't seem to matter too much, I guess. Snowmer will find one more kill. Now it's tied 3-3. They need to push through B main, but there's a nano swarm on the ground as well as some turrets, and Big E's not watching corner, which allows for Nova to spray down, and the Marshall player in mid takes out another one. It's just the lonesome player of Neuro Hermit. And there is going to be some questions to be had about how you're going to approach this one. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem super likely. Nora will go in 2 right clicks to try and remove Nova. Nova panicked for a second, John. I will say this. Look down to try and activate the nano swarm and trigger it. But then just gave up and kept walking and then sprayed down with a Spectre. Why would you go for the nano swarm when you've got a big gun in your hand? Like, don't
just stared off into space, Scott. I was gonna make that joke.
Just blinked too long, you know. I called that map one.
Staring contest with the ground, and the ground almost won.
Oh no, Mother Nature does not kid around with a staring contest, John. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, don't stare at the sun. Don't stare at the sun. The sun's gonna win. Do not stare at the sun, guys. It's not good for you.
Very bad. Thank you. Thank you for coming to our TED Talk. Wow, actually, this was a pretty good job here by Finlandia to spray down that ice wall. Should have been placed earlier. Probably would have actually stuck if it was placed earlier. It's a little bit slow on the utilization of their utility, but it's not the worst thing in the world. They still have to get past this massive funnel, and it's very much so handled. The Somalia sprays down 2 quickly. It already found the first as well. And the Marshall will clean up for that 4th. It's just one player left standing, a Mr. Guy, and while he will be able to take out the head of Snowmer Donger, needs to continue to do more. And a Paranoia as Somalia is waiting. But when you're that close, you don't really need the Paranoia, right? It's really small in that size, but still cleans up for the 4K. I'll complete my thought process. The Paranoia got this huge buff like a week after the game came out. Actually, I think it was still in the beta when it happened, of the Paranoia increases in size the longer it goes, meaning it's more effective the farther away you are. Popping it that close, you probably had a good chance to miss that. Just peek it. Just swing.
Well, swing he did. And got 4 because they all ran in single file like they're at D-Day.
What's the term, John?
Down by MGs. Huh?
What's the term, John? FF? Fatal Funnel?
Oh my god. Chef. He brings his way into every single broadcast, either by me or you. It's always a constant. Death, taxes, and bringing up Le Chef.
Bring up the late shift. That's the most important part, though, of everything, right? He needs to be brought up. He's not long for this world. He's like 98 years old, dude.
Yeah. Old man in the retirement home trying to say funny words on the internet.
Maybe one day he'll understand that he's only talking to his own self. It's the demons.
Yeah, he never hit live.
He
never hit start stream on OBS.
Ooh, cheeky attempt there by Big E. Narrowly misses, though, but fortunately for the side of Blue Gold, despite them living through that Marshall shot, they are still a player down, and thankfully we'll drag it back as soon as I talk about it. But the operator even further as one guy eats another shot, big boomstick in hand, and it will swing things in favor of Blue Gold's defense.
The references, they keep coming in through. I actually love the boomstick one. That is hilarious, and you need to respect the boomstick by all means. Like those, I guess, what would you call them? The past people from
30
olden
seconds
days
left.
where they didn't know what a boomstick really was, but it looks scary, and so does the operator in this situation. Finlandia, last-ditch attempt, will try to rotate in towards A. Somalia is waiting patiently, gets one, but there is the refrag. Plant now going down. No one here to deny it, so it's a pretty good setup here, and that toxic screen is giving a lot of coverage here just to fall back and play for the post setup. In this 3v2, things are slightly in the lead for Blue Gold, other than the fact that Father Time is no longer favoring them here.
Fickle Mistress, fickle Mistress. And now Father Time is going to have to, may look a bit ugly for your defensive team if they're not able to start piecing together something. But sitting here in Cubby close, NECC, she is waiting, lying in wait. And the lineup was actually possibly being utilized by Mr. Guy, but NJ Yoshi on the flank denies, and there's no coverage of the spike defusal. Why are you not covering your teammate? It is over. The round is done. There is no time for you to defuse now. And even though NJ Yoshi finds the kill, you have two people on the site that can't watch the bomb. One defuses, the other covers. What were you doing, Nova? Where were you lying? A round that should have gone handily to you as you're the favorable position and were quickly having the objective. No, you have to clear your corners, clear the sites. It's so frustrating, John. I feel like I'm hitting my Joker arc. Everything is frustrating me as this goes onward, and it shouldn't be. That was such a clean-cut execution. They just needed to go slightly further and beyond.
Especially when you killed the player with lineups, it's technically a 2v1 because your third player is killing the Viper. Just play the buddy system, as Chief would coin it, funny enough. Play for trades, and you can get that defused. There was still plenty of time to do that, but it was not long for this world. Apparently, just missing out on the basics of round number 4 will give Finlandia their first, but they are going to get entried off the bat yet again, so things are looking promising for Blue Gold to redeem themselves. I feel like Donger's going to land that shot deep through B, but he's going to not miss his mark. Takes care of Hermit quite effectively, but spotted out by the Owl drone.
Losing information, the information battle, that microaggression, the minigame, whatever you want to call it, while it doesn't seem like this huge thing, ultimately it's basically everything. You need to have information to supplement your approach, and whether that's gathered through utility or jiggle peaks or aggressive angles, whatever it is, you need to be able to use it effectively. And look, that's another way to get information! Seeing the barrel of a gun peeking through McDonald's, Nikto gathers the intel, but can't hit the shot! Nikto, she misses! Swinging this so handily in the favor of Blue Gold, but one guy finally finds something on the A site, and guess what? That's where Spike lies. Well, it was a long con play on B. It's just a roaming rib. You cut the rib out, and now it's just dangling. There's nothing else there, as the rest of the rib, the rest of your skeletal structure, is hanging on an A site inside of a Viper's pit in a post-plant situation. While the numbers may not favor you, one guy's in a good spot to maybe frag out Somalia until a dark smoke goes down. If that was a paranoia, it would have been a different story. Finally, Mr. Guy steps up, takes another kill inside, and cleans up again. A fabulous take, an absolutely methodical approach, and exactly what you need to disallow Blue Gold from winning any more rounds.
Snow trying his best to backpack that round with a lot of opening success, was just not able to rotate in due time to deny the A presence. And that operator being carried over and now put in the loving hands of Big E. This is looking so bountiful for Finlandia. Almost out of nowhere, they have almost all their ults to play with except that Viper's Pit they utilized quite well on round number 5. It just, on the flip of a dime, Scott, they are basically in the driver's seat at this point, and there isn't much now that Blue Gold can really do to deny them except maybe allow for a possible fatal funnel there with that barrier orb, as that was a huge deterrent here for Finlandia on their last push into A.
Quick push. Ice Wall's not utilized fast enough, but somehow TJ Breezy still comes up with a kill. That separates not just a single player. It's looking like an Overwatch match right now, John. It's like May has brought into the game. She's using her Ice Wall to separate the front line from the back line, and it actually comes up fairly big until TJ Breezy gets fragged back, and the rest of the team fails to follow suit along it. And there's 4 players left standing for Finlandia, and it's a post-plant situation, and there's only one lying in wait, and they've got to come from door from inside mid-hall. Nova had no weapon, picks up the Marshal of the teammate, and now needs to peek for an operator shot, almost loses their life to Big E, until finally they do instead. It is a phenomenal round to see Finlandia take it in a dominant fashion. Really, not a bad attempt at defense there from Blue Gold. I do not mind the attempt.
Yeah, it was just a weapon diff, really. They had the right intentions, just not the proper tools to lay it out, really. Especially against an operator, that gun is just tough to play against unless you have a counter op, especially on Breeze. It's a very open map to a specific degree. So things completely tied 3-3. It's been a remarkable comeback here by Finlandia. Let's just see if they continue this forward momentum here on round number 7, or if they'll finally be dealt with properly by Blue Gold.
All is going to be an important factor, and unfortunately, it's going to be more important for Finlandia. Now, when you say you need control over mid, it's kind of a dual avenue of approach. You kind of can take control of Hall, and you could also take control over mid as a full stage approach, but there's some weaknesses to both sides. If you take control over mid, you need an operator shot first and foremost, but it does, once you get it, allow for you to swing through Hall, take control over defender spawn, and even flank onto the A or B site when you have a necessity. So yes, if Noah Hermit finds this kill, it's going to open this objective up in an immense fashion. And guess what? Nova's holding utility, stepping around the corner, trying to throw an alarm bot without actually gathering the information that no one's there first and foremost. It's Somalia! Fails to find another kill. Nikto finds it instead. Finlandia have been returning on an absolute rampage of a comeback. It does not seem to be slowing down in the slightest, though they will lose one. They have full and utter control of the B site. Toxic screens and smoke clouds, poison clouds being dropped. Real point of entry available for the player of Snowmerdonger, and he'll be felled just as quick by Mr. Guy. It's a 1v4, 1vx, whatever you want to phrase it. And guess what? Noah Hermit has the flank. He's just looking the wrong direction. TJ Breezy, I'm sorry to break it to you. I don't think this one's that possible, and I think you realize it as well as you're playing this one super slow. Just trying to play for an exit frag at the best.
Reina's not that far behind him, though. Oh, no, Herman, don't do it to him. You're just a boy. He's just a child. You can't do him like that. 4-3 for Finlandia. And I feel like I'm starting to understand why they're the second seed here in this division, Scott. The longevity, the just stamina that this team has is remarkable. Out of nowhere, they come back in map 2 and now have taken the lead here on the third map. I really thought Blue Gold would have had a strong showing throughout this entire first half, but Finlandia, they're really proving a point, and they want to make sure they can continue in this playoff bracket and not be snuffed out during the quarter.
This is make it or break it. This is make it or break it, John. Just like you mentioned, you have to get out of the quarterfinals to make it to the semifinals, and then you got to get out of the semifinals to make it to the finals. There is a lot on the board, and this is a make it or break it map. When you go all the way to 3, something's got to break. And interesting owl drone from Finlandia, and Snowmerdonger does not shoot it. That is a mega mind, big brain play here by Snowmerdonger. They realized they sent the owl drone through, and they could not find him. They knew they got outplayed. They're going to rotate elsewhere, going down cannon, back through attacker spawn, and now they need to start pushing either through door, through hall, or anywhere in between. And hall and door get snuffed out. TJ Breezy is one of the ones who does just that, and while Big E will take out Somalia, who had found that first, they actually need to gain the advantage by pushing into the A side, and they've left themselves quite out in the open here as NJ Yoshi leers out from Hall, finds impact into one, and Big E misses the shot of their lifetime. Will thankfully find the second, but now needs to cover the diffuser going down. Will get rid of one. Big E's on a 3K. Needs to find the ace to win this one, though. As a nice slorb, the slow orb gets sent out, but there's no wall to deny besides the toxic screen. They'll do just that. Big E doesn't know the exact position of its placement, and Snowmer, for the second time we've seen today, makes the right decision and swings through the door, leading to Cave to find the last kill.
Op gets picked up as well. White, unfortunate, but a great retake by Blue Gold and just utilizing the fact they've got man advantage. Big E, despite that, was still playing very well. I liked that pick he got on, I believe it was the Killjoy, not moving his crosshair at all, just waiting for his opponent to run into him, and it actually worked. So if you've seen any Lazy Purple videos, that's one of the things he actually recommends when learning how to play a sniper character. So yeah, I guess it worked out in the end, but you cannot always just sit still like that, unfortunately, Scott.
Man, I mean, what's the phrase of like sitting still will grow mushrooms or something? I don't know. What's the old euphemism?
Oh, I don't know, to be honest. My euphemisms are not as good as they once were. But
I know there is.
I mean, if you keep looking down that scope, though, and you don't move, you get tunnel vision. That's still a big problem, too.
It kind of breeds complacency. We've noticed that quite a bit, whether it was, TJ, who proceeded to miss every shot every time they had an opportunity up close with the Classic for a quick right click and decided to left click every time and miss. There's a lot of moments where we can point out where we saw moments of players just not being ready. This could be one of them. Breezy, here's the Owl Drone. Will be spotted out, has to throw down the wall. This gives a little bit of time, but they still have time to full force peek, and Breezy misses the shot opportunity in a bit of a panic, and one guy finds the kill instead, which also guarantees them that point, as you can also hear the Blade Storm be utilized. No, not. What happened to it? Did they right-click immediately and lose it?
I'm not even too sure, to be honest with you, Scott.
I think they right-clicked
really
immediately and lost it. Can we switch over to Jet real fast?
I think
Is it gone?
That
Hold
might
the
have
scoreboard
happened.
Hold the scoreboard up. Snowboard, please!
No!
I'm so
Oh my
upset
god!
right now.
He did! You're
Look,
right, Scott.
why would you right-click?
He just wants to show off for the highlight reel. He's got the op still. You forget that,
Dude,
Scott.
yeah, he's the operator. That's the
Young
montage
buck.
gun. Yeah.
Yep. Just waiting for someone to try to stick on that defuse. He'll be ready. The turret will give off prime intel for that as well. And it worked too! It's funny because it really should not, but the op is just so heckin' good. He gets the last two on the round, and Big E, I guess wasting the Blade Storm was 10 billion IQ, I suppose.
I actually want to give props to Summer Donger's crosshair placement there. He actually got a shot off onto Big E. He actually tagged him. So keep that in mind, keep that in mind. There's something there. There's definitely, this is a close game. This is a close game through and through. And when this halftime switches, I think it's going to go a little bit differently than last map where we just saw, Finlandia kind of come back and make their return and it was their half. But I do think Blue Gold will have a chance on the attack because their lineup is really good for it. Their lineup's probably the best for attack right now because they have the Sage Wall, which is much better for the A plant, and the Viper's, Toxic Screen, which is available to Finlandia, but they don't have the Sage Wall to, assist it, right? They don't have the Sage Wall to plant as well. So if you play that Toxic Screen diagonally in from right wall in over towards left pyramid edge, and then Sage Wall it just as much. You can cut off Cubby, and you can cut off any chance for them to spray that wall through while you're going for the plant. However, Finlandia have information. They have a recon drone. They have owl drones. They have the recon bolt. Sorry, they have the owl drones. They've got a lot there that Blue Gold don't, and it's going to be difficult no matter what for their attack. But I just think they've got slightly better lineup. Slightly.
That was a bit of a close call there. I feel like Yoshi could have definitely won that, but unfortunately not. So Finlandia have a pretty good chance in all honesty. They fell back towards A long and are now fully rotating off the A site altogether. They're going to go for a B, take their last hurrahs. They've noticed it's completely vacant. Both Arena and also Killjoy have overextended themselves, but they will reap the rewards of that play by getting the first pick on towards Nova and setting up for some really nice site control when that spike gets taken down. But look at this flank, Scott.
What are you doing, Mr. Guy? What are you doing? He pistoled you. He had enough time to pistol you. I don't want to understand.
Look at the wall textures.
Wall textures, yes. Wow, they really meshed together right here. Wow, this is impressive. Lockdown being utilized. I don't think this is a bad decision, actually. I think this is not the worst play they could have, but unfortunately, it's still breakneck even. They may have flushed them off the side, but they still got to worry about the player of Nova over here by McDonald's. They've got to worry about the player that is the Viper of the opposition, is Number Donger, coming in from main. And to be frank, this is their utility, and now you'll have a defensive lockdown. This is the waste! It doesn't even cover all the sight, so it's not even that useful in its own regard. And is there enough time? I don't know if there's enough time for a full defusal.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there's plenty of time. Yeah. I don't...
Okay. Then it wasn't a fine lockdown. I had assumed there wasn't enough time. I will openly admit my fault. That was a good lockdown.
You're one
it's a distraction.
Several.
It is a distraction.
Don't
that is about
how
its
many
one
mistakes
usage.
have been made during the game itself. Do not ask that. You don't want the answer to that one.
Yeah, I heard that mistake earlier.
Oh man!
It's like me in Overwatch last week when I said the wrong name. And then
don't worry about it.
When
was the last time you casted Overwatch other than that? It must have been a long time.
3-4 weeks before that, and then before that it was like 4 months. So, quite a while, right? It was definitely before all of it happened. So, it is what it is. Ice Wall employed, TJ Breezy. Unfortunately, he's going to stand onto this side. This might actually be the play until he hops off of it and never mind. Throw it out the window. Good play by Somalia to get rid of the recon bolt, and will throw the paranoia out as well. It doesn't actually manage to get rid of Neuro or Big E's eyes, but it still will allow for Somalia to find one, and then Big E to be felled as they push out, and that's NJ Yoshi to find the headshot kill to do so. However, Nikto, she's playing from underneath. She has open sight lane through door, lops the head off TJ Breezy, and now just needs to clean up the other player on the opposing side of the site, and they're at 5 HP, and they were overhealed in the process. One guy completes the kill. Snowmore Donger will thankfully stop the bleeding by taking out Nikto, but we're in a 2v2, and the attack can just rotate over towards B. They already sent the toxic screen over there as a bait, and I will say, a good bait at that. It was a really good play for them, but they are able to gather the information by Snowmore Donger inside mid, and this is a bad decision now. Go back to A! Go back to A! Like, I don't know. It's still going to be a one-on-one. You have the advantage in terms of numbers. If you funnel in, play for the kill against him, and then die and just double swing so one of you will get the kill, then you can find a 1v1 in the post plant. But they're not covering each other.
Where's the coverage?
You're not covering each other.
Why are you looking in the corner? Mr. Guy, what you doing, homie?
Left.
And now you're gonna possibly lose out this round, perhaps.
Oh,
He
no!
goes aggressive.
There's a chance!
Down goes Nova. He has a chance.
Does he know?
There's little time to play.
He's
off of
running
this,
on the corner!
But look at Snow.
He's dancing
running
him
around
down!
the corner. It's ring around the row with these Scott. Oh my God! This
Last round
God.
before
Pop goes the weasel. Pop goes Mr. Guy is.
Oh my goodness, dude.
He's now an r/facepalm because he might have did a little bit of tomfoolery on that.
I feel like we're at a circus, bro. Like, they're playing Ring Around the Rosie over here. Like, I don't understand it. First, how do I say this? Why are you not covering your planting player? I know there's a toxic screen there, but it's yours, and he's planting on your side. All you gotta do is watch one angle. He's covered from arches to a various degree. You can flick over there in good time without him being killed. The issue is the opposing side, and you weren't watching either. You were in corner. It's not good basics. It's not good coverage, to say the least. But round starts. One kill drop for both sides. Still, Big E can have something to say about it. And with Big E, with the big iron on his hip, uses the cannon in his hands to get rid of one more. And then Somalia will attempt to push forward to deny the big cannon from doing any more damage. But Big E pulls out the gap, takes the shot opportunity, and leads them up to another man advantage. 2 players left for Blue Gold's defense, and it's a quick sprint over towards the B side. It's going to be a rough retake.
I would hope it to be a rough retake. If Blue Gold somehow bring this back, it's gonna really, I'm gonna be nailed on a chalkboard amounts of angry. Big E, beautiful shot. He's looking for that ace potential. Just needs one more. Confirm that pick on towards the stage. Doesn't have the intel, and Nikto is just quicker on the draw. Gets rid of the last player alive and will make it a clean 6-6 split. I don't know how to feel about that first half outcome because, man, there were some doozy rounds, Scott. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna keep it a $150. There were some interesting rounds.
$150. Oh my goodness. We are really devolving the longer this goes on.
My brain's like been off half this game, dude. I'm being the dumb good cop, and you're being the smart bad cop. That's
what it comes down to
today.
Yeah, it is what it is. I will point out, I'm actually really excited for match 4. Sorry that they're going to be starting late. They're supposed to be starting like right now. 11 p.m. EST, and it's
we still have an interview to get through after this.
Yeah, there's still an interview on top of it.
I can't wait for that interview. That's gonna be.
This is gonna be interesting. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. But it is CSUDH, their Cardinal squad in the Champion Signing Division against the Sac State Hornets. I love both of those teams. This is gonna be a close game too. It's the 4 seed versus the 5th seed. They have the same record. Like, I adore both those teams. I'm really excited to see how that one goes. But quick sprint onto the site, utilizing the toxic screen. That's exactly what I was expecting Blue Gold to do. But the poison, the snake bite finds a kill. That is unprecedented, but they'll even things out. Kills dropping for both sides. Finlandia now at a player disadvantage. One player in towards switch. They'll flick the door open. Hall has been split, and Neuro Hermit will find the first impact. Stuck in a 2v2. Nova is low, and so is their teammates. And quite frankly, Finlandia are near full HP. The only damage being dealt to Neuro Hermit being that turret that was lying in wait. With both players in cave, it does not seem like a good position, as it's now a 2v1. I think Nova just got spotted as well, holding a corner. Yeah, Noah Herman knew it. I think Herman swung and then took a step back and waited. They did pop the Nano Swarm, but it was over at that point in time. But a good try. They get the plant down. That is some extra credits in the pocket for their pistol round.
Resistance is sadly utile. The first pistol round actually going the way of Finlandia. It's been a long time coming, though, as this is the last half of the match entirely. The whole series will depend on how well both these two teams perform in these next couple of rounds. And starting out in the proper position, not too shabby there for Finlandia, but we've seen plenty of comebacks before, despite the early momentum game. I mean, if we even look at the first half, it was 3 consecutive round wins for Blue Gold, and then a complete re-sweep by Finlandia. So honestly, anything's possible, man. I'm a hashtag believer, Scott.
Hashtag believer. You've been on something. It's okay. It's what it is. But Noah Hermit swings onto the site, does manage to defend it for just a moment, but needs to take a step back, all the way back through Arches and Old McDonald's. That's a better decision to go for, but quick, just bounce it! That was actually not a horrible attempt there for the shock dart, but you could have bounced to the opposing corner and actually found the corner player lying in wait and go for the kill, but the second shock dart sent as well. This one not finding impact. A pretty nice ice wall, actually. Biggie tries to peek it, but it doesn't really add up to anything, as Nick Toshi finds 2 more. Nova and TJ Breezy slept pretty quickly, and it's a flawless round win on top of it for the Finlandia Knights, but I'm going to be honest here. What?
He was 1 tick off his ult. Why not get it to Hermit?
There's no need to. Hermit's going to get it at the end of the round anyways. Also, he wasn't 1 tick off. When you end the round, you get a tick. So, like...
Oh, you're right, yeah.
It's not... Sometimes it's hard to
yeah, counting's never my strong suit, Scott. You know
it's
that.
Fine. It's okay. No worries, dude.
I'm still learning.
I
think
will
I've
point
made it
out,
up to, like, what, 8 now?
I think you managed to get close to 9. Yeah, you got close. You started putting out the syllables, but you just couldn't finish it. But
yeah.
I will say, Blue Gold had no choice but to really go for the plant or rush in. That gives them extra pocket cash, and while they don't find any kills, I'll be honest, Finlandia Alliance didn't really dedicate that many weapons, right? They, SMG bot for the majority of their defense? I think all of their defense? So, it's not the worst. Is he going to TP over? You are entirely covered. Yeah, do you win that? I'm going to have a stroke, dude. Somalia comes out on top, can be healed up. That's why you bring a Sage. Also, you can bring a Sky for that same reason, but it's going to split open entirely this A site, and look how many tiny little ants are there on the minimap spreading themselves thin. There's a very difficult retake ahead of this Finlandia Alliance side, as I don't know why you're holding a close angle with a rifle in hand. You need to be playing mid-range engagement, not up close. It works, though. It's fine, whatever. It works. I don't even know how to react to the majority of this. Good shot there by one guy with Guardian to take the head off of one. Now switching weapons to the Phantom. This may just be a save for the Phantom. It's not a bad play to save this.
Yeah.
But it's also like, you save this, but your team probably won't be able to buy anyways. Actually, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you save this, you definitely won't be able to buy. You get $1,000. You get 1,000 credits at the end of this. But you'll have a rifle, so technically you're making 2,900. So is that a good deal? Is that a good trade deal? It may be a little bit too hard to tell, but at best situation, you get one more rifle out of their hands. But Snowmore not only denies any chance of you saving, but also denies any more guns to be dropping. And yeah, it would have been a better decision to save, because now one guy can't even afford rifle and armor, full armor at least.
Yeah, that's a huge plus, because if you only get those 1k credits, at least you only have to buy armor, maybe some utility here and there, instead of buying a whole rifle. But it is a full buy between both teams. This round is going to have a lot of value to it because of that, and only one ultimate in play. I'm hoping Hermit will pop it just to get incredibly aggressive. There's no operator to try to, force him back at all. He'll just need to simply win his one-on-one confrontations, and hopefully with relative ease to give Blue Gold a complete 50-50 split here moving into round number 17.
Slowly but surely, right? That's going to be how you proceed in this objective. Pushing through cave is a dangerous spot, but if you have the toxic screen and you have a sage wall, it's fairly easy to do so. However, they don't actually utilize the sage wall here, which is a huge miscalculation, and their attempted push up through with their Reyna snuffed out pretty quickly. Thankfully, though, Mr. Guy will not live for much longer, as Snowmer within the Viper's Pit will find impact. Please stay within the Viper's Pit on top of it. There really is no need for you to push beyond it, but it's a 3v4. Finlandia have the player disadvantage, but this is why you bring a Sova. The recon bolt pays dividends, but TJ Breezy is holding in corner cubby, and it's now the fight in the Viper's Pit. Snowmer now needs to spray through a second. Stop shooting, you're giving away your position in the process, but it is only Nikto left, and she just has to clean up a couple more. She'll stop the Viper's Pit, snuffs it out just as quick, and yes, the Ice Wall was utilized, and it's actually a good decision to do so, and the Nano Swarm will keep Nikto off the objective, and now they can just try to run away. Nikto will not make it away in time, and Nova plays that perfectly. A beautiful decision. The ice wall is placed correctly. The toxic screen is a little bit off, but it's not the worst decision in the world. They counter toxic screen, so I'm not going to be, too hurt about that one. But still, throughout all of the proper utility usage, you had to rely on a Viper's Pit to win because your Reyna loses that fight to Mr. Guy on the swing around the corner of A.
Man, this is tough, Scott. I'm not going to lie to you.
That's how important Reyna is.
I don't want to. Words hurt my brain, Scott. This has just been it's been so unnecessarily back and forth. We're playing like a game of tug of war, but everyone's like already on the ground. They're out of breath at this point. They don't want to keep playing, but they're just forced to at this point. Someone just needs a win, to be honest. And Blue Gold, they'll start out the aggressive push, trying to get inside of B. It'll work out for them for a little while. As everyone's just falling back. They're not pushing against anything, really, despite the fact there's nothing to stop them. A great shock bolt comes in through, but it's not going to stop the plant being attempted here by Nova. TJ Breezy will have great coverage. Down goes that one guy. And Blue Gold, they're in a proper position just to hold the fort down here in B. No one's able to flank, as almost everyone is located near McDonald's, as you give that call out for. It's just a spray down by TJ Breezy. Good for 3. Looks for possibly a 4th one here on this round, but the damage has already been done at this point. Somalia shuts down Hermit, leaving Big E stuck inside the dark cover to figure out what in God's name just happened to my entire team and why are they all dead. I'll tell you, it's because of TJ Breezy. Cannot find any more. 2 brilliant kills for Big E, but it's only a matter of time for that spike to explode in the background. So really all for nothing, I suppose. Get a couple extra kills to your stats, really.
That's a really good exit frag, actually. Do not undersell
less
that.
rifles, though. That's...
Do not undersell how important that was. One, yeah, you lose the round. It's not the worst case scenario. But you destroyed a lot of the weapons in the hands of Blue Gold's attack, right? I mean, look at 3 of their players right now. TJ Breezy, Somalia, 2 of the players we know died. I think NJ Yoshi died as well, if I remember correctly, right? I mean, towards the end. Am I incorrect? I don't think I'm incorrect.
To be honest...
It's hard to tell. But Somalia and TJ Breezy, most importantly, I know for a fact they had died. Look at their money. They're poor. Nova should have bought, probably Snowmer Donger should have bought the rifle instead. At least Nova should have. You need to keep your credits and your economy somewhat even across your team. It will allow for you to be a little bit more coordinated and understanding of what you need to do without really having to converse about it. Everyone needs to be on that same page, but a quick play onto the A site. You'll also see it from the shadows utilized from Somalia. He'll play below rope on this Raptor side of heaven, and he's got a player directly above. See the shots! You can wallow the tracers, but thankfully TJ Breezy jumps onto the objective, takes out the Viper's Pit of Mr. Guy, and one guy will find the refract. Thankfully, though, for Somalia, they're playing from behind. Defensive spawn has been key towards their success, but it will be snuffed out by one guy, and a quick flank by Big E towards the cave side can also be just as dangerous. Taken out, though. Neuro Hermit will be the other one trying to step in instead. A 1v2. Neuro will lose the next fight despite the Empress being in play, and it's just the 1v1. The player with the information will win, but unfortunately, despite having the ability to gain the information, does not use the utility to do so, and blind fires the ultimate, now leaving them in a 1v1. Dire straits, and they lose the fight. Snowmer fed 24 kills in this map, and is not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, that's one of my biggest pet peeves about playing Sova at all, is that if you don't utilize that Hunter's Fury with intel, you have owl drones, you've got recon bolts, like just something to stop the Viper from being in that power position. Nope, just gonna pop your ult and pray that you're gonna hit him. All right, man, good luck. And needed more than luck to win out that round. Unfortunately, it'll be another successor here for Blue Gold, 4 in a row. Their attacking rounds have been relatively spot on after the first couple of flubs during the pistol. So really can't be that complacent, other than the fact that Finlandia could definitely have brought a couple of those situations back, or at least made it much more closer than anticipated.
Close play. Blade Storm in Hall, that's Big E attempting to utilize it. However, that seems to be all that Finlandia are really able to bring to the table as Neuro Hermit is forced to use a Guardian. It works out though as they'll find a kill, but it's quickly resurrected back and then stuffed right back in return. Kill the player before you go for the resurrection in the open. Bit of a misplay, but NJ will frag back, and Neuro Hermit takes the head off a third. A possible ace potential despite one of the kills having been taken by Big E. But the resurrection brings the possibility back into play, but a 2v4 is what has to go through. It's a dangerous spot. TJ Breezy is sitting still for some godforsaken reason, and Nova's gun has been spotted. Neuro goes for the hunt, fails to find the kill. The ace denied, but Big E will steal it instead. It is a buddy ace, a 4K for one and a 2K for another as the resurrection gave plenty of numbers for them to gun down, and Finlandia Knights will finally stop the 4-round deficit they've been eating into and find a round win.
What were you waiting for, Breezy? Was there someone flanking, Scott, that we just like didn't notice? I don't know. I feel like the site presence would be more important, even if there was a flank happening. You're in the middle of A!
You don't need a player in Cubby either. Put a player in back of Cave.
I don't
Put
know
the player in back of Cave.
Ah.
One on site, one on back of Cave. That's your setup for the defensive presence with only 2 players.
The I've used for this is still hurting. I don't know how you're surviving this. I'm guessing just coping with the green tea or something, because you haven't gone into the full Joker yet, but you're on that cusp, man. You're gonna. I would say I'm waiting for the last.
You want to see how I got these lineups? Well, you see, I watched Snow Mordonger.
No. No. Not lay Valorant Joker.
Not lay Valorant Joker. It is what it is. It is what it is. Instead of Gotham, it's Breeze.
Oh, no.
Oh, my goodness. It is what it is. Bad jokes aplenty, but a Paranoia sent over from B main. I think it does manage to tag the player that is Nikito. I don't know why I'm always like that. She'll be dead, and Snowbird Donger will be the one who collects that kill. There's only 4 players left standing, though, and Blue Gold may have the advantage, but there's still plenty of opportunities for a retake to go through, and that's something Finlandia have been pretty darn good about. But unfortunately, a Viper's Pit employed, and though Somalia would be blinded by Alir, he just holds his fire and still finds a kill. Now a second, top it off with a third. Then it only leaves one guy left standing who got the refrag back, but NJ Yoshi uses that timing, just allowing for them to flick on to even further targets and cleans up where his teammate at Somalia could not. Another round win back in favor of Blue Gold, and they're 2 rounds from closing this one out, and a major upset against the Finlandia Lions, who are, 6 seeds higher than them at this point?
Say about 5. It's a 7-1 record against 3-5. Blue Gold about half and half on their wins overall, and Finlandia has been a menace a majority of the regular season, and all of a sudden they're getting some bite back against Blue Gold out of all teams. I mean, they only need 2 more to seal the deal here, Scott. It's definitely doable, but Finlandia, they still have a couple tricks up their sleeves. In particular, the ace in the hole of that lockdown, just to stall for time and maybe give Blue Gold some second thoughts in their approach.
This is a very interesting decision. Somalia is going to go for the From the Shadows ultimate. That'll put them in defensive spawn, but Big E was ready for it. And while he may be able to find a kill, his teammate Anura Hermit will not, as Snowmer Donger finds the next level of impact. Mr. Guy swings towards door. Snowmer Donger not watching their angle and will unfortunately be felled pretty quickly. And it's a 4v3. Finlandia may have the player advantage, but there's a lot that can be said for an attacking team that has control over mid. And while there is a player watching through heaven that has a chance for this next engagement, TJ Breezy will take the body shots through and find Big E. And your heaven player's not watching mid anymore. Why are they watching defender spawn? Why are you looking that direction? Look down mid and find the kill instead. Where are you looking, Nikto? Where are you looking?
At the wall, looking at the textures again. I've said it before, Scott. I don't know why you keep forgetting the reasoning behind it, man. It's so simple, but
they haven't changed. They haven't changed in 10 rounds here.
People don't change, man. All right, that's just a famous saying that never gets
These are
old, really.
textures.
10 seconds left.
The textures don't change.
They're just double checking though. You never know, right? Oh, play goes down. Nova somehow is.
You have the
dead.
ability,
That one guy. You're drawing circles around her. What in God's name? Nikito or Nikto? Sorry. Get a couple for their troubles. Leaves us into a 1v1 confrontation. I swear, if we somehow see this as a loss for Blue Gold, I'm going to be LOLing aloud here. Here comes out the Lear, forcing Mr. Guy to play super aggressive, and NJ Yoshi will win that out. It's a match point, series point. Could we see a Titan of the Navigators division taken out by an underdog team of Blue Gold? It's possible, but Finlandia, as long as they win 3 rounds in a row, they can make that comeback and at least secure overtime.
Look at the eco. Look at the ult. Look at the ult economy and the eco. That's the most important part right now. 3 players can full buy rifles and weapons. 2 cannot. Nikto and Big E are incapable of doing so, and Big E does not have Blade Storm, and Nikto does not have the lockdown. The only thing available is the Empress, and the Empress is an ult that is better when you have a weapon, unlike Jets, right? Where it's probably better just to use the Blade Storm and not worry about a rifle, right? You need a rifle on the Empress, and unfortunately a quick sprint through the site will make things a bit more difficult. Thankfully for the Finlandia side, they'll find 2, while only 1 is technically found for Blue Gold, but the Paranoia snuffs out Noro. You do see Somalia's holding that angle and comes up on top with the victory. Noro does not find the success necessary, and that is a huge misnomer. I think he still had ultimate in the pocket. Should have just utilized it at that point in time, but does not do so. And it's a tied 3v3. Big E with only an SMG from behind will come up big, and Nikto does the same, finding another. The head of Somalia lopped off their soldiers, and it's just TJ Breezy left standing. They need to make a massive amount of impact. The recon bolt paying dividends for their side, and the turret finds the kill. Finlandia squeeze a massive 30 round to their side, and they'll be 2 away from finishing this one if they can bring us into overtime.
Man, what a remarkable retake despite the huge disadvantage with the lack of proper weaponry. And you still have a couple ults to play with here on both sides. You've got Empress, you've got the lockdown as it was not utilized on the last round, clearly. But a Viper's Pit will be in the hands of Mr. Guy now. He did just enough to secure that ult. So maybe we could see a possible retake utilizing that or completely locking out a site. Not really too sure what he's got in mind. He's playing very aggressive near A main around the cave parts of the map, so he might just pop it off the bat, but that could be a huge blunder as no one's attacking A. It's a full B commit in the first couple moments of this round here, Scott.
That is a great use of intel. Sova being Sova. That's just Sova things right there. Massive success. Recon bolt tags 1. That gives you the intel that they're nearby. Did he just TP on top of double boxes and elbow as well? I think that's what we just noticed. But quick sprint over towards the B site. Lears will be sent as well. And a player lying in wait. That's one guy. He sprays down 3. 2's not enough for him as he's still hungry. Now looking for the 4th. It's just Somalia left standing. Will have to ace if they want to get this done. But Noro Hermit does not allow it. A massive round return. And guess what here, John? There is no money and more problems. Blue Gold may have 2 ultimates ready, a resurrection and a lockdown, but they have 0 guns to work with besides 2 rifles, and one of them can only buy soft armor alongside it. This is an immense problem to overcome, and yes, we saw Finlandia do just the same recently, but they were on the defense. The attack has to push through with a lack of weapons to do so.
They've got to use these ultimates proactively in that case. They need to initiate with that lockdown almost guaranteed here and just get lucky that they can play bodies on one of these 2 objectives. But looks like they'll go for mostly mid-sided attack, maybe go around in towards A. Not really too sure how this will play out for them so far. The only player they spot out is Mr. Guy, but he's not going to be taken care of just yet. He can maybe pivot around and stop this double door push for the time being. In the background, there goes the operator. Mr. Guy gets 1. TJ Breezy will find the refrag and a resurrection. All of a sudden, things are looking a little bit better here, but you still need to worry about this operator. Big E, a big frag on the round. Almost another one here, but Neuro Hermit will manage to clean that one up before it's necessary. 4v2. I think we're seeing it happen, Scott. We might be going to overtime here.
This is an intense situation. I am on the edge of my seat trying to wish it into contention. but everything can still go wrong. Somalia has already been killed, so no armor available, but does have the ability to continue to fight until NECC can have something to say about it. She'll remove him just as quick. It's just Snow or Donger. The head being spotted of the opposition will throw down the Cloudburst, but they can't get control of Spike whatsoever, and there's little to no time to get this one done. I'm sorry to say it here, John. I'll go ahead and expend it. This is going to be all she wrote with only 20 seconds left. A miracle will have to go through for Snow or Donger. It would be one of the biggest upsets in the history of the NECC. And it's about to happen if we can see Snowmer just find a couple more. 12 seconds remaining. They just need to play proxy. Don't get too aggressive, but NECC knows where to lie in wait. The top of Rope of Hall finds their targets. And we're going into the absolutely cursed infinite overtime situation here on the map of Breeze.
This has been one of the most exhilarating games of Valorant in NECC history, in all honesty. Ending it out overtime on the last map of the series with an underdog storyline afoot too, against one of the best teams in the Navigators division. I mean, this has just been a treat, to be honest. This is just a buffet of dessert at this point. I feel like we're spoiling ourselves rotten to a certain extent. Big E being so impactful with that operator will bring it on out. He'll be the glass cannon of this assault here for Finlandia. Let's just hope it works out, or I don't know. Yeah, don't even know what else to say. Let's just hope it works, in all honesty.
So the overtime, you're given a select amount of slush funds. You know, it's the pocket change that you're always given, but some teams will opt to go for an operator, got glass cannon kind of situation. Some teams will not do so. They'll full expend util, full armor, rifle buys. It's really personal preference. Whatever you think is going to work out for you, it is a comfort pick situation because neither side has been the... How do I phrase this? They haven't been the full util dumpsters that you see in a lot of higher-ranked games. They're not being that same level of play. It's not that same level of strategy that's being so reliant on util. A lot of this has been better positioning, better pizza, Papa John's. I knew I'd swing it in there somewhere. It's been better positioning and just misplays and miscalculations by defensive teams or attacking teams, and as where they lie for these mini-games, these mini-altercations that take place. Like, look here, Snowmer's going to get aggressive in mid, and there's a player sitting here towards Cubby. Neuro has a chance to fight this and could win this one out. I don't think Snowmer is going to clear it expectingly, but he does so, and that's going to be a first frag dropping for Blue Gold, and that's pivotal towards their success as the round progresses onward.
DNA push coming in through. That one guy. The plant here to deny as of now. Spike goes down, but Somalia is quick on the draw, but you're still in that post plant. All you need to do now is just play back. There goes NECC off the board. Somalia, decisive shot landed. 2v4 situation. Operator is on the board, but Big E falls to the wayside. It's 3 for Somalia. He's having a heyday on this overtime round. Paranoia gets popped. It's not going to be needed, though. Somalia with 4 on the round. 13-12 for Blue Gold. They need one more to bring this one home as a victory. Can they do it? Or we'll be back to square one like we started 12-12.
Somalia was second to last on the leaderboard, or third to last, I guess. They were in third place for their side before that round. 4 kills in a round will change the pacing of the scoreboard, 100%. That drops Somalia from being 16-25. 16-25, may I add, after Somalia was the pivotal figure in map 1 and 2, and it started to put them back on the top of the leaderboard, and that's a necessity. When we see Somalia pop off, it's always really well. It's always really good because he's so dangerous. He's so thrifty in the way that he plays. He's cheeky. He's a rat. And we love rodent plays. We're huge fans of that here, John. But there does become a problem. It breeds this level of I guess, desperation that isn't always guaranteed to pan out. And that's one of the biggest problems you can have. But an early start for Blue Golds. Another player, Big E, loses their life. And a second now will be felled as one guy is rushed through the back of B. They've given the side open. B is in full control of Blue Gold, and there's almost nothing Finlandia can do. A very nice snake bite we placed over towards McDonald's. Yoshi's looking to step through it, but is sitting within the dark cover and waiting for the opposition to be able to fight this one out. He's going to play that rat angle Somalia has been doing so far, but a toxic screen utilized. He'll play the opposing side, head lopped off, and Snowmer will follow suit. It's now a 5v1, and NECC, she's the last one standing, and she has too much to overcome. Mo problems in Somalia, the player we've been talking about so heavily, in a great idolized factor, will be the last person to find a kill. Who else is better? leading us to have a massive upset victory here as we see the blue-gold side, the esports C squad, upset the number 2 seed. That is insane throughout the entire game today.
Man, I can't wait for the interview. I'm hoping we get Somalia because I really want to pick out his brain, to be honest. That was an amazing underdog story for Blue Gold. I mean, we kept saying underdog all the time, but it was very apparent that Finlandia theoretically should have had this in the bag. They've only lost a single game in the regular season, and then moving into the playoffs, everything you worked hard for to get and try to succeed and win your entire division, be the champion in this one thing for NECC, dreams get shattered immediately by Blue Gold. God, I hope to see you continue your success moving forward after Thanksgiving break, because you put on a hell of a show. And I wish I did better on my casting part. Little rusty. I literally can't even remember the last time I casted Valorant. It must have been like 3 weeks or something. But hey, you did good. So I guess that's a net buff. We got the pretty face, the pretty voice all in one man. And you get to see our pretty faces once again as we have an interview lined up. So we'll try to get someone here on the side of Blue Gold to pick at their brain for a little while, see what was going in through their heads on that 3-map series, and try to be back as quickly as possible. So don't go anywhere if you're interested in the interview. I've been fellow joined here by Scott, and hope to see you all in a few short moments. Again, don't go anywhere, chat. Still have more in the tank.
Welcome back, everybody, to NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by my great friend John, a.k.a. Fellow, a.k.a. John Commentates. And I'm really excited because we get to have an interview with one of the players here for the side of Blue Gold. But before we do that, I'm a little bit curious. I'm sure you guys are as well, what the implications are for that win. So we'll pull up the bracket real fast and see what that necessarily entails. First and foremost, you can see their bottom side of the brackets. They beat the number 2 seeded Finlandia, so they'll be facing the victor between Roger State and George Fox Gray. But keep in mind as well, top of that bracket, number 1 seeded Blue Gold Esports, their B squad, is facing number 8 Baker. If there is an upset, it could be, but if there's not, then the number 1 seed goes on. There is a chance we could see Blue Gold on Blue Gold in the finals. Keep that in mind here, folks. That's what I was mostly curious in. That is a definite possibility. I am super intrigued by that one, as I'm sure John is as well. But we'll jump now over to the interview and actually have a couple questions for the player himself of Snowmer. How you doing tonight?
I am doing great. Honestly, ecstatic on that win. I thought everybody performed really well. I'm very proud of the shots. We hit our shots when it mattered.
You definitely
awesome.
did, yeah. Who was it that top fragged at the end of the last game? Was it you?
Yes, it was.
You, and then we had a very close contender of Somalia coming in, who had a bit of a sleeper performance in the first half, but really showed up alive in the second half. But I'll bring forward the first question. I'll be a little bit more vague in this first thing. Being an underdog in a situation like that, by quite a bit of seed, 5 seeds below, and taking that victory, what does that mean to you guys as a team?
I think it means a lot to us as a team, especially since in previous games we quite weren't performing as well as we would hope. But it really showed that playing together, getting more games together, and just practicing, picking the right characters that best suit us has really helped us to kind of take a team that may not play too much together to kind of the next level and actually pull out a couple wins.
John?
Yeah, fair enough. One thing, I know it seems a little off to ask this one question, but I figured I'd bring it out here. Despite your win, which was very enjoyable to commentate over, I'm not going to lie, what do you think were some of the issues that you guys struggled with during the matches and what you could possibly improve upon for your next series game?
I definitely think a good improvement that we could have is just playing a little more together, maybe scrimming a little more against other teams, and overall just improving kind of our game sense when it comes to certain clutch situations, and understanding kind of how to perform in certain scenarios when they're required of us, so that way we can actually perform and win the round, or at least win the round or lose the round, but in a beneficial way for us. Maybe get more guns off people and drop down the enemy eco or anything similar to that.
Fair enough.
I have a question. So you guys, you're saying scrimming is a thing you should do. You should also VOD review. You should look back on this VOD and you should listen to it as you look back on it. Not because I just want you to hear what we were saying, but because I entered a very big Joker arc during this cast of total insanity. You guys have quite literally brought me to the brink of my own destruction. There were so many moments where I was so unequivocally upset with every single one of the players on the teams, on both teams, about just the most minor of mistakes. Because it's I'm looking at this big mistake happening, but then they make a big mistake and then just nullifies the other big mistake. But I'm curious about. Sorry. You can say something real fast if you want.
I definitely think that there's a kind of give and take, and both teams actually played really well, and I think we capitalized on. Both teams capitalized really well on each other's mistakes. And in doing so, it really made the game very close, very competitive.
It was very enjoyable. The first game, you guys kind of blew out a little bit towards the end, the latter half, right? But game 2 and game 3 were very, very close. Obviously, game 3 was close, but I want to bring up the question of game 1. Why? Why did you bring that composition? That is like the worst agent selection I have ever witnessed in my life for the map of Ascent. I'm not going to like mince my words or anything. I was so unequivocally upset by that decision for you guys to bring that. And it worked, and I hate that. So why? What was the decision making? Was it just comfort picks? What was the reasoning?
And part it was comfort picks, and another part it kind of was intentional in a way. Pulling out, I think it was double or triple sentinel.
Yes, all 3.
Do like a killjoy and just kind of get my traps down on B site and potentially hold out a push. But also, I think it was definitely more comfort picks. Somalia, I believe, only played Omen in most of the games that we've had together, as well as TJ Breezy on the Sage. However, kind of we flexed in the what's it called? The the man with the cameras. Oh my god.
Cypher?
Cypher, yes. We kind of flexed him in just to kind of gain intel on site so we could have Sentinel on one. We were really playing for the defending side of that map.
Yeah, it was pretty obvious you guys were trying to play defense when you bring all three. I will bring forward, and this is my guidance to you guys, because I do want to impart some wisdom. Somalia hard carried Ascent. Somalia was everything. He had phenomenal dark cover placement. His teleports are pretty good to determine stuff. His From the Shadows are almost always useful, which is shocking to see Novan do. His paranoia single-handedly split the map open in directions that the opposition could not entail, and that's why you guys were having so much success on the attack, and vice versa on the defense for funnels. You on Killjoy and your utility is fine, especially at the rank that you guys are at and the opponents you're facing, because not many people are super hard lock on getting rid of Killjoy utilities, such as a Shock Dart to do so. The Cypher could have been replaced with something else, maybe a Viper, maybe a Sky. Anything else really would have done the same thing. You just didn't find as much utility usage because of you guys, everyone else doing their job so well. So that's my tip. You guys could do even better on Ascent by just replacing the Cypher pick with something else, but I really loved what you guys did. So that's my point. Full props to Somalia for carrying you guys through map 1. Map 2, though, why was he ratting so much? Why is he ratting so much? What's going on with that?
I think Icebox is definitely one of our least comfortable maps in terms of like the way that we play. I think normally me and Somalia kind of play together a lot, and I think we were playing it more so as if it was a solo duo queue rather than playing in a tournament setting. So in doing so, kind of I feel as if we might rat around or like sit around more, hold corners, or maybe just push in their back line a little more than we really should, especially on our defense side, or even honestly attacking. But I think that was more of like comfortability in the way that we play on that map, especially since it's definitely, I believe, not one of our best. However, he kept saying he had a great spot on, I believe, B site, and he did a couple times, and it was on top of the
oh my god, it was great.
Those B main boxes.
You're just sitting in green, just being a menace to society. That's what we just noticed every time. It was just a rat, a total rodent, a monster. There was one round where it was like this monstrous play of him finding one, jumping down, being saved by, I believe, whoever your Viper was. I think it was you. And then on Icebox, and then turning around and getting the Jet that it was trying to fight that with a pistol. Like, it was an intense round. But it was such a funny play, and it's all from Somalia just sitting up on green.
Yeah, that chain of events is crazy. They both pushed out, didn't peek him, and then he killed one. They shot at him. He dropped down and killed the enemy Viper, who was on the opposite side. And then I believe that's when our team actually pushed out.
Yes, you guys flushed through B and took control of it. So they were distracted by Somalia alone, which was a great play. But speaking of distractions, John, I'm sure you also were thinking of this play because it can't get out of my head. What was it, the ring around the Rosie play on Pillar on Breeze?
So in that play, we essentially knew that we had time. The bomb was ticking down. It was getting very low, and we had 2 up on their 1 player. And I was saying in the mic that we should, just play time, save, get back, because we knew where they were, but I believe, pretty low. I knew I was pretty much one shot from I believe they had a Vandal. And so once the pick happened, I knew that I pretty much just had to stay alive, play time, and just kind of alternate around the pillar and just listen to her footsteps and hope that there wasn't any shift walking happening.
It was really funny.
Because yeah, that was definitely a tense moment. I was just trying to walk around the pillar.
It was really funny. John, you got another question?
Yeah. I do not. I was going to say, with all that being said, we are very behind schedule, but it's been an absolute blast picking out your brain for a little while.
Give him a second. Do you have anyone you want to shout out first and foremost?
Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Thank you, Scott.
I don't want you to kick him out of here so fast, you know.
I guess I'd like to shout out my team. I believe we've been playing together. We've had a few losses. However, I really do believe that even though we might have missed a lot of shots, might have made a lot of misplays, when the plays did matter, we did take advantage and we did win on those plays, and I believe that's the reason as to why we won this final game.
Good words. Glad to hear that. John, you want to exit it out?
Yeah. Bye, Jebediah. It's great talking with you, man. Hope you have a great rest of your day, and congrats on
Nate,
your win
dude.
again.
You guys as well.
Well, all that being said, that concludes the interview for the third matchup of the evening. And despite the fact we are a little bit behind in terms of time management, we do have one more match, one more to end out the day here for the quarter playoffs here for NECC Valorant. So if you're interested in some more Valorant action, feel free to stick around and watch that last best of 3 series. I've been joined here by Scott. You can check out our socials down below, and also shout outs to Bolby and also Michael up here in the I guess behind the scenes with us too, helping out as much as they can. With all that being said, hope you all have a great rest of your night, and to stick around for some more NECC action. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the last matchup here tonight for NECC for our Valorant series. My name is Fel, also joined here by Infernosis. So if you saw the 9 o'clock game, you're like, whoa, these guys said they wouldn't be doing a double header. What are you doing here, fellas? Get some rest. Well, sleep, my friends, is for the weak, and we are not weak. So we're going to be casting the last matchup here. Did I not say that?
You said sleep for a week. I thought it was sleep for a week. You know, like a sloth. Like hibernate.
Oh, yeah. Slothy from R6?
Slothy? R6? We're making references people wouldn't understand. Game underway, bracket screen. Go ahead and sit up.
Yes.
We'll get back on track. These players, I'm sure, are waiting here, but this is our penultimate number 4 seed versus our number 5 seed. That's the CSUDH Cardinal side versus Sac State Gold's roster. And I was actually really excited to watch this one. I was going to watch it in bed on my projector and on the big screen on my big wall. No, I'm going to have a up close and personal experience with it, watching it live as it goes underway. This match spells disaster for both sides if they lose this, obviously not being able to progress, but neither of these teams have faced each other up to this point, which is an interesting idea. I think that I don't know how they went through the whole bracket and didn't face each other, but yeah, they have the tied record 4-3 without having ever faced each other, so this will be a new experience for every single one of these players.
Yeah, I'm honestly wondering what we're going to get ourselves into, especially looking at the map bans now. It's going to be Bind, Ascent, and then Split. Wow. I could barely like see some of the maps because of the little like mini thing on VMix, and also it's late now. Scott is really questioning the Split pick. It's honestly one of my personal favorites, but no one else agrees with me on that. So honestly, yeah, I'm kind of confused why Split's in play too for the third map pick.
Okay, here's what I'll say. If we're playing Bind, then Split's not like that different in a way, right?
Yeah.
You're still probably going to bring Raze. Raze is still typically your go-to duelist choice, but you're putting Ascent in the middle of that one. You're like, oh, here's some salt, here's some pepper, and then we're going to go back to salt. You don't change anything up, right? You're just going back to the 2 basic old spices. And I'm sorry to break it to you. You see my complexion here? I only know salt and pepper, and apparently these players as well only know salt and pepper. They're not bringing any spices, any sort of how do I say this? Spice to the situation, if I want to be a little bit thirsty with it. But we'll take a look at the agent selection. That's the most important part. Nav, if you pick up that URL, I will literally leave. I will leave immediately. I do not care how much they're paying me. I will leave as soon as that locks in. I refuse. But already the raise has been locked in. It looks to be that CSUDH's side are 100% content with what they do. Ganbear, I know for a fact, loves Cypher. That is one of my favorite Cypher players of all time to watch. Shan on that race, I also expected that as much. Ice Bear on the Reyna, that's pretty expected. One Mad Bad Dog is going to be picking up that Astra. That's something that you have been waiting for all day. And then there's that Sova to follow suit. You want to tell us about Sac State's roster they're locking in?
Yeah, if I don't sneeze, it's like halfway
Got
up.
this.
Halfway
Pineapple.
out.
Pineapple.
Okay.
Pineapple.
But Astra, yeah, been waiting.
Select your agent.
Happens up here for the last best of 3, the last series of the night. So I am ecstatic to say the least. Viper as well. She can really hold down the fort in either A or B completely by herself. How well she can line up those screens, snake bites, poison cuts, etc. So she's one of my personal favorites. No matter what, she is very strong on Bind. So at least the team comps are looking quite top-notch here in this division, but it is champions. That's not really surprising to me.
This is interesting to me because looking at Sac State and the lineup, Apathy, I know for a fact, plays the Viper a lot. I've seen that. Now the Jet, I'm pretty sure played Jet last semester, and then this semester I think has fallen more into that, extra tertiary role of playing, Ciphers and Killjoys and whatnot. Tech, I think, has always been the Astra, but Artana, I think, has been subbed in from different. Is this a sub? And I thought it was Mitchell or GameStock GME that was filling there, or whatever it is. Mitchell's playing the Sova. I do think CSUDH has the better lineup agent selection wise for this map. I do believe that Raze is just a better choice, a better selection. And remembering that Sean is on this team 100% gives me the thought process that Yeah, CSUDH, there's a reason why they left Split to be the last one up and running. Shan is a menace with the boost packs, and I do not think miss any single showstopper when they implement it. It is going to be a bit of a tricky situation for Sac State to get beyond that, especially when they're losing that mobility. They're going to have to Tailwind and Cloudburst in. And the question is, can they get the rest of their team into the objective at the same time? Or are they going to slowly stagger the spawns? I get a kill, you get a kill, I get a kill, you get a kill. Now there's no one on the objective for you, and we have a single tide advantage in terms of the fight. I don't know. We'll have to see, but it looks to be an B-oriented push coming through. But look how much Killjoy utility is stacked on that B site. It is going to be difficult for them to get past it.
Just a bevy of util at that point, which means a lot for all of you non-English savants. I'm also not a savant. I just looked up that word because it sounded very cool to me. But here come the paint shells, tons of util being dumped in through to stop this push. So far, it's quite effective. Mitchell the first one on towards Sean. There goes Tech, beaten near elbow. Mitchell will find a wallbang on towards Ice Bear as well. The only one to try to respond here for CSUDH is Kuma. And here comes the potential flank as well. Really, this push in towards B was beautifully denied. And now it's just nothing left for CSUDH. They fall to dust and get blown away into the wind as round number 1 goes the way of Sac State.
Yeah, I think we expected that outcome when we see the mass amount of utility placed by your Killjoy Nastro leading inside of B main. First off, there's a reason why it's called Octagon. I know it's technically called Garden, but there's a reason why people call it Octagon. It is a fighting ring. You have to fight for your life to even get in there, let alone get out. And that's why there's a mass amount of utility dumped over there. Astras are so plentiful when it comes to these maps, especially higher ranks, because she just brings so much to the board. And it's the same thing with a Killjoy. She brings a huge amount to the board, but that's also why you see Cypher typically more, because he's a little bit harder to counter. But a quick rush implemented, boost packs were employed, but Apathy shuts it all down, and the ace is stolen by Mitchell getting the shock dart kill instead. It looks to be CSUDH are just going for the old razzle and dazzle here, John, as they sprinted into the point of A short, and unfortunately didn't find anything, which is going to put at least 2 of their players, I think maybe just one, in a bad spot. Shan's not going to go full buy with a rifle and armor, just soft armor and the Judge. But I don't know if they have the util behind it. They'd full buy armor and a rifle. I don't think they can full buy their utility at this stage in the game.
I think I remember Sean in the back of my mind as someone who made me coin the phrase, Judge equals funny. And we might get to see that said a couple more times. This guy really likes running the Judge on Raze. So I'm hoping he can manage to let fireworks ring out in the background with that semi-automatic shotgun. Anyways, CSUDH are not having the best couple of first rounds with the full buy. They will attempt to go deep inside of B, break down that main turret, just spraying through these Astra smokes, not able to connect a single shot. Now we'll get that first blood, and out of nowhere comes Tech. He's good for multiple. It's just a constant trade game, leaving us in the 1v3, and our Atada right out of nowhere from the back of B will spray down and finish off Danbear. 3-0 for Sac State, and sadly, Sean could not let the Judge work.
Man, this is, yeah, apparently can't confirm as a shotgun main. We have our observer coming in.
My God, I
Yeah,
this.
yeah, this is, that's why I'm saying, like, when we were asked to come in and sub for this, I was like, I was excited for this game. I was really excited for this game. I was really looking forward to what this would entail. And you were like, I don't know, you know? I was like, no, trust me, this is going to be a really good game. If last game didn't turn out to be such a banger, I was going to be shocked that this one, if this one wasn't just going to be the best game of the night, but last one turned out to be a bit of a banger. While the gameplay and precision and methodology is going to be a bit better in this one by a bit, as the ranks will be quite differential, I don't know if it'll reach all 3. That's the ultimate question. Are we going to see such a barn burner, as the kids would say, or maybe the oldies would say, or are we going to see something a bit closer to the chest? No matter what it is, it starts off strong for Sac State. They realize that CSUDH are playing this one slow, and they start to cascade towards the attacker spawn. That separates the distance. They find one towards Link, in towards B main, trying to enter in from that hookah side, and then they're able to kind of realize where they may be heading to next with that owl drone they're sending over towards Fountain. Nobody's in that direction. You guys need to start making the rotation over towards that A site. Eventually, you're going to have to dump that util, because look how close they're coming on Cubby.
Tech just going for a bit of a blind fire. He's well aware that A is the prize pool for CSUDH on this 4th round. There comes out little bit of a nade by the Killjoy, but it's a brilliant wallbang by Ice Bear, but cannot confirm another one. Tech just right outside of U-Haul finds everyone dead to right! 4 for Tech at the end of the round to make it 4-0. What a spray down by Tech to seal the deal on that one, Scott.
You could see Tech just like, yeah, shaking the mouse there at the end. A 3K
He's
last
getting
round, a 4K this round. Hype all the way. I'm getting into this one here, John. I'm so excited for this. It's so much fun to see teams at this level compete. I've been stuck in the MSI Student Radiant Cup for so long. It's Immortal players and Radiant teams and things all along those sorts. And I'm so used to that level of competitive play, going back down below and seeing something else. I have to tease my brain a bit more. What are they thinking? What's their methodology? I understand this to a degree. My question is, what is CSUDH thinking? I'm confused about what they're implementing right now. They've got the ability to gather the information, a Sova and a Cypher, but I don't feel like they're utilizing those to their full potential and are falling more victim to the cheeky strategies that we're seeing Sac State employ. Nav utilizing an Owl Drone with a teammate's assist towards that side of Showers, and then gathers the information and kills off of it. That is a massive start to their side once again, and CSUDH will bleed yet another kill, effectively, I guess, stifling any of their chances of stepping towards A, because take a look again. Where's the utility dump for Sac State? It's not B main. It's not the Octagon side. It's A short. And now we're seeing a smart decision by CSUDH. Pick up the spike and head hookah. I think that's their best chance of success.
Especially since they could just stack bodies as well. They've got the man advantage if they all just push in a coordinated fashion. Definitely not single file line for a Fatal Funnel, but they're ready for this push. Starting out with a potential paint shell toss-up. They'll bounce back of B, forcing away that jet, and it's just nothing but net so far. Quick trade by Sean. He's on top of the container. It's soon to be a post-plant position. Some intel being gathered by the Neural Theft as well. Sean good for another on the round. He's playing aggro, trying to find his third. We'll put out the blast pack just to maybe disorientate Nav just a small bit, and a second paint shell too, just to confirm they cannot overextend, allow more time to be burnt through in this post-plant position. You got Ganbear right around your elbow, but they'll have to play a little bit farther back. Mitchell, 2 amazing shots landed. All of a sudden, this could be winnable for Sac State. Their retake is looking strong. They put down a turret just for extra confirmation. They expect to be playing up near Hookah, but he's around elbow, but cannot land his shots in time. Nav, a decisive shot landed for his team, will give Sac State 5 in a row, dead straight.
Let's not talk about how Mitchell opened up that round. Let's talk about how Nav closed it. Nav's ability to stay alive in terms of that defensive spawn in back of Metal Hall. He not only got boost pack moved, read the situation that a paint shell has been pulled as the pin gets ripped, and hears it start to toss, runs away towards back Metal Hall. Teases towards elbow, which would have been the worst mistake of his life in that round, but only puts the alarm bot down, makes sure that angle is cut off, and that denies the method of approach that Gambear should have been able to use, but was not allowed to due to the intel that alarm bot was placed. So Gambear's trapped in elbow. It stifles any other direction, and that's what Sac State has been so phenomenal at this entire time. Everything has been adding up, and it's so hard to get against that map. It's like actually trying to do long division. It stinks. It is so painful to go against, and you hate to see it happen. But a quick start to the next round. CSUDH don't really have the money, so they're just walking and waiting for a lot of opportunities. Chance holding with the judge. Last player alive as the rest of his team has been systematically destroyed swiftly and cleanly throughout this round. And while he will find one as he steps up towards U-Haul's side, Mitchell's holding close, will bait with the pistol toss, and now needs to eat Nav the Jad's Odin. He tries to swing to the opposing side. Mitchell will not allow it though. May be down to about 5 HP. It's extremely close, but still finds the kill and brings himself up to 10-1 in that round. Oh my goodness, Sac State have started off in an absolutely exponential margin for their side.
I mean, literally flawlessly, too. This is some impeccable work done by Sac State. I'm not too sure if any intel was gathered by CSUDH when they were attempting to get control of Showers. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but I didn't notice anything being deployed. It allowed Mitchell to get some freebies on that round, and just some minute basics just brought down a domino effect of despair for CSUDH. Viper's Pit shockingly gets popped out early here for Sac State, but with the intentions being relayed towards B, that's going to put a big rain on the parade of CSUDH when they need as much help as they can get, being 6-0.
Great bait. Great switch and bait over towards the B long side. It will be a A good attempt to move over for Artana as they go for the shot and then take a step away. No need to really contain in that direction. It's too big of a worry, but with the first kill going down, it favors CSUDH. They'll take out the Killjoy, the opposing side. That makes all this util dump on A completely null. There's no point in contending with it, so they just need to fight the point. And while Shan may step on, Tech will step him off. A quick and easy plant going forward for CSUDH. A post plant must go through, and a Cosmic Divide doesn't go down in time, and Mitchell finds the doppelganger of Kuma. It's now a 4v3. CSUDH will tie it back up with Ice Bear taking out Artana, but Mitchell needs to swing and find the kill. Can't get it done. Ice Bear squeaking themselves ever closer as Tech finds one more, and Apathy free swings through the Cosmic Divide. It's just Can Bear taking out Apathy. Another Cosmic Divide utilized, and Tech will not go down. The ultimate had to be employed, but it will fall still in the favor of Sac State. They're 7-0 starting this one off and will not be denied of this flawless half so far.
CSUDH being too just jumbled up. They were too tied in between one another around that Cosmic Divide. They weren't giving themselves any room to breathe or fight things separately. They could have been utilizing that Cosmic Divide so much more than they really were. I feel like the only player who was doing that was Ice Bear, but he was the only key step-up player in that post plant, unfortunately. As the rest of his team didn't have all that much impact on the round, it's another loss for CSUDH, and things are just getting worse and worse as we dive deeper and deeper into Bind here, Scott.
It is spelling disastrous for CSUDH. They're not finding the impact that they were looking for previously, and it's only being shown further and further as the paint shells are sent, but not really guided in any direction. They're not able to get the lineup they necessarily weren't. And Shan does not have that util available to him any further, and this just allows for Nav to spray through a line, find Gambear, and Tech to rush through Hookah. Takes out Shan, which now leaves only 3 players left standing for the CSUDH side. Obviously, they know there's at least 2, and they'll snuff them out just as quick, but the Marshall shot rang out, and now they know Ice Bear is just as close. 1 and 2 takes out Nav and Mitchell. Now just needs to find 3 more. No need for the overheal, decides to go for the dismiss instead. Just tried to use it to gather information and took a step back. 2 players, one holding back Hookah, has control over Spike, second holding deep mid next to split side. You've got a player in defensive spawn. Ice Bear just needs to play this one close to the chest, but he's already been spotted out once. Tech has the information, will toy with the pistol toss, and will drop down the Astral Nebula, ensuring that the sightline is cut off. Unfortunately, though, it's a Dissipate, trying to toy with not just them, but me apparently as well. As Ice Bear is going to get the audio cue that a player's in Hookah. It will be a toxic screen employed. Ice Bear needs to swing, misses the shot opportunity, will find the hip fire, but Tech swings at the prime time and will find the frag. A great chance there for the player of Ice Bear, but denied ultimately in the end.
Apathy trying to play with his food there near Hookah, but apparently his food was still well and alive, so he'll get punished for it by meeting his own impending doom. Doesn't really have that much of an effect, though. Those are some amazing shots landed by Ice Bear. Don't get me wrong. You did need to find all 5, though. It's not going to be around netted towards your side. Still flawlessly done by Sac State, essentially. They've got plenty of weaponry to still play around with. I mean, their economy is just straight bussin', and I cannot say the same for CSUDH, in all honesty. It's just upset after upset. They really need this round win to at least have some semblance of a team here in this first half, but losing out at the very beginning of your Sova player, that is not how to start in the right foot.
It's a slow start, and things have got to start to pick up for the CSUDH side. They've already lost 1. Like you said, it's not how you start off on the right foot, but the question is, how do you start off on the right foot? Personally, they've got to find where the Killjoy utility is dumped, whether that be a single shock dart sent where the prime, the mass amount usually lies, or whether it be to bait until they find the alarm bot or turret. Whatever the method is, they need to find that and then head the opposing direction, or use those shock darts to their fullest potential and remove it quickly. Because the one thing we've noticed, where Killjoy lies, if we see CSUDH push it, they're not even able to get a plant down in 99% of the situations. It is a huge misnomer, and they need to start calculating that ahead of time. And that's what this first minute of these rounds are for, John. They need to calculate and gather the intel. But there'll be a showstopper employed, but they'll be vortexed back. Phenomenal play. The Astros on B site in doing that, John. It is amazing what you can do in that potential, but the showstopper does absolutely nothing except for Ice Bear finally finding a frag, but the plant denied emphatically by Apathy.
Oh, and here comes lockdown as well. This could be huge, just a stall for time. It's got to be a relocation through the teleporter, and now it's a mad dash. Try to maybe still have a semblance of a round win here for CSUDH. They've done a lot to bring this one back, but now they're going to be concussed. Things aren't looking great here for the retake. Nav and Tech finding massive frags. And sadly, the lone Astra inside of V will not be long for this world either. The communication and situational awareness by Sac State was on point, and they wholeheartedly deserve this 9th round win. Just beautifully done, and they're gloating about that 9th round win, to put it bluntly, Scott. They are so happy about
this. This is a glowing defense. One thing I want to point out
They're
first and foremost. They rush out of the A side. They employ the showstopper. You know that arrays can't really get height and can't once they get vortex. There's really no way out once you've known they boost packed it. Phenomenal play. Tech is on B site for goodness sake and is still in astral form and actually properly utilizing the information being given. It plays a key factor for why they were snuffed out. Playing again. Apathy denies the plant after it was at 0.1, I believe, to actually go down. It was extremely close as they were smacking the spike into the ground. Not enough. It doesn't go deep enough. Flops back up in the air and falls without being planted. Top it off. They make their great escape to the B site. When is there? Let me tell you, it's all of the Killjoy utility. It is everything necessary. Both nanoswarms go down the second they jump out on top of the nanoswarm. They throw another vortex and then the concussive blast of the Astra. There is literally no chance for them to make the return. It is a impounding result. There was no chance there for the side of CSUDH to make that return. They can hope and pray that this next round will be enough. Finally, they get an opening kill, but the next two fall in favor of Sac State. They know there's a player trapped inside showers. It's Mitchell, but they don't get the dart. Does not give them the live ping, and Mitchell cascades yet another kill in favor of Sac State. And now Kuma has to face his wrath as the player lies in wait. Finally coming up on top, Mitchell will be felled. There's still too much to contend with. Only one left. That's Kuma trapped in showers.
That double peek just to confirm you're in a 1v3 now. This is just masterfully done by Sac State. It's been nothing but net form, really. I don't have any other words to describe this. Kind of glad you're doing a majority of the casting here because I've been left speechless as to how well Sac State has been performing in these rounds. 20 seconds left. It's definitely doable, but that operator is gonna make sure that no, just simply no. And Sac State, again, keep a majority of their players alive, so they have more than enough economy, or credits, I should say, to buy back their dead players. And it's looking rough for CSUDH. I don't know what's going on. Are they asleep at the wheel? I don't know what to say.
It's a difficult situation. When I'm looking at how do I phrase this, John? There comes a point where my knowledge of the game starts to feel a little limited. I haven't hit that point yet, but it's getting
like it's just basics though, man.
I'm feeling nervous in the fact that I literally can't find a weak link for CSUDH to prod. I cannot find them a situation. This seems too big of a hill to climb. Sac State have been denying every outlook. It's not just Nav the Jet with an Odin spraying down a line and making it difficult. It's Mitchell and Tech. They are literally unstoppable. Tech is 15-2. John, 15-2. Topping it off, Mitchell is 14-4. The stat line just goes to show consistently that they are unkillable. They are peaking angles that shouldn't be peaked, and it's not just individual playstyles. We saw a double peak between Apathy and Tech, and I believe round 6, where they try to peek through showers. They got the first pick on a player on the Cardinal side, and then they continued to peek it, and while Apathy died, Tech found a second, went around, found a third, and then got the fourth. I mean, it's insanity what they're able to pull off round after round because they're not able to properly fight against the utility that Sac State is bringing to the table. And it's not just the Astro utility, it's the Killjoy utility. It's the fact that they have to be readily fearful of the operator in Artada's hands, and then the shock darts and recon bolts are a hefty thorn that they're constantly having to step over. And I haven't even begun to mention the toxic screens and the util that Viper brings to the table, and Apathy has been doing plenty of that. It is such a difficult occurrence. Look at the map already, John. Look at how much util is dumped on B sites. There is nothing on A.
It's a massive amount. I think a big thing too for CSUDH is their trade potential. There have been a lot of situations where they just have some guy solo rush into no man's land. They've got no intel to play off of, and they just get shut down. It's simple stuff like that too. You think about all this util, blah blah blah. That's a great point because that's been on a key for Sac State. But just the lack of netting picks or netting trades has been such an upset for CSUDH to a point where the util isn't going to be a problem because you don't have any manpower to run through it yet. You're already dead. It's so many basics that are just being thrown out the window by CSUDH. I'm hoping that they fix that in the second half or at least the second map because this is absurd as to how well Sac State is doing right now in the first half.
And it's not just a defensive favored situation, right? This map,
it's a team diff, dude.
It's defensive favored, right? This map does typically fall to your defensive
not
side.
10-0.
But it's not a 10-0 defensive side, right? This is 100% a utility and proper consumption diff. It's not just a matter of dumping your utility and playing with it. It also comes into the fact that you need to properly mesh the utility together. It just doesn't make sense to me that there's this much going on the board against CSUDH, and they're not properly finding what's working against it. They're just eating it. They don't know how to face it. They need to use these shock darts to clear util. You can just burn those quite swiftly. You know, yes, there's nothing you can do against the Astral util. The best strategy you can make is to just push through, go beyond, go even further beyond, as the meme likes to go in the anime or whatever it was before. I think it's Dragon Ball. I'm not too sure. But there's only so much that can be brought forward for an Astra. And yes, it seems like a huge and hefty ticket, but you just got to move slightly. Let your team do their job. Each individual player needs to be responsible for clearing util. Paint shells are pretty good at clearing Killjoy util. Shock darts are probably even better. In fact, I agree, are better. There's just so much that can clear it, and they aren't doing so because they're not sure exactly where the player lies. If they notice there's only 2 players on that B side, that's where the Killjoy utility lies 9 times out of 10. And now just sprays down 2!
They're just running into them
with a third. Oh, it's an eco round. It's got to be an eco round, right? There's no way they just rushed it.
Yeah, it was. But also, where was the owl drone? Like, bring a couple people down with you. That's what I'm talking about. They're not prepared to take gunfights, but they're sure as hell being aggressive enough to at least pretend like they are. It's 4-1, and we'll play devil's advocate. Sure, they have a weapon disadvantage, but still, only 1 pick. That's such an upset, and it's only Kama left near B long, and he just gets dealt with quite effectively by Mitchell. This is the same thing we've seen the past 11 rounds. And at this point, at this fork in the road, Scott, at this juncture, whatever you want to say for the cheeky one-liner, where does it stop? I don't think it's going to stop on 13. I'm not even too sure if it'll stop when we go into map 2.
It stops at 13, or at least it takes a pause, right? That may be the way we phrase it. It takes a pause at round 13. Something's got to change between map 1 and map 2. The pause that went forward, I would not be shocked if it's CSUDH's. We don't get to see that information. So you guys don't have to constantly have it in the front.
They really want to finish
Sac State was just like, we're just toying with you. We just want to make it even worse. You guys have to sit here for the next minute while we do that. That'd be really funny, actually. But look at the util placement there for the side of Sac State. A recon bolt is sent, and Shan is too busy wanting to throw a paint shell. He can't clear the recon bolt. That allows for your Astral to go in Astral form and start to dump utility in towards A main because they think that's where you're pushing from. And by God, that's correct. You've got to now defend a multiple avenue of approach. A Blade Storm gets pulled out by Artada. Shan finds a judge kill. Could we find a round win for CSUDH? But they've still got to face 2. Apathy charges the Viper's pit, but snuffed out by one mad Bat Dog. Now it's a 1v3. Good chance, but he's got to move all his Astral Nebulas over to the A side and hope to contend. John, is it possible?
Oh, the Cosmic Divide now activated. It's looking quite bleak for Sac State. I'm sure they're not going to be that upset, though. They lost 1 out of the 12 rounds of the first half, though. Unless Tech can bring this back. If that happens, I am going to be very upset with CSUDH, because I like their team. I really think that Judge does, in fact, equal funny, and that was a hilarious kill performed by Shad. But that's the only action we've seen from this man until now. He gets a nice little pistol kill on top of that, too. He's got 5 kills overall, and that was just about half of them in a single round. Just to get a clear picture how well CSUDH is doing here on Bind. It's not well at all, but hey, it's a clean slate. They're all back to pistols for the next half. However, if Sac State win this pistol round, there isn't much stopping them from winning it after that, the second one to follow up.
Can I point out
and
something?
That is, that's game over. That's GG.
25 kills. 25 kills total for CSUDH. The bottom 3 on Sac State tie that. The bottom 3 on Sac State tie that.
Yes.
It is an insane margin. 16 kills, 32 total for the top 2 alone for Sac States. 32! And the bottom 3 of 25 together. It is an insane stat line. The margin of error has been nil. There is none. Sac State are just winning, and they're finding success at every turn. The question really and truly is, can the half turn around for CSUDH on their defense? However, it doesn't look to be going that way. A quick plant will be utilized, and while a paint shell will dish about a bit of damage, it doesn't seem to do enough, as Apathy and Shan are the first 2 to find kills, but with guns only. Shan and Bad Dog find 2 more. Sheriff gets the headshot, and the Frenzy will spray down another. Just 2 players left standing, as Shan will tap the diffuser, and he'll also tap the head of one more of Tech. It's a 1-on-3, and it's made quickly a 3-on-none, as CSUDH will win their pistol round, almost guaranteeing them their third. But I want to say this right here. Sac State has so much wiggle room, I would not be shocked to see them just buy and just play with it.
Where was this CSUDH on the first half? What happened?
On the attack, the unfavored side, not to...
Did they just let their older siblings play now or something? I don't get it. This must have been the CSUDH I fell in love with last match I casted for them with Chad Lantis. That must have been the big thing here. Oh, look at Sean! Sean's got the judge out as well. I wanted to point something out, actually, too. Despite the loss that Sac State had in that round, they did something I was harping on heavily by CSUDH. They used the Owl drone to scout ahead and know what they're getting themselves into. And yeah, they flubbed on the retake denial, but setting up for that post plant was pretty spot on. And you got to give credit where credit is due, and also bring that back to CSUDH because they won a very vital round just to keep themselves alive. A little while longer here on Vine. Let's see if they can make it 2-0 in the second half.
Yeah, I want to point this out. Just first and foremost, one mad Bad Dog. Great guy, 6'7". So can't say he doesn't do his worth, but has definitely found the first kill for their side. Quickly refragged back, however, and while they do still have the man count advantage, they do need to be wary of what is still coming to the point. Most of the players, in fact, all of the players for Sac State are holding in towards Meadow Hall, and the Leer tossed by Ice Bear is too much to contend with for Apathy, as they'll be a little bit apathetic, not able to get much off of it, and now it's just a dire situation for Mitchell, trapped in a 1v4. Will pick up the Spectre, hoping to contend. Tosses out a shock dart. It will get a lot of damage off an Ice Bear and will get the kill eventually, but Shan swings the corner and doesn't allow anything further, giving themselves a pretty solid chance. But what did I say here? I'm pretty sure they soft bought. I thought that was an SMG buy for them. I may be incorrect, but it has been an interesting thing to say the least. Sac State now with rifle buy. Maybe they didn't force rifle buy, and it's going to be a tough round to fight off.
And we've got the operator now on Bind. This is a very tricky map to use it. There's only like a couple of spots you can really work it in your favor. I mean, B Long's a good example. If you want to play risky in showers, you can, or up in heaven on A, just to name a few. That's basically like half of them already named off, so I don't really need to elaborate much further, other than the fact that because that recon bolt went out, Sean will actually play a little bit farther back. Spots out the Viper and lines up the shot perfectly to get that first pick, favoring CSUDH. Now that the sides have finally switched, they are looking on top of things, but the paint shell off screen will connect onto Arakada. Plenty of action happening through, but all of a sudden the resurgence is strong by Sac State, and now they've got a fighting chance to bring us into a proper execution in this 3v2.
Dire straight right now. When you have a player disadvantage, you need to play smart. They'll do just that. Bad Dog swings the corner as Tech goes for the plant. Will get it, but does not deny the plant in itself. Now will be the one next to find a kill. And Ganbear will play smart, will hide from the recon bolt in good timing, but the player swings out from the high cubby. He'll find impact and turns to find the second. Ganbear saves the round for CSUDH in an absolutely massive upset. And we'll go ahead and walk over to pick up the operator, I think, as well, to make sure that they have it in hand. That is a huge thing. Ganbear has not been able to do that much for him. This is Ganbare, whatever the name is. I think it's Ganbare. I think it's Ganbare. I don't know why I can't get that right. I love him.
Oh my god, yes, I remember that too, because we kept
We kept saying Ganbare, and then they had to change it on the sheet multiple times. But he's also torn both of his ACLs at the same time. That's a note we have. Sorry for getting off the thing. Yeah, we have a couple fun facts. That's why I said he was 6'7" as Bad Dog. So he's kind of cute. He's kind of cutie. You know what I mean? But he messaged me earlier in the Twitch chat. So we're obviously really cool friends. I know his first name. Not to say that I'm not to say that I know. Yeah, that's right. I know Top Talent. I'm just cool like that. What's the Twitch chat spam? what's the copy pasta?
I've had my fair share of epic copy pastas in NECC. I actually started one last year too. Chat loved it. Good times. Good times. Anyways, back into the match. CSUDH finally on top of things. I'm wondering how long they can continue this streak, though, of wins, and whether it will be actually longer than Sac State's winning streak here on Bind. If that happens, I'd be flabbergasted. I wouldn't know what to say, but Sac State, they're going on some mischievous plays, shift walking down through A main, almost getting control of U-Haul and Apathy. What a shot on Nakama as well. Getting control of U-Haul and now starting something quite beautiful as we get in towards his execution. Aratana with the judge will honestly take some advice from Sean himself and just be Judge Equal Funny on this round. Embers gets popped by Ice Bear in a last-ditch attempt to stop this spike from getting planted. He tries to find some shots, but misses all of them. Aratana strikes again on the round, leaving Sean left alive until the Cypher can back him up from the spawn area. Now in the post-plant, things are looking fantastic for Sac State, and honestly, Sean might want to try to save the op because he's got way too little of HP to not get traded in that position.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like a good spawn. In fact, I think they're going to do just that. Play for a little bit longer. It will hit match point for Sac State, which does mean that this game will basically come down to who can fight off the ultimates better, right? And unfortunately, I think Sac State, with the end of this round, will have 3 players with their the ultimates in hand, so... yeah, rough. But they're actually going to hunt for the kill. Mitchell's now coming around the backside. Will take out Shan. Now it's just Ganbare, who's now forced to fight from multiple directions. Will take out the player Mitchell, but Artata will find the refrag. A 3rd kill for them in the round, and a 3K to finish things off. 12-4. We're on match point now. Mitchell, Tech, Nav, the Jet, Apathy, and Artata have brought the Sac State side to a dominant performance here on Bind. But with Ice Bear, Shan, One Mad Bad Dog, Kuma, and Ganbara, we've had a rough start for CSUDH, and they've managed to make some sort of fighting chance, but, John, they've got no money and mo problems.
It's our famous one-liner that we say a lot. Also, what else was the other one? Oh, no, I forgot. Oh, yes, Sheriff Gaming!
Sheriff Gaming.
Like the good old days. We haven't been able to say that one all that much. We've been too caught up with Shiko, one of the female special casters in Valorant, actually, which is honestly a great line, to be fair. But match point territory, like you mentioned here, Hunter's Fury gets popped. It's the first blood, though, for Sac State. They only need one more clean round win to get this one out of Bind. And Aratata will steal the deal on towards Bad Dog. Coming near Yuha will find one and make it several. It's 3 for Kuma. That's a massive play by him on the Sova, but it's not over yet. He's got an ace to keep his team alive, and he cannot manage to clutch up when needed most. It's Apathy to clean this one up, 13-4, as we end out Bind with a pretty one-sided affair favoring Sac State.
Yeah, there's not really much to say about it. I mean, the Sac State defense was insurmountable. They were, what's the word, steadfast? They were literally a stronghold in each and every single one of their points. Stalwart. That's a great one, too. They were quite literally a stronghold. They were impossible to go. Once the gates were breached, there was unfortunately no chance as the oil quickly started to come down the walls and was lit ablaze. There was no chance for them to survive on any of the points, the oil being the utility and the blaze being the nanoswarm, so to say, as they were utilized. But it has been a very, very decisive map 1 as Sac State have given no looks to the CSUDH side. Only a few rounds being squeaked away for them. One of them being very close as Ganbare had to clutch it up for a win, who was at the time 3-15 and had to get a 2K to save it. Great flick, great job, but we'll have to see how the rest of it will go. Map 2 will be ready and waiting, but we'll take a quick break in between it. Make sure to stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We'll see if CSUDH can make a return against Sac State. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. My name is Infernosis, joined here by the oh-so-handsome and oh-so-spectacular fellow, the caster, a.k.a. John Commentate, a.k.a. handsome fella, not fart smella. So, second map ready and to go underway. It's Ascent, and I am super excited to see whether or not Sac State can put this away on, as you can see down below us, their map pick here, John, or if we're going to see a CSUDH return. This is one of the go-to prime maps. It's very even for both sides typically. Maybe a 7-5 split across, maybe, but ultimately it's not the worst thing. We'll have to see, though. I'm actually really excited for this.
Well, I wanted to get out of the way my humble apologies for my ignorance in name calling. Kuma, not Kuma, although it sounds better. Deal with it. And also Shan. Right?
Pretty sure it's Shan.
You said it was pronounced Shan.
Pretty sure it's Shan.
Or do you not? Yeah, you're pretty sure.
I am 90%
that
sure
one's
it's Shan.
fair. I can respect the one of you actually calling me out on the Sova player. That I can respect. Because that one I was definitely wrong. But you never know with that.
That's their name, though. Their name is Shan.
I don't... Dude, my brain hurt. I'm sorry. I don't...
It's Ganbare, so... We got that one wrong a lot, though.
Gonbare.
Gonbare.
Maybe the R is silent. I don't know. Names are hard.
Gonbare.
Okay?
Man, that makes so much more sense.
Commentator things, man.
Gonbare. All right, man, it's so difficult. Quick selection, though, for our CSUDH side. Ice Bears locking in the KO. An interesting decision. Kuma still opting to go for the Silva. We'll see OMBD lock in the Astro, and we'll have Shan and Gonbare? Gonbare. Dude, I love him, but I'm so messing this up. Please win it so I can interview and ask you what your name is, please. And Gonbare to pick up the Killjoy. So nothing too shocking for them. What is shocking on the opposing side, though, is it's a mirror composition. There is absolutely no Cypher, which is interesting for this map. And it's a mirror comp, something that we don't always see.
No, not really. Especially since, in my mind, it can be a little more challenging on the attacking side to use KO's abilities. But it could pay dividends moving in the second half, and it's not a horrible ability to use or a horrible agent to play with on the attacking half either. I just feel like there's better options personally. So
you could throw your dagger through the rafter side on B side.
Yeah, there's still plenty of lineups. This is by far KO's best map by far.
No, Fracture, bro. I don't know. He's pretty good at Fracture.
Yeah, well, Fracture's a horrible map. So
I think he is actually pretty good at Fracture. Don't quote me on that, but I think he's pretty good at Fracture. But
I'd rather not find out because I don't like Fracture, Scott.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I'm a biased caster, and Fracture sucks. Too bad.
All right, I'm writing the tweet longer. His Twitter is @FellowTheCaster, so make sure to go ahead and write him an angry letter. And then follow me on Twitter @INFERNOS1S.
Yeah.
But make sure to not follow him, but only write him a tweet longer about how he's a biased caster. Just for the impressions. He doesn't get the follows, but he gets the impressions.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be true. That's my only response. TRU. You don't even.
Yeah, he doesn't even get the E. You don't deserve it.
Yeah, we had the same idea when I said only TRU. Nice. Oh, round one. Yeah, next thing. They're going in for just an arch push. Dash comes in through, and it's quickly denied by CSUDH. But Mitchell has something to say about this tomfoolery. He's good for 2. Ice Bear out of nowhere, though, near the switch will shut down Apathy. Mitchell trying to find an ace in this predicament on such little HP. Not sure he'll be able to do this, but is that a right click? I thought they nerfed that dang thing. He somehow one-shots Ice Bear from a feasible distance and brings this to another winnable situation. The recon bolt misses, but still pings out Mitchell because he overextends his body and spots out Kuma. This is still any player's game right now as everyone is on such little HP.
Jump and right click. Jump and right click.
One of them, I agree. You should go for the jump and right click, and it works! Mitchell with 5 on the round. How do you let this man get away with it? And he already has his ultimate in round 1.
The null is ready in round 1. Oh my god.
If he pops it this round, Scott, this'll be.
He doesn't even need it though. Like it shouldn't be a necessity
just
for him.
For comedic value.
He can buy rifle, full util, and armor. He has everything. He is literally a round down 5 minutes on round 2. This is unprecedented. We saw the lockdown be available last game in round 2 as well, in a sense, but this is from an ace. This isn't from a 3K getting a couple ult pips and then doing okay. This is an ace. This is absolutely insane. But a quick oriented push. Ice Bear eats the ice of the competition as Nav finds 2, and Mitchell sprays down 3. This is unstoppable. The KO is insurmountable, and Sac State find yet another round win and keep the rifle in their pockets.
Oh my god. 8-0 already. What can this man not do? I love Mitchell. He's just, whoo! He's a beaut. He's a beaut to just watch him play. I gotta admit, just completely starstruck about that. That's just insane. It's a full buy for CSUDH. I mean, that's expected at this point, Scott. Everyone knows the default 2-1. At least I'd hope so by now. And honestly, I could see Sac State winning this. I don't know how. Maybe using that null, and that's what's going to happen. I've kind of suggested it, and it's going to turn into reality as they're going to get full control of A and attempt for a plant. Scott, we are diving deeper into the rabbit hole.
Artado will be the first to fall, though. That guarantees that CSUDH's defense has the better position. However, 2 players lie below in wait. Hell, ready to send a player there just as quick as well, but a suppression will come out from KO. That's why you bring him. The suppress is a phenomenal on this Hell play, and it denies it fairly quickly. However, Mitchell is still holding strong. Apathy and Tech may be taken out, but now you gotta rely on Konbari to actually take the side as Amalia is sent as well. It forces him off, and Nav can find 2! This one might just be saved by the lonesome player, but I don't know. Kuma Mayim just saved the day. He's got plenty of time. An extremely close situation, but CSUDH will find themselves the round win. Goodness gracious, how did Sac State still almost pull that one out?
Everyone just got distracted, just going towards the spike because of that nade. I was honestly shocked. Nav could have had that one in the bag if he just had a little more intel to play off of on the last known player. That is still down to the wire on an almost bonus round. This is some impressive stuff, and it's only been Mitchell and Nav to find kills as well in these first 3 rounds. I mean, just what a crazy stat line. And lockdown's available too, Scott. What is this?
I don't know, dude. This is insanity by all accounts. But nice! Lockdown being utilized on B side. Only safe space is back at Boathouse, but it doesn't look to be that anyone from CSUDH will opt to do so. Instead, they'll send 1 towards defensive spawn, and the other 2 will flush themselves towards market, and that actually works out, because Ice Bear actually finds the KO doppelganger of Mitchell, and unfortunately for the side of CSUDH, their Nano Swarms don't actually find much impact either, and it doesn't seem to be a huge deal for them, as they'll clean up 2 kills, both of them towards that mid side. One was dropping down Catwalk, one was Cubby close left side in terms of bottom mid, but it is still a 3v5. It does seem to favor CSUDH, but it is a post-plant situation, and they've got to flush into the side and actually find impact beyond it. Player in Boathouse apathy takes the head of 1, now making a second. It's a wallbang for both him and Tech finds their 4th. It's now just to a 1v2. Kuma closing the gap just a little bit further, but he's got to find so much more on top of it as Nav one tricks the Odin all the way through once again. A wallbang corner shot denying any chance, and Sac State find their 3rd.
God, I'm such a sucker for the Odin too, man. It's such an annoying gun put in the right hands, because I said this last broadcast, that thing has very little, if not no recoil put in the right hands. You see it on a Sova normally because he can gather his own intel and then immediately play off that due to the fact that the Odin can wallbang through pretty effectively on almost anything. There's a couple of cheeky lineups too, and I'm not too sure if that spray is going to be like an indicator of where to set up for one. I highly doubt it, just probably to show off he's got a cool looking spray. But anyways, yeah, Odin PogChamp, and there it goes again. It just killed Shan, and Aratana gets first blood as well. He's looking for more right around Fountain, but it's not going to be that successful. It's already a 2v1, and the action phase literally just started, Scott, and now it's over. We're done.
Listen, I'm just saying, the Vandal and Phantom are crush weapons, okay? Like, using the Odin, my hand hurts
everyone
every
should
single
buy
day.
Odin. Just
my
everyone
hand hurts
use Odin.
every single day from holding left click and pulling down. It is such a painful thing. You just need to put one bullet into the head of the opposition with a Vandal. You just need one bullet. That's not even fair in the slightest. I have to hold left click, mouse 1, and get the job done. Who's really competing at the highest level here? Nav, one of the best we've ever seen. That right there is proof enough. But that was actually a copy pasta from earlier. So.
I know. That's why I just broke out laughing for a second.
But yeah, this has been a fantastic start. And Sac State's return in that round, shutting it down against CSUDH. Now, it was a good attempt by CSUDH. They blade stormed in, lost it immediately, tried some other things. It didn't happen, but man, they still managed to bleed it down to only 2 players left standing. Not a good chance when you're 10 HP facing off against 2 full, but they bled a lot of weapons, and that's enough for something, but they'll also get the intel early that there is an operator on the opposing side, and they'll also take the brunt force of the damage as it capped through the corner and hit the legs in the process. Sac State will still live, though, with Artada now at about 25 HP.
Well, at least it's still a 5-on-5 in the last minute of the round. I guess that's a plus of some sort, as B is being approached upon by Sac State. Just gonna kind of run into the hen's nest and hope they don't get caught out as the fox here, really. Nav holding down a little bit of a long angle, trying to see if anyone overextends and pops out towards them. Hunter's Tree will get popped, and so does a lockdown, and the attacker Hunter's Tree comes in through, trying to destroy that lockdown. It will be successful, so basically 3 ultimates just burned in the blink of an eye, and Ice Bear from nowhere shuts down the jet there. I believe Artada. Tech will respond on towards Kuma, so now we're in an even man position. Only a matter of time before we get drop down, but it appears that, I believe, he's not even inside the player with the actual bomb, but it won't matter. I literally got caught off guard by Mitchell's random play for a full rotate towards A. I'd love to get a fact check to see if that actually would have worked out or not, but despite that, it won't come down to a post plant. It'll just come down to pure gun skill, and Sac State will win out that confrontation.
Dude, you can't just... This isn't R6. You can't just, cast and then watch the kill feed. You got to look at the mini-map in this game. That's where it's important. If I had an eye tracker...
I saw him doing that, and that's why I got caught up on my words. I'm like, wait, why is he not with his team? I, literally got starstruck.
I want to buy one of those eye tracker things so that you can see, my eyes when I'm, casting. It's just going to be a U. It's just going to be U-shapes or Vs from top left, mid, top right, mid, top left. It's just going to be consistent like that. Speaking of consistent, Mitchell finds 2 early on, refragged back by the Sheriff in hand of 1 Mad Bad Dog. But unfortunately, he's only able to get a Spectre now to work with. He needs to reload it on top of it, and while the weapon will be picked up to allow for Artada to have that weapon to work with, in a firefight as Bad Dog gets really close, actually, to taking out the player of Artada, but will be saved by his teammates. Only lose 1 in the process. Sheriff Gaming in hand. It's going to be a Shiko, but it does not seem to matter. Kuma out for the count. 1 player left standing. They're coming all the way over from defensive spawn, and guess who it is? It's Gambare, as he needs to do basically everything here in a 1v3. Odin Gaming. You'll have to decide whether or not to break glass for the information. Is a bait and switch. You can see the Astral Nebula go down. He's baiting with the gun. Apathy is baiting with the gun. There was a bow in the air. That's super funny. Still finds the kill, though. Apathy's out for the count. Turret will be placed down as well to give a little bit of key information, but a wallbang will be utilized by Artada. Doesn't seem to do too much. The Odin doesn't have the range and the accuracy necessary at that range to take out Tech. It'll fall to the Phantom player instead in another fabulous round for Sac State.
Well, I don't want to say anything too early, Scott, but I mean, Sac State, they've got a pretty substantial lead so far these first couple of rounds.
6-1. 6-1's not bad.
Yeah, this is not over yet for CSUDH. But they need to kind of win this map, So starting out on the right foot is kind of a key driver to that. They've won their single default round, and that's it. It's been nothing but bonus after bonus after bonus for Sac State. And even that one round that CSUDH ended up winning, it was down to the wire. A single play needed to be made at the end of all of that battling that happened near A. This could have been a 7-0 situation here for Sac State, which would have been even worse. And speaking of Sac State, they're going to get right into the action, trying to poke and prod in CSUDH, and it actually works. It catches Ice Bear off guard, but luckily Shen will eliminate his doppelganger on the jet.
Nav nearly missing the opportunity. Shen's going to play through it, but Mitchell is watching that. That is perfect precision, teamwork, and coordination. Mitchell's not leaving his teammate of Artada out to dry and allows for him to peek through to the opposing side of the Cosmic Nebula. Will allow for him to assist so that he doesn't lose his teammate in that next engagement. Phenomenal. It's precision at its finest. And while Artada may be dead, his teammate of Nav is not so much. And that's the most important part. Keep that Odin in play and allow for you to spray down fairly quickly. I think that's what I was intending to say, not Artada, but it doesn't seem to be a huge deal. Artada died fairly early in mid. Did get one kill as the corner player inside market, but beyond that, it's not really able to find much else. And
30
for
seconds
Bad
left.
Dog, we'll find Apathy trying to come from spawn. Does have control over Spike as well, and picks up the Vandal to work with. Player coming in from Cubby. He finds the head of Mitchell, denies one more. Coming from A main, takes the head off another, Tex out for the count, and it's a 3K for Bad Dog. He's bad to the bone, and unfortunately, I don't think there's anything that's going to save Nav in this
10
position.
seconds left.
The opposing Killjoy and CSUDH can just play in their spawn. There's not enough time to grab Spike and play for it. Bad Dog chooses a bad angle to peek, loses their life to Nav's Odin. But it's still a round win for CSUDH, bleeding the weapons in the right timing and reading the situation. That was a long con play for Bad Dog, and it paid dividends.
And if that player did not have Spike, that could have went completely different too. But just playing with the cards you've been dealt with, great stuff by CSUDH. You mentioned Bad to the Bone. Apparently, Mad Bad Dog, if you get the reference too, Scott, I'm hoping you do. He needed your clothes, your boots, your motorcycle, and also your soul, as he was having a lot of death occur on
Really
that last
making a
round.
Terminator reference right now?
Out of my way.
Well, yeah, because he's got the cool motorcycle and it plays the song and it's like so cool because he's like killing all the, he's like hurting all the bikes, dude.
Did Terminator clip show up on your YouTube feed recently or something? Is that what happened?
No,
that
but
happened
when
to
you
me.
mentioned that,
That
it immediately
exact
clicked.
clip showed up on my YouTube feed 2 days ago, and I watched it for some reason.
Actually,
Actually
might
did.
have. I didn't click on it. It actually might have.
That's why I know that reference so easily. I would have not have made that reference otherwise. I've seen so many of the Terminator movies so many times, but like, I've seen all of them so many times, but except the new one. I haven't seen it that often. I've only seen it once, but I would have not gathered that reference. I'm not really good at remembering like small things like that, but 100% I get that one now. Great reference. Good pull. But speaking of
we made it obvious.
Made it
Hopefully,
obvious.
chat will understand too. That'd be really
It's
sad.
Terminator.
Yeah,
Judgment Day. I
well-
think it's the second one. It's
Yes.
the Terminator, the updated Terminator that actually comes back in time to kill John Connor, and the one that obviously Arnold that has to defend John Connor. The new one, the actor was so good at chasing him in the parking garage that they had to ask him to slow down in the sprint because he kept catching up.
30
It's
seconds
insane.
left.
But quick rush out of the side. It's going to be Artada with the Blade Storm. Tries to find impact. Misses the majority of the blades, but the last one will tag the head, and Bad Dog will be slapped instead. Tries to go for more, but it's Mitchell from the Archer's side. Takes the head off Shan. Now it's a huge advantage favoring Sac State, even though they had the player disadvantage entering into this one. And Ice Bear needs to decide where to toss the flash. Throws it over the top. Doesn't seem to do too much, but it will force the Hell player back into their Hellscape. They'll be able to try to go for the kill, but Ice Bear pulls out the utility and does not find any impact as Tech sprays through to Kuma as well. Yeah, that actor literally, he did training for breathing so that he could sprint really fast, and he was so good at it. He caught them, and they kept having to ask him to slow down because the bike could only go so fast, and he was catching up every single time. I think the actor for John
hilarious.
Connor said that he was actually scared of the guy because he was like inhuman.
Oh my god, that is the plot thickens.
Plot thickens, dude. Like,
And so does the round differential between Sac State and CSUDH as we get deeper in map 2, funny enough. So, but play on words brings us back into reality here.
unfortunately.
So, see how well CSUDH can still play underneath all this pressure. They've got one set up in Wine, I believe it to be. This could be an easy kill, and it will be, but it's not for the player in Wine as Mad Bad Dog, but he'll finally swing on out. But, oh, he only has a classic and a dream, but they'll get shattered just like his soul. 4v3, Sac State making the play in towards A. The door gets shut right on Combare's face. Shan up in heaven gets
Spike
2 on the
down
round.
A.
Hold on a minute, it's not over just yet. What? Shan whips out the Bucky and obliterates Tech's face. Oh my god, quick thinking on your feet, good man. And it's still nothing but just success for CSUDH on that round, at least near the end.
It's an eco too, John. That is
Oh my
insane for
God.
them. They would have been able to buy this round no matter what after that eco, but not only do they go through it in an eco, Thrifty their way through it, but they also only need to utilize one ult to win it. That is a huge, huge margin for them. it's nothing but success. There's almost no negatives in that round, and you can only assume that it will have to continue at some point in time. Bad Dog eats the suppressive blade coming out from KO, but Shan gets the money from that last round, the big bucks in the pocket, and takes out Nav. Operator diff, and now it's a player diff for the Sac State side as they're a player down in a 4v5.
Not the greatest start for Sac State at all, really. Owl drone gets deployed, but does not spot the player close. Moving forward, Mitchell could maybe catch Kuma off guard and maybe get away with some nasty plays, perhaps. He's been a huge player, and it actually works out for him. Like I predicted, down goes Ice Bear, but now Kuma will have that intel relayed to him, but it won't be necessary because Shan wide swings near the lever, and because he got that operator, only one shot is required to bring down the KO. So all of a sudden, CSUDH agreed, claim the man advantage, and now Sac State, they're kind of working with what they have left, which appears to be a play inside a tree to maybe get control of A, but there's plenty of people waiting here for that potential retake.
Mitchell playing solo to die over by Pizza was an interesting decision, but while it does net them one, it doesn't really do anything beyond that. It still keeps them at a net negative as Kuma will find a kill before being felt. That's very important for the side of CSUDH. Well, the Cosmic Divide will make things a bit cheeky. They still have plenty of options. They can come from Garden, they can come from Tree. You can see one player actually teasing towards that glass side to break it, but they don't really need to. Cosmic Divide has breached, and Gambare peeks out from behind double boxes in Cubby corner. Artada saw that. Artada had the angle. Are they playing on black bar widescreen? Is this 6:9 like resolution? Is this the old CSGO days of playing 4:3? I fell victim to that all the time before I just said, I'm going back to 1920 by 1080 and then 2K. You lose that side view. You lose your peripheral vision. He sees them peeking out. He saw the gun and still decided to turn towards door. It didn't make a lot of sense. They lose their life, and they'll lose the last player as well. And you'll see CSUDH find themselves a much-needed round win. And there's a good chance they take this one as well, because look at what Sac State have on the board. They don't have enough money to full buy weapons and armor, and that may mean they don't have that much utility on top of it. This could be a tough round for them to win.
Yeah, it's the last one before we move into the second half, believe it to be. Maybe if I finally learn how to count. But yeah, that whole post-plant setup for Sac State was really not clean at all. They couldn't play back at A main near the arches because of how deep they planted. So that jet needed to sit right on the door, which was asking to get pincered by both Heaven and the player actually near the main doorway. So just a little bit of quick thinking not happening at the very end of that round, unfortunately. But Sac State, they've got one more chance to redeem themselves and make it a clean 2-to-1 ratio in the first half. Yes, I said the funny word ratio. Yes, plus you fell off. Plus Artada is dead. So I guess that's something to highlight too in your Twitter post today. Shan will eliminate his imposter duo. Lockdown was being teased, but is not activated just yet. Nav is waiting for the perfect moment to strike, and I feel like that's just about to happen at any given moment. But yeah, like you mentioned, he's kind of trapped right now.
This is a situation where even if he gets this lockdown down, he's playing to die. There's no real way out of this one if he chooses to utilize it there. He's got a double X angle being held against him. That's Kuma holding a defensive spawn, and of course he has to deal with the KO that's inside of Market. It's a bit too much. Go ahead and play for B main and go for the lockdown here. They'll choose to do so, but there's no ultimate really in the opposition side to deny this one, so they just need to play for the fight early and try to keep them at bay for a little bit longer. They'll do just that. The null will be neutralized by Shan. 2 operator shots to get the job done, but Tech is quick on the refrag. Spike has to go down. There's not much time to do so, and the lockdown has already been dissipated. It's a 3v3. One ultimate still standing for the CSUDH side. They do have the ability to throw a lockdown of their own, and they need to go ahead and do so. You can see it now pop. It's popped in front of Boat. Tech can spray it down, but Kavari finally watches the angle, and Kuma finds one of their own. That charges the Hunter's Fury, and it's the only angle they can go into. Fire it into the corner. That does not seem to matter, and Mitchell will somehow scrape by, maybe a little bit undetected. Throws in for the recon bolt and will be shot out. That gives the information. Mitchell turns to Gamari, finds the kill, needs to take out Kuma. Time is of the essence, and he's going to have to swing at some point or the other. And Kuma comes out on top, finds the opportunity, and now we'll go for the defusal. And I think there's just enough time. It's going to be extremely close. Time! .09 on the board, John! As it's so close to the wire, a 5-7 half as CSUDH. It's so extremely close, I am at a loss for words.
You just needed to let that diffuser tick just to get the audio, just to really feel the suspense, the heart beating there. for Kuma at the end of that. Mitchell played that literally perfectly, and Kuma could have played it much better when using his Hunter's Fury. If he's not in one of the two corners that you can be when the lockdown's activated, he's in the other corner. Just change corners in both. It's not that hard to think about. He's not dancing around your ultimate that well, all right? I gotta admit, these players are good, but they're not that good. Mitchell still playing that one almost to a T. Kuma managed to bring it back just barely to make it that 5-7 split, 10 times better than what we saw on map 1. And really, this could go the distance so long as CSUDH do not throw on the second half, and it looks like they're starting out at the very least.
Enemy killed.
Ooh, quickly not, though. Artada with a ghost manages to find one more, removes Ice Bear, and the rest of the CSUDH roster are a little bit lost as to what they need to do. They'll go pick up the Ult Orb, though. Now need to rotate a different direction, and yeah, I'm sorry to break it to you. Visa, Split, Link, whatever you want to call it, is kind of locked down here by Artada, the opposition. They're holding strong. They're not really giving up too much space. That's going to make Catwalk a bit too difficult to contend with. I don't think rotating over through mid's going to be a good idea. So instead, they're going to go through defense and try to act that direction. But notice, the pings go through for the Hunter inside the middle. That's Sova. And it's going to give the information that, hey, we think they're rotating, trying to play a different direction, but Artada may be looking the wrong way, but Gonbari is not paying attention. Quick shots attempted, and finally Artada will find the impact. The Bad Dog walks in just as quick and finds themselves the kill with the Frenzy. It's a 2v3. Still a bad and unfavorable position for the side of CSUDH, but there's still plenty of work to be done. Can make their way through market, push on to the B objective, and go for a cheeky plant, but it looks like Kuma's playing for a bit of a frag potential. Tech does not seem to want to allow Bad Dog. Now does not want to allow Kuma. An easy cleanup for Sac State. They'll win the pistol round, almost guaranteeing them the 9th round win as well.
That was incredibly risky by Bad Dog as well to play so aggro with the spike instead of trying to go in towards sight. Very little time to work with. You can definitely have a couple of issues to worry about and not make a play properly. It happens, but you definitely need to start out in a better position when you're still at deficit moving the second half. But again, this is 10 times better than last game, so I won't be as mean as I normally would be. And Sheriff's on the board, they can really deal a pretty hefty punch depending on how well you can line up those shots and go for some nasty one-taps, which we've seen several of in this best of 3 alone, Scott.
Time will have to tell. I think there's a really good chance. Sorry, tickle my throat. I think there's a really good chance we see CSUDH try to squeak something out here, but when you're on the attacking round and trying to go from a pistol round loss, it's a bit more difficult. I do think that having the defensive favorable side and trying to play with a, gun diff, it's a little bit easier, but slowly but surely, CSUDH need to prod at the open and festering wounds that may lie for Sac State, but unfortunately, they've had a bit of a med build. They've had medical, so to say the least, and that's obviously showing. They have extra flush funds in the pocket. They find 3 extra on the top of those SMG buys, and it's going to be just 2 left standing for the CSUDH roster, both of them coming from the attacker spawn, and they've left the spike over there as well, and they have that intel quickly running around, weapon in hand, trying to show off the nice skin they have. That probably cost them $65, and Mitchell will find the last.
See, and I just play the game for free, so I think I'm the real winner here, in all honesty. I mean, these guys are paying for a free game. Kind of cringe. But, speaking of cringe and also rat stuff going on too, Mitchell just vibing in wine, allowing the double spray down by both him and Nav. You love to see it. No one checking wine is one of my biggest pet peeves. And because of that, Sac State were able to punish pretty well. And it added insult to injury because they had the better weaponry there. But now the tables have essentially turned as CSUDH have the full rifles and Sac State are still just rocking with Spectres. So, as long as they can get a couple picks here and there, that can worsen the eco of CSUDH. And if they somehow manage to get a bonus round win on top of that too, I would be very, very happy for Sac State, but not the same feeling for CSUDH.
CSUDH quickly make their way on to the B objective, but they're only able to equal out when it comes to these frags, as Tech finds one, quickly refragged back by Ice Bear. Unfortunately for Shan, he kind of gets caught in the open by Nap, and Artada will complete the kill in mid to take out Ice Bear. This started off really strong for CSUDH, but it's starting to fall apart. Kuma will stop the bleeding, takes out Nav. No Odin player allowed any further. You can also see util of the KO being tossed towards the side. The Owl Drone will ping, but he's been suppressed beyond that. Now there's no real use besides just a base firefight. This is why you bring KO. He's got so much use as a flash is tossed. Does not find the target fast enough. This is just up to Kuma. We've seen what he can do here. Needs to pull out the pistol, but cannot get the job done. And Mitchell will spray and pray as he rushes down the site. And in a absolutely phenomenal showcase, find himself yet another round. This one timing 10-5. 5 rounds, half the score of CSUDH. Or I guess half the score of Sac State is what CSUDH has. It is closer than the last map, but we're still seeing a spread here for Sac State Gold.
I did mention this on the first half. It could have been 3-0. That first round was barely won by CSUDH on the third round in particular. And this time around, it was not as close, except for at the very beginning of that post-plant situation. But the retake game was quite seamless by Sac State. And like you mentioned, it was a reload by Kuma that really sealed his fate. He did not listen to Captain Price, and he did not switch to his secondary, which is, in fact, much faster than reloading your primary. I love how that's always a fact in every single video game known to man. Every single game, no matter what. Except maybe like Skate 3.
UFC.
I guess that's fair as well. And oh my god, look at the rush coming through as well, leading into tree next to dog, and it's just a back and forth right now. The spray comes in through by Apathy, but it only connects onto one. It's a constant back and forth. Like I said, Oratana from Fountain, though, will strike. Tech joins in on the corner as well, leaving it up to Kuma. He lands 2 massive shots, though, to bring things dead even 1-1. Doesn't have any intel to play off of and is honestly quite scared. He's shaking in his boots as he's 1 shot away from meeting his demise. He needs to land this 1 tap, but cannot be quick enough on the draw. Nav brings it down at the last bit of that round to make it 11-5 moving forward. We're getting closer and closer to match and series points, Scott, and I feel like CSUDH is still slightly asleep at the wheel. They're a bit dozed off still.
I feel like every game needs the ability to set that it's a BO3 and then set the 3 maps and then have it go. Because if the game would say, instead of saying match point, series point, man, that'd be so much cooler. That would put a lot more emphasis onto it instead of having the casters do it the entire time. But yes, we are nearing series point. We are nearing not just the map point for map 2, but series point if Sac State take it. We expected this to be a really good game. The playing, the coordination, the chemistry, the utility use, everything about it has given us an absolute showcase of prowess and talent. However, it has been Sac State goal to still take the W. And I don't think it's just because they're better. I don't think it's them gun differing every fight. I think just for the sheer fact of the matter, CSUDH are just getting outplayed by utility. And it's a fight in futility. I mean, it does come down to straight fear, straight desperation in a lot of these engagements, but I believe his next fight drops in favor. Kuma may take out Tech, but Artada is still uncontested with the operator. And why is Bad Dog walking with his knife out? Loses the fight to Artada as well, and it's just Kuma left standing in a 1v3. Mitchell walking the corner towards B main. Kuma gets Val-timed at its finest, turns and tries to check towards the attacking spawn, and will unfortunately have the worst timing possible. Loses his life. And that's going to be 1 round away. We're at series point, John.
Again, trying to play around the smokes and not knowing where to aim your crosshair at for the opponent's position. That happened also leading into B, where the player that was right along the staircase, the left one, just got an easy pick onto, I believe it was Shan, again, too, funny enough. That is completely upsetting. Bladestorm gets popped early on. Everything's on the line with that ultimate ability, and luckily it shuts down the op-wielding player of Nav. But it just gets picked up, I believe, by the Jet, and it'll be a quick trade to respond in through. CSUDH, in theory, still have the lead up here, but it's only a matter of time before Sac State really bites back here.
There is a null available for Sac State, so it's just a matter of principle, right? It's a technique, so to say, to figure out who can get this next frag. And when you're playing this aggressively in bottom mid, Artada has a really good chance to play for it, but the Recon Bolt snuffs them out. Thankfully for them, there'll be no one actually defending towards top mid as they were kind of lagging behind. That's the player of Kuma, but a quick use of utility Maybe use in futility as well as they try to push in through B main. There is no Killjoy left. They lost their life a bit too early as the knife will go through, suppressing the competition, and Tech can just spray down the line. You did not just find 3 in the same shot! An unprecedented return, and it's just Kuma left standing, and it's shot and taken away, ripped and teared as Sac State snuffed any and all odds of CSUDH making that return. I don't even know how to react after that, John. I don't even know where to start.
The smoke play, the smoke awareness
Stewie 2K
by CSUDH, non-existent. Just non-existent. That's not the first time they died by doing some dumb stuff around smokes, whether it be their teammate smokes or their opponent smokes. They're like trying to do their best Stewie 2K impression, but they're not that guy. You're not that guy, Bill. You simply are not. Not even the right game. Like basically the same game mode, like a facelift. But like
it is a facelift. It's a facelift and then like some hair extensions with the abilities, you know,
like the Joker grin one. Yeah, like this. Yeah, that's how I feel after that. Yeah, a small tear gets shed too. We're crying over the sad death of CSUDH. Just a simple salute. But Sac State, man, you guys killed it and wholeheartedly deserved that match win, to be honest. And I can't wait to get the interview set up as well. That was yeah, I want to hear your thoughts by the end of that match, Scott, because I'm still a little bit shaken, to be honest, as to how quickly that round ended out when we went for the execution there at match point.
Yeah, I'm shaken, but I'm not stirred, so I'm still ready to talk about it a bit more. But smoke play at the end, spraying down 3. Yep. Yeah, the null's down as well. I mean, you just have to wait for it to go, but find the last kill. Everything that CSUDH brought to the table wasn't inherently incorrect, right? Their strategies are not bad. Mm-hmm. Their cohesiveness for utility, their fleshing out of structure, none of it is incorrect. It's not necessarily wrong. It's just not good against what we were seeing Sac State bring, which was unbridled aggression towards the end when they built their confidence. It was the slow and methodical approaches to the attack that they initially brought through. And when we get that somewhat near half, that's where things start to separate. They win the 2 pistol rounds, and then the 3rd, and then the 4th, and that's where things just spread open. CSUDH, they lost the confidence, they lost the mumbo jumbo, not just the YouTuber, but you know the unzfa, the confidence behind them, and it just wasn't their game anymore at that point. They just didn't find what they needed, and it was a flawless half of the defense.
Yeah, it just rough. Just rough, in all honesty. There's no better way to put it. I think the execution on some ideas kind of fell flat in their face, honestly. I think the smoke plays they were attempting, like I mentioned, I've been harping on that, but that's been the most active thing they did earlier. Definitely just did not work in the slightest at all. And yeah, just the little things too, like not gathering a lot of intel in certain pushes. That was very apparent on Bind because that was much more of a one-sided affair throughout the entire match, not just on one half or the second half. It just... How? All the way in playoffs, and you make those kind of mistakes? How? Especially CSUDH. Like
it's hard to quantify it as just being a CSUDH problem, though, right?
I really cannot get it, to be honest. Especially like I was gonna say, you're like middle of the pack in Champions Division 2. Like you didn't just do completely bad in your division and you need like a bump down. You're doing quite fine, and you've had some amazing games. I've gotten the privilege to cast too. I don't get it. I cannot quite put my finger around it as to how you managed to not do that well in this best of 3 at all. Maybe it was the fact that they never played against Sac State before, maybe, but I feel like that's not the reason why. It can't be.
I can't put the blame entirely on CSUDH. I just can't. I mean, what they did wasn't inherently incorrect. It just wasn't good against Ball State. Sac State, sorry. Yeah. Different team. Wasn't good against Sac State. Sac State was just better. I mean, that's what it comes down to. Their play on Bind was near perfection. I have not seen a better Bind anywhere else. Like, they played it to a T. Every single movement that CSUDH made was in the palm of their hand. And it's just, we saw it continuously go that way. We saw it continuously fall in that favor as the same thing, the same old story points in a sense. And unfortunately, that's all she wrote. Sac State taking it. We're going to take a very quick break. I mean, very quick to make sure everything's set in stone. And then we'll be right back with an interview to have a player here for Sac State's talk about what went so right for their side. Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. We've got a special guest, a special person, somebody who is, I guess, dear to a lot of you out there. At least half of the viewers out there would assume, but maybe some of the losing team have left, so maybe it's the majority of the viewers. But it's Tech, the man of the hour, the person who really dug the grave of the majority of the opposing team's side as CSUDH couldn't piece it together. But how you doing, Tech?
Hey, I'm doing good, man. What about everybody else here? Yeah.
I'm assuming, yeah. I'd assume you'd be doing pretty good after a victory like that. I'll start it off with a very baseline question. First and foremost, how you feeling after a victory like that?
I'm feeling very good. I'm confident in the team. Everything well. Nothing negative at all.
Yeah, I couldn't think of anything negative. I called your guys' bind approach nearly flawless, textbook in its approach. So you've got that going for you. But John, you got any questions?
I do actually. Yeah, you bring up bind. That's a little aggressive off the rip. I'm kind of grinning because I'm remembering like, yeah, I do have a question actually. Now that you mentioned it, bind clearly you guys did good on the map. That was CSUDH's pick. Did you feel like you'd be given a little bit more bite back against them when you were playing on there? That's honestly my biggest question because it was very one-sided a majority of that matchup, and I have nothing better else to say about that question. Just did you feel like it'd be less one-sided going into it because it was their pick?
I mean, I don't think it was a bite back. Me and our team were very confident on bind. When they chose it, our head just sparked a light bulb. Like, oh, this is gonna be easy. Not easy, but our strats will be there and encounter them really nice.
Yeah, it was definitely
fair enough.
Pristine. Can I see you guys' strat book? Do you guys have a physical strat book I can actually take a look at? I would absolutely love to take a look at it at some point.
Hey, you want the strat book? You gotta sub to Artardo Val, twitch.tv/ArtardoVal. All right.
Is that what it comes down to? That may be tempting actually, because I'm actually genuinely curious what your strat book looks like.
I gotta respect it. Helping out the hustle for your homies. That's big.
My Twitch Prime is ready. But no, I'm actually genuinely curious. You guys' bind, which is also another point that I'll bring up about bind, was textbook, was a near flawless approach. I want to talk about, I believe it was round 4 or 5 more specifically. We saw a push come through for a short. They attempted to put the spike down. Apathy shot down the spike planter. They then proceeded to pick up spike and run to B site. That is where you had the majority of your astral utility placed, and both of the nano swarms were there as well. You guys played that round so perfectly that they almost had zero time to even plant, in which case you would then force them to have to go for the plant or fight. 3 of you with 5 seconds left. It's barely even a question at this point, but how do you come up with a strategy that well? And how does it feel to have a strategy in the books that's like, this is where it'd be perfect on paper, and then to pull it off perfect on paper?
Honestly, that retake was kind of like improvised. I just had my stars there late because I literally forgot about it, right? But
oh my god,
it's just trusting our teammates to do their thing. That's it.
Another point, because that hurts my feelings. That was improvised. All right, Jesus. Pulling something off. Another one that I really loved was you were on B site and still placing your constellations in nebulas in vortexes. There was a showstopper employed from Shan who tried to go onto the A site, and you proceeded to vortex cyclone him in, and then he had literally nowhere to send it. How do your comms go in a situation like that?
The comms were very smooth. I just have Nav, the KJ on my team. I just need to hear one thing only, and that's, oh, he's on site. I snap, no, suck, dead. That's how it goes.
It's very impressive. I was genuinely pleased with that map. I'm going to literally VOD review you on the map, and I'm going to mute it. I almost never mute my VODs because I love the sound of my own voice. No, it's because I need to practice. But map 2, a little bit different. You guys obviously let 5 rounds up in the first half. Didn't let up any in the second half, if I remember correctly. But a very, very good performance from you guys all around. Right at the end there. Stewie 2K, huh? Really trying to be a smoke criminal?
I honestly never watched Stewie 2K too much, right? But
we're gonna end this interview
he's a legend.
Real fast.
Right? if I'm in the same name as Stewie 2K, just for being a smoke character, I'm blushing. That's it.
Yeah, you that was probably the most egregious ending to a map I think I've ever seen. Just the 3K spray down all in the same single 2 bullets I think it was that probably did it. Like
yeah.
Oh my goodness! I think chat was exploding at that point. A bunch of no ways and dangs and buys and stuff like that. But yeah, every time you guys and CSUDH are in the chat, every time it's always the most fun. So appreciate you guys being here. But I'll give you a second here, Tech, to shout out anyone behind you, to shout out somebody who supported you, your teammates, whatever it may be. Go ahead and let us know.
Hey, shout out to my whole team, Nick, Artada, Jocelyn, Nav, Mitchell, and Darian. Man, the team. We're good. We're amazing. Sac State. Woo! Yeah! Okay.
Woo! Sac State. Well, it's been a pleasure having you here, Tech. Greatly appreciated. Thank you very much for joining us in the interview booth, man.
Yeah, all right. Thank you for having me.
Have a good night, dude. All right. I will bring forth the question here to our producer real fast. Can you pull up the bracket screen again? Just real quickly, because I think that we also had a guarantee UAH Blue won their game. They won their 9:30 game tonight. They won that. So that means that they are facing the victor of UVic and Purdue. And I think Purdue wins that. That's my prediction. I also think that that's a guarantee. I think somebody was mentioning that earlier. So I think that is going to go through. Why is Ottawa facing each other? Ottawa wins that one. We know that much at least.
Well, it's Ottawa in the States and then Canadian Ottawa.
Oh,
but
there's two
I
Ottawas?
think you're
well,
just like,
we know Ottawa wins. We know in Ottawa wins. That's what's important,
but
right?
they're both Ottawa. Which one, Scott? Which one,
But
Scott?
we know that one of them is going to be facing off against this Sac State roster. So that's going to be a great game. Every single game that's left here in this Champions Division is going to be an absolute slugfest. But as we cut back over to the caster screen for a moment, we'll say our goodbyes for the night. We only have what? There's Tuesday games too? Are we doing? Is there stuff tomorrow as well for Rocket League? There's no Rocket League, so it's just Monday. This was to make up the fact we didn't do it last Monday, I guess. But make sure everybody to stay tuned after Thanksgiving, your post Big Belly times, after stuffing yourselves profusely. I know I will be doing so. A lot of apple pies and cobblers and pumpkin pies. But make sure everybody has an absolutely safe holiday season. We'll see each and every single one of you back in session when we go to the NECC and we jump to our semifinals and our final stages. Stay tuned, stay safe, stay healthy.